Welcome to the Reality Revolution. I'm your host, Brian Scott, and today we have a very special episode on the Reality Revolution. Today we have an exclusive audiobook, a gathering of episodes. We're going to focus on dreams and the power of dreams. Those enigmatic visitors of your sleep have been a source of fascination and mystery throughout human history. But what if these nightly voyages hold more than just fleeting images and surreal narratives? What if they are in fact a gateway to understanding the profound depths of our existence, to creating our reality, to hearing messages from God? Today we will explore the secret power of dreams. I cannot wait to share all of the different teachings we've gone over about dreams so far on the Reality Revolution. We will navigate through the wisdom of some of the most insightful minds who have endeavored to decipher the enigmatic language of our subconscious mind. We will begin with Joseph Murphy, who delved into the creative power of the subconscious mind, and in particular talked about dreams and its power. We will delve into the teachings of Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, whose remarkable ability to access universal consciousness in his slumber brought forth insight that still resonates with us. And he believed that you could use your dreams to do the very things that he did. We will explore the transformative philosophy of Neville Goddard and the ways in which dreams are messages from God. We will explore Jane Roberts and Seth and what Seth had to say about the peculiar importance of dreams. Our quest will lead us to the profound messages from Quo, a collective consciousness that imparts wisdom about the nature of our existence and the interconnectedness of all beings. I also will share 2 episodes that I did as full breakdowns on understanding dreams and using lucid dreaming to explore parallel realities. All of these together make for an incredible discussion of the power of dreams. In this journey of 2,000 episodes that we've explored on the Reality Revolution, sometimes some of these messages and lessons get lost in the shuffle. So it's my intention to gather up some of this material and put it together so you can understand it on a greater level. Over the years, I've been relentless in trying to understand the dream realm, what it is, what it means, how we can use it. Through meticulous research and introspection, I have sought to uncover every facet of the dream experience, from the mystical to the mundane. And as we navigate through this labyrinth of consciousness, we will uncover how dreams are not just random byproducts of sleeping brains, but are in fact a profound communication from our deepest self and the universe. They are a guide, a teacher, and a mirror reflecting our innermost fears, desires, and wisdom. And they can be used to create your own reality. So I invite you to open your mind and your heart as we embark on this journey together, unraveling the mysteries of our dreams and discovering how, by understanding them spiritually, we can unlock the vast potential that lies within each and every one of us. This is the secret power of dreams. Chapter 1. Joseph Murphy. What do your dreams tell you? How do your dreams affect your ability to create your reality and transform your life? Night Sleep Brings Counsel by Dr. Joseph Murphy. I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak to him in a dream. Numbers 12:6. The Bible says, "In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, in slumberings upon the bed, then he openeth the ears of men and sealeth their instruction." Job 33:15-16. The words of the ancient proverb are true. Night sleep brings counsel. The key to its practical application can be developed through your psychic awareness. There are several kinds of dreams, many of which are due to stomach disorders, mental and emotional turmoil, bodily discomfort, repressed or abnormal sex urges, and various fears and superstitious beliefs. However, there are also dreams wherein you see a future event before it happens. Dreams which give you a definite answer to your prayer, and often you are given instruction as to taking action in the dream state. All your dreams are dramatizations of your subconscious, and in many instances warn you of impending danger. Some dreams are definitely precognitive and can accurately probe the future. In other dreams, you may get answers to your prayers. All dreams of a negative nature are subject to change, and none is fatalistic. Your subconscious, in its dream nature, is revealing to you the nature of the impressions made upon it, and pointing out to you the course your life is taking. Research analyses of dreams show that the symbol appearing in the individual subconscious are personal and apply to each individual only. And the same symbol appearing in another dream can have still another and very different meaning. In other words, your dream is personal and applies only to you, though it may show your relationship with another person. Your subconscious mind speaks in symbolic form. In being warned of God in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way. Matthew 2:12. The Bible is replete with accounts of dreams, visions, revelations, and warnings occurring during sleep. When you are asleep, your subconscious mind is very much awake and continuously active, as it never sleeps. You will recall that Joseph correctly interpreted the dreams of Pharaoh and that they subsequently came to pass. His success in forecasting the future brought him prestige, honor, and recognition by the king. When you are dreaming, your conscious mind is suspended and asleep. Your subconscious mind usually speaks in symbolic form, and this is why down through the ages, men have employed dream expositors or interpreters. You're familiar with the fact that many Freudian and Jungian psychologists, psychiatrists, and psychoanalysts, and eclectic psychotherapeutists seriously study dreams and try to interpret them to the conscious mind of the patient. Often the explanation of the dreams lead to the uncovering of mental conflicts, phobias, fixations, and other mental complexes. Dream symbols. Some months ago, a student at the local university who read my book, The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, came in for an interview. During the course of the conversation, she said, "I have dreamt for 3 consecutive nights that I was present at a banquet for Governor Rockefeller of New York and that I sat next to him and was the guest of honor. What does it mean?" I explained to her that it was her dream, and when interpreted, it must be meaningful to her. I asked her what the significance of attending a banquet with Rockefeller meant to her. She immediately replied that it symbolizes wealth, prestige, honor, and recognition. Then, I added that it could well be that her subconscious was foreshadowing some special honor and recognition, and perhaps also a shower of wealth. She seemed to agree with this, and it seemed meaningful to her. 2 weeks later, she won a scholarship enabling her to study in France, and her grandmother passed on, bequeathing to her the sum of $50,000 for her education and personal use. In addition, she was invited to attend the inaugural banquet of Governor Reagan, which she did. She had a wonderful time. You will notice she did not take the dream in a literal sense. Your disciplined imaginative faculty called Joseph in the Bible can unclothe the dream of its form and see the hidden idea behind the symbol. She prayed for the right home. A young woman married living in Beverly Hills experienced a recurrent dream for 6 consecutive nights. In her dream, She walked all through the house she desired to buy, met the occupants, patted the dog, and conversed with the Spanish maid in the latter's own language. She explored the garage, attic, and all the rooms of the house. On the following Sunday after church, she and her husband went for a ride. Passing the Brentwood area, she saw the house she had dreamed about with a sign "For sale by owner, open house." Both of them went in. The owner of the house, his wife, the maid, and the dog all seemed unusually frightened and startled. The dog began to growl and its hair stood on end. After a few minutes, the owner apologized and said, "We have seen a woman like you walk up and down our stairs several times at night and early in the morning. Our maid was frightened out of her wits, and the dog growled and barked wildly as if he saw something weird." This young woman explained to them that she had been praying for the right home, and that every night she asked the infinite intelligence of her subconscious mind to direct her to the ideal home, which would be spacious, lovely, central, and ideal in every way. Undoubtedly, as she went to sleep with the idea of a home uppermost in her mind, she charged her subconscious with a mission which it had to fulfill. Suddenly, while dreaming, she found herself outside her physical body, but possessing a rarefied and attenuated sense of her own being, which enabled her to travel through closed doors and to collapse time and space. She found herself in this house and became acquainted with all the parts of it, as well as with the occupants. She told them that she too was startled when she met them, as she had seen them several times before in the dream state. This woman projected her astral body and was perceived as an apparition by the people in the home where she visited. This perception was visual and auditory, as they heard her footsteps and saw her clearly. This young woman perceived her own physical body on the bed in her home and knew that she was traveling and operating in her fourth dimensional body. Such projected bodies may be perceived as ghosts or apparitions by people who are very sensitive and are psychically attuned to higher vibrations or psychic demonstration. The young woman and her husband purchased the home, and there was a very harmonious atmosphere throughout the proceedings for the transfer of title to the home. Astral body. I once visited Yoga Forest University at Rishikesh, India, north of New Delhi, for the purpose of lecturing there. Several nights before I enplaned for the trip, I had experienced vivid dreams of the place, and I met all the teachers and students in my dreams. Upon my arrival, I discovered I knew my way around the premises. All the houses, lecture halls, teachers, and students were very familiar to me. I pointed out to one of the attendants the room set aside for me, and I described its appearance inside, as well as the kind of food he was going to serve me. I even told him what he was going to say next, as I heard his voice before. He was amazed and said, "You must be clairvoyant and clairaudient." I explained the experience this way to him, knowing that I was going to lecture at Yoga Forest University, and while sound asleep, my subtle body, sometimes referred to as the astral body, which has exactly the same shape as my physical body, but is oscillating and vibrating at a much higher frequency, but nevertheless is a body, traveled there, making my vivid dream a subsequent conscious experience. In other words, I went there in my astral body, conversed mentally but naturally with many people, and heard their responses and voices. Furthermore, in that marvelous psychic kind of astral journey, I viewed all the beauties of the Ganges River, the Himalayan mountains, and the loveliness of the countryside. When I introduced myself to Yogi Shivananda, who was directing the ashram, he explained, "I saw you before several times in my dreams, and I also heard your voice." I explained to him that the experience was mutual, that I had been visualizing a wonderful trip and had impressed my subconscious mind and went to sleep on it. I further explained that I had also met him subjectively in a dream state, which became actualized because while my body was asleep in Beverly Hills, California, I found myself in a new body visiting all the places in his ashram and hearing all the voices. Now, when I consciously and objectively arrived, I concretely experienced all the states subjectively felt during my extrasensory travel. In other words, what I saw and heard objectively, I had previously seen and heard subjectively. He saw me in his dreams. In his dreams, Yogi Shivananda clairvoyantly saw me, and, being clairaudient, he heard my voice, as you can think, speak, act, travel, and even more, all kinds of objects outside your body. You can see and be seen. You can understand and be understood. And you can also communicate messages and report on everything you see. All your faculties, such as sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch, can be duplicated in mind alone, independent of your five senses. This proves conclusively that you can live outside your present body, and that the creative intelligence within you intended that you should use these faculties, transcending your present environment's three-dimensional body. How his subconscious warned him of an impending health problem. A man apparently in perfect health dreamed on several occasions that he was being operated on for a disorder of the prostate gland. He asked me if I thought he should see a doctor for a checkup, but stated that he had no symptoms or pain of any kind. He had come to see me regarding a marital problem of an emotional nature. I clarified the workings of his subconscious mind to some degree, namely that it seeks to protect him at all costs, and that undoubtedly the subconscious was prompting him regarding the imminence of some organic lesion or malfunctioning. Subconscious reasons deductively from a basis of reality, and thus revealed it to him in the form of a dream. He understood that his dream was personal, and that any explanation or interpretation must agree with his intuitive perception. I suggested that he should see his physician immediately and get a complete checkup by any urologist. However, he deferred seeing his doctor. In a few days' time, he developed a urinary constriction and blockage and was in excruciating pain. His physician took him to the hospital and had a skilled urologist operate on him immediately. I visited him in the hospital shortly after that, and he remarked to me I should have paid more attention to my dream and acted sooner. However, I'm happy to say he made a wonderful recovery as he continued to fill his subconscious mind with thoughts of wholeness, harmony, vitality, and perfect health. You will perceive that his subconscious mind was actually warning him to do something, as it knew of the prostatic infection and enlargement, the foreshadowing idea, the presentiment that he was going to be operated on was probably caused by the already existing condition. He had made an error, though, in delaying a medical examination. A young lady told me of a remarkable answer she received in a dream. At night, as she went to sleep, she affirmed, "Infinite intelligence in my subconscious mind reveals to me the answer regarding my proposed marriage to blank." During the night, she had a rather strange dream in which she saw her fiancé in prison garb behind bars and a guard outside his cell with a gun. A man appeared in the dream and said, "Don't you recognize this man?" She awakened suddenly, quite perturbed, and intuitively, through her dream, perceived that the man in her dream was her betrothed. She phoned her brother, who was a detective in the local police force, and he checked up on her fiancé. Her brother discovered that this man had a wife in New York City whom he had deserted, and furthermore, that he had spent 5 years of his life in prison, all of which he had concealed from her. She broke off her engagement immediately and was deeply grateful for that inner guide which always seeks to protect you if you will only listen. The subconscious mind is impersonal and non-selective. When you enter into a drowsy, sleepy state, there is an outcropping of your subconscious mind and you are in a highly sensitized mental condition. The thought and feeling you have prior to sleep is immediately transmitted to your subconscious mind, which then begins to act on your request or desire for guidance. The creative power of your subconscious mind is waiting to respond and act upon whatever desires, ideas, and instructions you consciously issue in your awake state of mind. Remember also that your subconscious mind is impersonal and non-selective. It will accept your negative, resentful, or hateful thoughts, as well as the good thoughts, and act accordingly. The subconscious magnifies and multiplies whatever you deposit in it, good or bad. Hence, it is extremely important for you to cleanse your mind of all disturbing, vexatious thoughts of any kind, thus creating a clear channel for the divine energies to flow through you constructively. Look over the events of the day, and whatever strife, contentions, or vexations may have occurred, affirm to yourself quietly, I fully and freely forgive myself for harboring these negative thoughts, and for the negative way I handled and responded to this or that problem. I resolve to handle these problems in the right way the next time. I radiate love, peace, joy, and goodwill to all those around me and to all people everywhere. God's love fills my soul, and I rejoice in the success and happiness of my associates and all men and women everywhere. I'm at peace. I sleep in peace tonight. I wake in joy, and I live in God. I give thanks for the joy of the answered prayer. Telepathic communication. I received a letter from a woman who said that she had been using the prayer suggested in one of my books, Miracle of Mind Dynamics. For herself and her daughter, she had a harrowing dream one night wherein she saw her school-age daughter raped and strangled by a young boy. The dream took place in an automobile on a country road. The whole experience was a frightening nightmare, and she woke up screaming. She decided to act on the forewarning, knowing there was no such thing as an inexorable fate, and that the tragedy could be prevented by tuning in on God and praying. She prayed as follows: My daughter is a child of God. Where she is, God is. God is all harmony, peace, beauty, love, joy, and power. My daughter is immersed in the holy presence of God, and the whole armor of God surrounds her. She is watched over by God, her loving Father. She dwells in the secret place of the Most High and abides in the shadow of the Almighty. After meditating about 10 minutes, the mother felt a sense of peace and tranquility and went back to sleep. In the morning, she called her daughter by long distance, but could not reach her at the school, because it was a holiday in that state. During the day, she continued praying for her daughter. At night, her daughter called her and said, Mother, you appeared to me last night in my dream and begged me not to go out riding with one of the boys in the school because he was very aggressive, and I would certainly regret it. I felt terribly upset. In the morning, I had a phone call from him asking me to go for a ride with him out in the country. I refused, pleading illness. My girlfriend went with him against my pleadings because I told her my dream. He raped her and almost choked her to death. She is now in the hospital, and police are hunting the boy who disappeared from his house. There is a telepathic communication at all times between members of the family and loved ones or close friends. The mother's prayer for her daughter was received subjectively by the daughter, which prevented a potential disaster in her life. The Bible says, For he will give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. They shall bear thee up in their hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. Psalms 91:11-12. All people dream. I found in my counseling experience that people of all walks of life are fascinated by dreams. Today, in medical research laboratories, teams of psychologists and doctors are conducting experiments on the dream life of men and women, and they have come to the conclusion that all people dream. Furthermore, in extensive test cases, these scientists have discovered that when the subjects are awakened periodically while dreaming, this deprivation of dream life may bring on mental, emotional, and even physical disturbances. Studies of dreams. Many people are familiar with the names of Freud, Jung, and Adler, who have acquired fame for having delved into the dream life of their parents. Through their studies of the dreams of their subjects, these men have evolved different schools of psychology, namely psychoanalysis Freud, analytical psychology Jung, and individual psychology Adler. All three have written extensively in the field of dreams, and their interpretations and conclusions vary considerably. These differences are so conflicting and at variance that I shall not even begin to discuss them here. The purpose of this chapter, however, is to show that the key to solving your problem often comes as a clear-cut and definite answer in a dream. A boy achieved his dream holiday through a dream. Billy is 12 years old. He hears my lectures occasionally, as I suggest to parents that all boys and girls 12 years of age and older should attend, are quite able to understand this teaching. Billy told me that his mother gave him a book to read, Treasure Island, which is about Hawaii. He read it avidly, and knowing to some degree how his subconscious mind works, Every night prior to sleep, he spoke to his subconscious mind, which he calls Subby, as follows. Subby, I'm going to Hawaii for my vacation. I'm going by plane, and I'll swim in the ocean, ride a bicycle over one of the islands, and live in a penthouse. I want a clear answer, please. He did not discuss this with his brother, father, or mother. Following these suggestions to his subconscious mind, he had a dream wherein he clearly saw a penthouse, the name of a Maui Hilton, in the island of Maui in the chain of the Hawaiian Islands. He said to his mother the next day, Mom, we're going to Hawaii for our vacation. And he gave her all the details. She laughed and said, well, this is news to me. Where did you get that idea? Billy replied, all I know is that we're going and we'll live in a penthouse at a hotel. His mother dismissed the dream as one of the vagaries of a young mind. 2 weeks later, Billy's father, who knew nothing about the dream, because of his son's excellent grades in school, suggested that Bill's mother go with the boys on a vacation to Hawaii, which he had come to know and love during his stay there as a naval officer. He said he would pay all the expenses involved. Billy yelled, I told you, Mom, we're going to Hawaii. Every detail of this boy's dream was fulfilled, including the penthouse, exactly as he saw it. You will notice that this dream was experienced clearly by the boy. The subconscious mind is amenable to suggestion, and you will also note that Billy said, I want a clear answer. His subconscious mind responded accordingly. Control your dreams. For several years, I've been suggesting to my subconscious prior to sleep. I dream literally and clearly, and I remember my dream. It seems that over a period of time, I've convinced my subconscious mind, inasmuch as close to 90% of my dreams are literal, in the same way you read your morning newspaper. I receive many answers to my prayers and dreams. Your conscious mind can and does direct the activities of your mind in sleep. You can stop the recurrence of bad dreams, nightmares, or dreams, or that you dread. Your conscious mind controls your subconscious, and you can alter the nature of your dreams by using your capacity to choose and reject thoughts and ideas that you use in disciplining your reflections and fancies during the day. In this way, the habit of dream control gradually will come under your own jurisdiction. Saved by a dream. A member of my congregation called me on the phone and asked me to give her a blessing on her approaching journey to Europe, which I did, affirming something like this. Divine love and harmony go before you, making joyous, happy, and glorious your way. God's messengers of life, love, truth, and beauty watch over you at all times, and whatever means of conveyance you use represents God's idea, moving from point to point freely, joyously, and lovingly. You are always in the secret vault of the Most High, and you are watched over by the overshadowing presence. That night I had a dream in which I clearly saw this woman in England purchasing a ticket for France, and I saw the plane she would be on going down in flames. I phoned her the next morning and told her that I usually dream literally due to suggestions to my subconscious mind. I asked her if she planned a trip to France while in Europe, and she said yes. Then I told her what I had seen in my dream and advised her not to go on the plane to France. She replied, I'm so grateful you called. My brother in the next dimension appeared to me last night in my dream and said, Sis, don't dare go on that plane in England scheduled for Perpignan, France. Then he disappeared. I've already canceled my trip as I have an overwhelming inner feeling that it would be disastrous. Subsequently, headlines in the news revealed the fatal trip in which 88 people were killed. Having read this far in the book, you will readily see the cause of the dreams. As we prayed together over the phone, we impregnated and activated our subconscious mind, which sees all and knows all. And it responded symbolically in her case and literally in my case. Self-preservation is the first law of life, and your subconscious always seeks to protect and to preserve you from harm of every kind. Remember also that harmony and discord do not dwell together. Therefore, she could not be on an airplane that caught fire, as she had claimed that divine love and harmony go before her, making straight and joyous her way. The appearance of her brother was a dramatization of her subconscious mind. It is all wise and knows the voice you will listen to. Her brother had brought her up, as their father had died when she was very young. He had played the role of father to his sister, had sent her to college, and had paid all her expenses. She had passed on to the next dimension some months prior to her dream. Fearsome impressions. A young boy who had been reading and listening to ghost stories was brought to me by his mother. Night after night, a ghost-like man dressed in a white sheet and having a frightful-looking face said to the boy, "I'm taking you away, you're a bad boy." This dream was devastating to the child, for he would wake up screaming and crying every night. I suggested to the boy that he cease reading ghost stories, because his deeper mind magnified the thoughts and pictures held by his conscious mind prior to sleep. I also suggested when the ghostly old man comes in your dream, be friendly to him, as he is probably a lonesome old man and really loves boys. He wants you to be friendly with him. Maybe he lost a son and is trying to be friendly with a boy who resembles his son. Tonight when you go to sleep, if he comes to you, say, "Hi there, I'm your friend, and I love you." Shake his hand and offer him a few cookies your mother makes. That night he took the cookies to the bed with him and put them under his pillow. When the man appeared, his mother, who was sleeping in the next bed to him, heard him say in his sleep, "Hi there, I'm your friend, and I love you. Here are some cookies for you. My mother makes them, and they are very good." And the boy fetched the cookies from under the pillow and offered them to the ghostly figure. Then his overwhelming fear abated. He became relaxed and fell into a deep, restful, and natural sleep, and he became free from his horrible nightmare. He had accepted the suggestions I gave him, and he followed the directions which counteracted the fearsome impressions which he had unconsciously impregnated his mind. He had made friends in his sleep with the so-called specter, and he brought peace to his troubled mind. Suggestions for curing nightmares. Many people who read murder and detective stories or watch violent dramas on television take these disturbing thoughts and pictures into their subconscious mind. As they retire and sleep, their deeper mind magnifies and dramatizes exceedingly everything impressed upon it, and these people suffer and experience nightmares where lions, tigers, and other wild animals attack them. I have instructed many troubled people to affirm prior to sleep, "I know why I am dreaming this way, and I know it is a dream. I remain dreaming and the nightmare ceases and is switched off. God's love fills my soul and I dream in peace all night and I awake in joy." Invariably, this technique works. Anyone may carry out this simple method in curing nightmares resulting from reading ghost stories, murder stories, or from watching warlike movies or television programs of a psychopathic nature. My suggestion to everybody is to read several times prior to sleep one of the beautiful Psalms, such as the 23rd, 27th, 42nd, 46th, 91st, or 100th. Then you will neutralize any noxious patterns in your subconscious and impress it instead with whatever things are lovely and of good report. What you impress on the subconscious is always expressed as form, function, experience, and event. Spiritual approach. A local court judge who is a member of my club told me of a most interesting dream. For about 5 consecutive nights, he had dreamt that he was looking at a street sign which read Murphy Street. And then he was with a crowd of people at the Wilshire Ebel Theater at Wilshire and Lucerne Boulevards in Los Angeles, where I give public lectures. He did not see me in the dream, but the dream troubled him. He spoke to his wife about it, and she suggested that he talk to me about it. I replied, "Generally speaking, when a certain dream occurs repeatedly night after night, your subconscious is re-dramatizing it because it is very important to you, in the same way that in your judicial process you may lay stress on a vital point of law, which is essential for the jury to know." I added that his dream was personal and that any explanation must coincide with his own viewpoint. I said that my own intuitive perception of the dream was that while no Murphy Street exists near the Wilshire Ebel Theater, his subconscious mind, for its own reasons, wanted him to take in the following Sunday's lecture on the spiritual approach to injustice. The symbolic meaning of Murphy Street undoubtedly was referring to the speaker myself. The judge seemed to be deep in thought, and then he said, "That's right. I've spent some sleepless nights over a decision I am to make, and I've wondered about the spiritual approach to all these things, for there are so many inequities and injustices all over the world since man appeared. He came to the lecture that Sunday, and on shaking hands with me as he left, he said, "You were right, and my dream was right. I got the answer, and I know what my decision will be now." The workings of your subconscious. The ways of your subconscious are beyond discovery. The Bible, in referring to the workings of your subconscious mind, delineates it in these words, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." Recently, I had a visit from a college student who was in his 4th year of studies in a seminary, and he remarked that Freud's pioneer definition was that a dream symbolizes a wish fulfilled, but that it certainly did not fit his particular dream. In our discussion, I said that his subconscious mind could project in dream form anything which may be seriously troubling him, that when the everyday surface mind, deeply preoccupied with biblical or religious studies, thinks of any person, this may very well find symbolic expression in biblical verses or personalities in dream form, and that all he had to do was to read the vision of Peter in Acts 10, beginning with verse 9, and see how the dilemma of Peter was completely solved in a dream when the voice of intuition spoke to him, saying, "What God hath cleansed, that call not thou common." Acts 10:15. For several nights while in deep sleep, this Bible student saw a shining sword and a man who seemed to be Jesus waving the sword. Then he saw the words, "I come not to bring peace but a sword." He said to me, "What does it mean?" I asked my professor, and he said, "Oh, forget it, it's only a dream. You've been reading the Bible, and in fantasy you saw that you were reading." The young man said, "I am terribly disturbed. I have been going to a psychiatrist attached to our religious institution. He gave me tranquilizers, and they have quieted me, but I am seriously questioning everything I read and hear, and am being taught I can't take the Bible literally. I believe all men are sons of God, that God is no respecter of persons, and that no creed or church has a monopoly on truth. Accept the divinity within you." The biblical accounts of dream interpretation indicate the importance of prophetic and divinely inspired dreams, which are so numerous in both the Old and the New Testaments. The Bible language is symbolic, figurative, and allegorical, and all the stories of the Bible arose from the subconscious minds of inspired writers. The sword is an age-old symbol of truth, the God presence within man, which severs him from superstition, ignorance, false beliefs, and fears of all kinds. When man learns the truth of his being and the workings of his conscious and subconscious mind, he learns that he is the master of his own destiny. The truth stirs up man, creates a quarrel in his mind, and challenges all his false indoctrination, creeds, dogmas, and traditions, and speaks to him of a God of love. The sword of truth separates the chaff from wheat, the false from the real. It represents divine reasoning, whereby you judged from the standpoint of universal truths and not from standpoint of man-made theology, the opinions of men, liturgies, and ceremonies. I explained to this young man, your dream is telling you to reason things out for yourself, not upon appearances or theological complexities, but upon reason based on mental and spiritual laws, which are just as valid as the laws of chemistry, physics, or mathematics. The God presence in you is telling you to sever yourself completely from your present beliefs and to accept the divinity within you, which responds to all men. Come to a decision based upon the cosmic, universal truths of God, the same yesterday, today, and forever. The divine truth in you will not let you rest until you believe in the goodness of God, the love of God, the harmony of God, and the joy of the Lord, which is your strength. There was a terrible conflict in this young man's mind. He was professing to believe with his lips that which his heart felt to be false. The conflict had brought about almost a complete mental breakdown, resulting in the need for psychiatric attention and medication. But when the effects of the drugs wore off, the mental infection or trauma reared its ugly head again and again. Here I am, solve me, and the dream appeared, The solution, he remarked, every word that you said feels true in my heart, regardless of my parents and what they think. I'm quitting immediately and will practice what I really believe. He is now studying psychology in the university and the science of the mind and the power of your subconscious mind. He has married a lovely girl and is extremely happy in his new studies. He has decided to become a non-denominational minister and give to people the psychological and spiritual interpretation of the scriptures. God told me in a dream. A farmer whom we shall call Jerry lived a quarter of a mile from me. When I was very young, I used to visit him in the fields and found a distinct joy in helping him in various ways. One day, he discovered his boy was missing. Night came and the boy had not returned. Jerry was distraught and grief-stricken. He called the neighbors, and a group of men set out on horseback to look for him. For acquaintances had heard the boy say that he was going to climb Mount Kidd, a mountain in a remote area of West Cork, Ireland, near our home. The searchers, however, could find no trace of the boy. Night came, and they had to end their search. During his sleep that night, my distraught neighbor Jerry had a vivid dream. He perceived through extrasensory perception where his boy was. The location was familiar to him, and he saw the boy asleep near a certain rock with bushes over him. Therefore, at daybreak, he got on his donkey and headed for the spot in the mountain he had viewed in his dream. He tied his donkey and climbing by foot to the exact spot, he found his son sleeping under the bushes. With great relief and happiness, he awakened the boy. And though his son was surprised to see his father, he said to him, "I prayed that you would find me." This farmer had revealed, as countless thousands of others have, the power of extrasensory perception to solve their problems. I might add that this farmer never went to school and did not know how to read or write. He certainly knew nothing whatever about the laws of the mind or ESP. The words telepathy, clairvoyance, and precognition would have been meaningless to him. I remember asking Jerry, "How do you know where Jeremiah, his son, was?" He answered, "God told me in a dream." The answer, as I see it, was rather simple. He was thinking of his son and wondering where he was before he fell asleep, and he probably prayed in his simple way to God. His subconscious mind then revealed the answer to him in a clairvoyant vision. Let God work it out. Some time ago, I had dinner with a relative of mine who is a priest in a very prominent parish. He had been having much difficulty with a few leading members of his church and also with his bishop. And he had been praying for guidance from God about how to solve his problem. "Joe," he said, "you teach the inner meaning of the Bible, which I don't go along with altogether, but I agree with some of your teaching. What do you make of this dream which I have had 4 or 5 times in the last few months? I've seen these words from Proverbs in my dream. Turn not to the right hand nor to the left. Remove thy foot from evil. Proverbs 4:27. Well, Tom, I said, I'm sure you know the meaning of that as well as I do, and it most certainly is an answer to your prayer for divine guidance. All it means is that you don't do anything at all about the situation, either objectively right hand or subjectively left hand, i.e. there's nothing more to pray about. Foot in biblical symbology means understanding, and to remove your foot from evil means to stop worrying and thinking negatively about it, as your evil would be to give power to others or to conditions and not to give all power to God within you. He said, "You mean I should sit still, say nothing, and do nothing more and let God work it out?" "Yes," I said, "that's exactly what I mean. But if it does not mean the same thing to you, obviously it is not the right interpretation." Tom said, "Yes, it is, I know. In about a month's time, the bishop who had been critical of him passed away, and the men who were creating trouble and wanted to oust him were transferred by their respective organizations to their cities." A few nights ago, Tom called me long distance and said, "Joe, that dream was right. Why did it come in a dream?" My reply was, "All I know, Tom, is that the Bible says I will speak unto him in a dream." Numbers 12:6. Tell no man. It is foolish to talk about your dreams, aspirations, plans, and secret desires with others. Your prayer is with the Father within. Whatever you claim and feel to be true in the silence of your soul, the Spirit in you will validate and honor and bring to pass. It is foolish to pluck a flower before it blooms and blossoms. This does not mean that when you go to a doctor, psychologist, or attorney, you do not tell him your problem, because he is there to help you and cooperate with you. What you convey to a clergyman or doctor is a secret, and he or she keeps the information in confidence. A girl in a local office was telling everybody that she was going to marry the boss and that she had an engagement ring, yet it was another girl in the office who actually married the boss. Keep your own counsel and stop talking about something that has not yet happened. There is the man who is always talking about the home he is going to build, the book he is going to write, and the vast amount of money he is going to make. You can rest assured he never accomplishes any of these things he is bragging and boasting about. The man who writes a book sits down and writes it, has it published, and then tells you about it. Withhold your speech until results speak for themselves. A great number of people dissipate the force of excellent resolutions by talking too much about them. A young man in a local bank was promised a promotion to executive vice president. He told his wife about it, but forgot to tell her to keep it confidential until it had happened. She told all her friends, as well as his friends in the bank, and the wives of the other men in the bank created such an uproar, claiming their husbands had seniority, etc., that he never did receive the promotion. Make it a point to mind your own business. It is called MYOB. You will find it very profitable. Be sure you do not tell your relatives or your so-called best friend your secret prayer. Your best friend is God. A college teacher told me that she told her immediate family that she was going around the world on a guided cruise costing $7,000. They immediately poured ice cold water on the idea. A brother wanted to borrow money for his family business and said she should lend him the money. Others claimed they needed money for an operation, etc. Instead of rejoicing in her good fortune and wishing her a bon voyage, they resented the trip and tried to prevent it. Nevertheless, she went on the cruise and is much wiser now. Go and tell no man. Sleep on it. You've heard the wisdom of sleep on it. This means that when your conscious mind is stilled and you focus your attention on the solution or answer that you are seeking, the deeper mind, full of wisdom, power, and infinite intelligence, will respond to you and solve your problem. If you've lost something and you have searched everywhere for it, cease fretting and fussing about it. Relax. Let go. Turn your request over to your subconscious mind and talk to it as follows. Infinite intelligence within my subconscious mind knows all things. It knows where this thing is and reveals to me clearly and distinctly. I am divinely led to it. I trust my deeper mind implicitly. I let go and relax. When you relax, let go. Become detached and preoccupied about something else. The extrasensory perception faculties of your subconscious mind will lead you directly to the thing that you lost. You may see it clairvoyantly in a dream or be led directly to where it is. It is written, God giveth his beloved in sleep. We all have a wonderful legacy in these commanding words. This particular chapter surprisingly documents some amazing experiences that Joseph Murphy had, and we get a better understanding of how the subconscious may use prayers from others and then actualize the prayer to you. So say somebody is praying that you don't go on a flight. Your subconscious will appear as the person that you most trust, your brother. Even if someone else is the one that's sending the message, the subconscious will put a portrayal of somebody that you trust. And so in a couple examples, we see how the subconscious works in this way. But what an amazing story of somebody avoiding a flight where 88 people die because of the dreams of another. Subconscious does this kind of stuff all the time. And it makes me think about eternal recurrence. If we've lived this life hundreds of times and we are awakening to the fact that we're not only reincarnating, but also living our same timelines over and over again, like Groundhog's Day. That's why we know when the future is happening, because we've already lived it. We've experienced this before and we're telling ourselves about it. There's different possibilities that are available on different timelines. So, as they say in transurfing, If you find yourself afraid to get on a plane, don't get on it, because in some other reality you might have crashed on a plane. But the dream here is very powerful in giving forewarnings of future events with foreknowledge. The woman that was protected from the man that possibly could have raped her. What a fascinating story. So I would love it if you could share your own experiences. Have you had dreams that warned you about future events and you were able to avoid something terrible happening, being the part of a robbery or a car accident or anything like that? Please share it. The more we are aware of these kind of things, we will then start watching our dreams more carefully. What do your dreams mean to you? Joseph Murphy always had the same response to everybody that asked him, and that was, only you know the answer. You know the answer to your dream. It is personalized and symbolic only to you. So I can give you an interpretation. It might be wrong, but it has to resonate with you, because the subconscious is speaking directly to you through the dream. And it can be symbolic. What does it mean to you? If you see the white rabbit, what does the white rabbit mean to you in your life experience? Ask those questions. And you don't need to share your dreams. You don't need to share what you're manifesting or visualizing, your dreams for the future, or your experience of dreams that you have at night. But the most amazing concept, the simplest and most powerful that I have used, is to sleep on it. I have developed ways of hypnotically promoting suggestions before I go to sleep to run simulations. Tell me what will happen in 5 years if I do this. What's the best 5-year plan I have available to myself? And I will wake up with these vivid dreams of 5 years from now and the way things could be if I took that job or started that YouTube channel or wrote that book. And so I started to learn how to view different future timelines. They weren't necessarily true, but they were potentialities that were available. And I could go into the dream state and I could say, what would be the most amazing future for the best body? What kind of workout do I need to do? What foods do I need to eat? And then in my dream, I see myself running a computer, and it's like millions of simulations are going. Lives are being lived over and over again. Moving into deep memories of the different possibilities and things that have been lived through those different events in that timeline. Learning about them, and then waking up with this inner knowing about my future and choices that I should and should not make. We can access our futures in our dreams. We can communicate with others in our dreams. It's the best place for you to communicate with another person. And I like to command myself, hey, if I want to get in touch with somebody or make something right with somebody or tell my side of the story with somebody, or if I'm going to meet somebody that's an important meeting of some kind, I might meet them prior to that in dream. And the way I do that is I use the Silva mind control technique. I'll just sit there and say, I'm going to wake up when their mind is in the best place for me to communicate with them. And then I'll find myself waking up sometime in the night, 2 or 3 in the morning. And I'll know why I'm waking up, and then I'll send them a nice message or communication of some kind. And I've found that to be effective. I've found when I see people in my dreams that are related to people I know about, I might talk to them later and I end up seeing them. I think in the dream world, we're seeing the fourth density New Earth come into fruition clearly, and it's more and more intense, and more people are going to share really incredible dream experiences that seem to demonstrate extrasensory powers and abilities, both in creating realities and also seeing other realities. It really asks the question, when the woman is imagining this reality, she was actually leaving in an astral body and going around looking at the neighborhood, finding a place, walking around in the house. So if you are in your dream and you're in this house that seems real, and you're walking down the footsteps or checking out the back porch or walking around in the kitchen, you may actually be in that place. I felt like that's what happened for my house. I had been walking around in that house, going out to my car, walking up the stairs. When I walked in, I was just like, wow, that is what I've been dreaming. And one of the most common experiences are for when people move or try to go to another house or some other place to live, they'll have dreams about that place beforehand. And that's because you've lived there in other lives, or at least the potential is available within the light codes around you. The dream is where we learn about ourselves symbolically. It's where the imagination can run free. Chapter 2. Edgar Cayce. There's some fascinating information that Edgar Cayce provided about dreams and visions. For those that don't know, Edgar Cayce has been referred to as the sleeping prophet, the father of holistic medicine, the miracle man of Virginia Beach, and the most documented psychic of all time. For 43 years of his adult life, he had the ability to put himself into some kind of self-induced sleep state by lying down on a couch, closing his eyes, and folding his hands over his stomach. This state of relaxation and meditation enabled him to place his mind in contact with all of time and space and to respond to any questions he was asked. His responses came to be called readings and contain insights so valuable that even to this day, Cayce's work is known throughout the world. Although the vast majority of the Cayce material deals with health and every manner of illness, countless topics were explored by Cayce and his psychic talent, including dreams and philosophy, intuition, business advice. It is said that he covered an amazing 10,000 different topics and subjects. His legacy presents a body of information so valuable that Edgar Cayce himself might have hesitated to predict its impact on contemporary society. Who would have known that eventually such terms as meditation, auras, spiritual growth, reincarnation, and holism would become household words to millions? Perhaps the most striking claim made in the Cayce readings is Cayce's repeated assertion that anyone can do what he did, and we can best begin with our own dreams. Drawing upon his intimate work with Edgar Cayce, Harmon Brough, in his book Edgar Cayce on Dreams, states, "The claim that anyone could do in some measure what Edgar Cayce did may well have been the boldest claim he ever made." But he did not let the claim hang in the air. Cayce gave people a laboratory where they could investigate the claims for themselves. He urged them to recall and study their dreams. In dreams, he said, people could experience for themselves every important kind of psychic phenomenon and every level of helpful psychological and religious counsel. What is more, they could, through dreams, learn the laws of these things and undergo a spontaneous and tailored dream training program in the use of these laws, provided that in their waking life they put to constructive use everything they learned in the dreams. It was Cayce's avowal that all of the insights and information that arose in his dream topic, medical, and life readings, including information drawn from past lives and extrasensory sources, were capable of investigation in the individual's dreams. If the dreamer needed it and could understand it, at the very least, the dreamer who sought it would find direction where to get help, when and why, both personally and for loved ones. Cayce viewed consciousness as multi-layered. First, there is the level of consciousness experienced in everyday awareness. Then comes the level of the subconscious, or what Cayce called the subconscious forces. According to Elsie Sechrist in her book, Dreams, Your Magic Mirror, Cayce's psychic gift enabled him to induce in himself a state of trance or deep sleep that stilled his conscious mind and gave him access to what Jung calls the collective unconscious, the universal wisdom of man at its subconscious source. Cayce saw the collective or universal subconscious as a vast river of thought flowing through eternity, fed by the sum total of man's mental activity since his beginning. He maintained that this river is accessible to any individual who is prepared to develop his psychic or spiritual faculties with sufficient patience and practice. As Brough describes, the dreamer's subconscious, his hidden structures, habits, controls, mechanisms, complexes, formulas, uses the dreamer's own peculiar memory images and figures of speech to get things done. Here, at the level of the subconscious, the dreamer can easily draw on whatever ESP is possessed as a natural talent or a developed art to get one's bearing on practical matters. and to recover problem-solving items from the distant, the past, or the private. In Cayce's view, an even deeper source of help is also available. He called it the superconscious, which he described as a higher realm of the subconscious. According to Cayce, there are dreams that can bring into play certain structures of great importance to the dreamer. In these dreams, the dreamer contacts the best or higher self, or may even reach to something beyond the self, which Cayce called the creative forces or God. In Cayce's view, the superconscious is the portion of mind that has retained the memory of God's presence and is man's link with his original spiritual consciousness. These forces can provide the dreamer with boundless information and guidance. As Bro states, they are the creative currents of the divine itself moving through human affairs like some great unseen Gulf Stream. In dreams, one may reach far beyond his own faculties to tune into these universal forces through his own superconsciousness. Cayce treated the contents of these kinds of dreams with great respect. Cayce saw the superconscious as the portion of the mind that has retained the memory of God's presence and is man's link with his original spiritual consciousness. So it was his goal to create trained dreamers. Before his death in 1945, 77 people received dream interpretations from Edgar Cayce. Altogether, he interpreted 1,650 dreams during almost 700 readings. The bulk of these readings were for 4 individuals with whom he worked closely over many years. The purpose in focusing on these individuals was to create what Cayce called trained dreamers. His desire was to help them develop the skills needed to guide and interpret their dreams, and thus to use their dreams to help guide their everyday lives and to grow spiritually. Cayce's greatest challenge in training these dreamers was to get them to rely on themselves, asleep or awake. Bro, who worked directly with Cayce for almost a year, remarks he did not seek little Cayceites. He wanted capable, self-reliant people using the talents with which they were endowed and learning new laws to apply. Cayce encouraged his dreamers to do more than study dreams and dreaming, and to do more than rely on psychics and spiritualists for interpretations or answers. He coached them to interpret and use their own dreams on the problems of everyday life. Through regularly working with their dreams, he pressed them to broaden and deepen their natural psychic, intellectual, financial, leadership, artistic, and healing gifts. He urged them to go into their dreams to access the wisdom and guidance of the universal forces. After the first few, says Bro, Cayce never again trained dreamers as such. Instead, he trained people in explicit spiritual pilgrimage, one which included dreams but placed still greater weight on meditation, prayer, and daily service to others. Further, he trained people only in groups where they could daily help one another in study, in love, in mutual intercession in ways that his major dream subjects rarely knew. It is thanks to his intensive work with these few individuals that we are able to discern the pattern of laws and principles that govern dreams and our work with them. Through the experiences of these 4 people, we are able to see how the ability to work with dreams grows. We can witness the kinds of challenges that can be experienced, and we are shown the most effective methods for addressing them. The purpose of dreams and dreaming. Cayce believed that all phases of humankind's nature are revealed in dreams for the express purpose of directing us to higher and more balanced accomplishments in our physical, mental, and spiritual lives. According to Cayce, each night we have contact with spiritual and psychic forces through our dreams. Because of this, dreams work to accomplish 2 things. They work to solve the problems of the dreamer's conscious waking life, and they work to awaken the dreamer to full stature as a person, to quicken the dreamer's new potentials, which are his or hers to claim. In describing a large part of dreaming as a problem solving, Cayce underscores the kind of dreaming that can be called the incubation dream. This is the dream that either presents a surprising solution to a problem on which the dreamer has been working, or awakens in him a state of consciousness in which the solution he needs springs easily to mind. Cayce described the rest of meaningful dreaming as quickening the dreamer to his or her own human potentials. Over and over, he pointed out how dreams signal to the dreamer that it is time to carry new responsibilities or to develop more mature values or to stretch one's thinking. Such dreams, he said, are not simply solving practical problems. They are helping the dreamer grow. According to Bro, Cayce described whole cycles of dreams as devoted to developing a new quality in a dreamer: patience, balance, manliness, altruism, humor, reflectiveness, piety. Some of these self-remaking dreams he saw as coming from the efforts of the dreamer's personality to right itself. Other such dreams Cayce saw as spontaneous, healthy presentations occurring when it was time for a new episode of growth in the dreamer's life. Everyone dreams, and everyone can remember them. The Cayce readings are clear that anyone who will record dreams in an attitude of prayerful persistence can, in time, bring about a complete restoration of the dream faculty. As Bro describes, those whom Cayce coached had no great difficulty learning to recall dreams. Once they set their minds to it, they had to be certain they were ready to confront whatever came forth in dreams and to do something with it. He was firm with several dreamers that to recall their dreams, they should record them and go back over the records often. Finally, he saw it as important to the process of recalling dreams that dreamers act upon the dreams they recall. The very act of adding consciousness to the subconscious activity which produces the dream will set currents in motion, helpful currents to facilitate the recall of the next dreams and eventually to aid in the interpretation of all dreams. Each of these steps builds recall of dreams. They also build the depth and clarity of the dreams, for they serve to build the dreamer himself. As an aid to interpreting dreams, Cayce described 4 broad kinds or types of dreams. Sometimes identifying the kind of dream just experienced helps the dreamer begin to interpret its purpose and meaning. While Cayce was clear that some dreams are just nonsense or nightmares, resulting from the body trying to handle troublesome foods or other biological upsets, he said our meaningful dreams fall into these categories or types: physical, dreams that provide helpful information about our physical bodies and our health through symbols that may suggest improper diet, a kind of exercise needed, previews of illnesses, and so on. These dreams can even provide specific suggestions for treatment. Self-revealing, dreams that provide self-knowledge and insight into problems, goals, desires, plans, decisions, relationships, character traits, and so on. And psychic, dreams that reach out through the windows of telepathy, clairvoyance, and precognition to provide insight and information not accessible by our ordinary three-dimensional consciousness. And spiritual, dreams originating from the dreamer's higher self, dreams flowing from the superconscious mind and the universal forces. Cayce often called such dreams visions. These 4 kinds of dreams serve 2 functions: to solve problems and to aid in spiritual growth. The best interpreter of a person's dream is the individual dreamer, since the symbols are one's own. Interpreting dreams, as Cayce described the process, is not just looking up a symbol in a handy dream book and applying it to a dream. Rather, one interprets a dreamer, not a dream. Study the self. Study self was Cayce's first counsel on training to interpret dreams. As Bro says, if one grasps the dreamer in the dream, one can take the first important step in interpretation, determining which of the 2 major functions of dreams is to the fore in a particular dream: problem solving and adaptation to external affairs, or awakening and alerting the dreamer to some potential within him. Studying dreams and interpreting them is not enough. Bringing dreams into action in everyday life is critical. Cayce called for application and included a section on application in every dream reading. While study is a form of application, Cayce had something more concrete in mind. The dreamer must put the insights, tips, and ideas received in dreams into motion in life, trying out the guidance given by experiment. Over and over, Cayce counseled his dreamers, do. Bro points out that the same natural laws or principles that govern Cayce's readings also appear to govern the dreamer's dreams. While these laws were rarely explicitly spelled out in the readings, They can be glimpsed as patterns that are evident in the body of the readings as a whole. Burrow provides a fascinating outline of what he called the lawful patterns in dreaming. Of particular help are the following. Cayce had to be directed to his targets by hypnotic suggestions. For medical counsel, he needed the address of the individual who sought aid. For psychological readings, he needed the birth date of the individual. And for topical readings, or those on bidden resources, he had to be told both what was sought and the names and location of those seeking. Often those who wanted one type of counsel would request in the question period following the reading counsel of another kind. When Cayce was especially keyed up or relating deeply to the person seeking aid, they might get the desired medical information in a business reading or counsel for a loved one in a dream reading. But more often they would be told, "We do not have this," and instructed to seek a different type of reading. Cayce explained to his dreamers that their dream focus had similar limits. He coached them to set before their minds, by hard study, concentration, and activity, whatever they sought aid upon through dreams. Dreams are limited by the conscious focus of the dreamer. Cayce's readings were limited to the information and guidance which an individual could constructively use. It is the same with dreams, said Cayce. While unlimited information is available through the subconscious and the other resources, the psyche protects its balance by feeding the dreamer limited material. It operates by laws of self-regulation. Cayce's health affected his readings. When he was ill, he could not give them. Cayce's state of mind also affected his readings. When he was distraught and defensive with those about him, he experienced some of the few clear errors in a lifetime of giving readings. Once in giving readings on oil wells and once in giving readings on patients in his hospital. Neither time was a complete miss, but the distortions, as later readings pointed out, were dangerous. His best readings came when he was buoyant, relaxed, humorous, and secure. However, he also gave exceptional readings when in keen distress, as when he was twice jailed for given readings or when his university collapsed. Dreams, too, he said, are conditioned subjectively. He urged his dreamers to get out and play, to take vacations, to balance up their wit and reason, to tease and to laugh, and to enjoy children. But he also urged them to note the depth of dreams for the person confronted by death loss, or by business failure, or by divorce, or by difficult vocational choices, all of which might call forth dreams of such depth and power as to make them visions. Cayce's readings were affected by what his own trance products described as his relative spirituality. When he was carried away by the ambitions of a treasure hunt, or temptations to seek notoriety with his gift and his considerable lecturing quality, he was reminded to notice how the quality of his reading suffered. On the other hand, when he was regular in his times of prayer and Bible study, as well as in his quiet fishing times, he was reminded to notice that his readings gained in quality, and that he even developed new types of gifts or capacities, both within his readings, for example, producing an entire series on a new subject, or awake, aiding the sick through prayer. Similar factors, his readings said, affect the quality of dreams. When his dreams drove themselves for money or fame or power, they could see that their dreams brought up those very issues and then began to deteriorate in clarity and helpfulness. When they were secure in their faith, their prayer times, and in their desire to serve others, they could find new vistas in their dreams, giving them glimpses into the world of the future, or the past, or the transcendent. Frequently, the Cayce source noted that the attitudes of those who sought information and guidance from Cayce affected what they got. Those who sought novelty, exploitation of others, a godlike guarantor for their lives, justification for their past mistakes, or anything but genuine aid and growth received curt responses or vague ones, or unexpected lectures on their motives. Those who failed to act on the counsel given them might find future counsel brief or even withheld. Gullibility was as readily rejected as cynicism. Adulation of Cayce accomplished as little as belittling or envy of him. The real miracle, one reading said, occurs in the seeker. Similar factors, he said, govern to the extent to which dreamers produce dream information helpful to those about them. Often a dreamer secures facts unavailable to a loved one because of his greater detachment toward the need or problem. Often, too, unconscious telepathy from a brother or sister or child shows dreamers how to reach the other's bad temper or alcoholic habit or despairing heart or overbearing pride. To strengthen dream recall and enhance the usefulness of dreams, Cayce emphasized the value of daily contemplation on an affirmation and regularly entering into the deep silence of meditation. Cayce stressed that the spiritually oriented person whose own intuition is disciplined to a high level can interpret dreams more exactly than an individual depending solely on his or her own capacity to reason. But the note which recurred like a silver thread in Cayce's dream readings, whenever he explained to others how to improve their dreaming and their interpretation of dreams, was a familiar one that appeared regularly in his life and medical readings. That note was service. For some dreamers, service through dreaming meant literally dreaming for others and giving them aid and counsel, shares Bro. But such dreamers were few among those who consulted Cayce. Others were encouraged to draw or to write stories based on their dreams, or to share stock tips secured from their dreams, or to learn from their dreams the laws of human development and teach these laws to classes of interested adults, or to teach others to dream, or to pray for those presented to them in their dreams. Each one's gifts were different. First, the dreamer must change and grow. Then he must find a way to share his growth in an unassuming service to those closest to him in everyday life. Only then may he find dreams that can occasionally help the leaders in his profession, or his social class, or his school of art, or his reform movement by helping him to help them. It is a law underscored by the failure of the early dreamers that Cayce trained to sustain the high potential which he saw for them, and which they realized at times in both their dreams and their lives. They fell away from one another in their families. This was a blow the straining psyche could not survive, said Cayce, while it was reaching for the heights of dreaming. With his next dreamers, he put his first emphasis not on dreaming skill at all, but on loving and producing. There was loving and producing in the family. There was loving and producing in the daily work. There was loving and producing in the gathered fellowship of those who met to study and pray. Only the course of giving would keep the flow of dreams clean and ever stronger. Bro points out that just as there were what he called lawful processes that governed every reading Cayce gave and every dreamer and every dream, so there are lawful processes of interpreting dreams. Of particular usefulness are the following. As Cayce took up each dream in a typical dream reading, he first distinguished which levels of the psyche had produced that particular dream. The dreamer can also be taught by his own dreams, he said, to recognize the various levels working within him to produce each dream. When a voice speaks in a dream, an aura of feelings and thoughts will show whether the voice is his best self or just his imagination. When a scene from the day flashes across his mind in sleep, he will be shown by nuances whether the scene represents merely worries from the day or a prologue to helpful comments from the subconscious. When strange and outrageous material appears, his own subconscious will teach him to distinguish which is merely a dream caricature of his outrageous behavior, and which is instead a radical challenge to his being. Dreamers should often ask in dream or immediately after it, he said, to be shown what part of their mentality has been at work in the dream and why. Some of Cayce's dreamers were amazed at the colloquy which they were able to follow within them. Others were delighted to be they felt to distinguish their own inner voice from the contribution of discarnates in dreams. In Cayce's view, dreams often carry significant meaning on several levels at once and should be interpreted accordingly. Part of the art of interpreting dreams, according to Cayce, lies in recognizing symbols with relatively universal meaning. He emphasized the purely personal meaning of much dream contents, from articles of clothing to scenes of war, but he also challenged dreamers to see in certain poetic and evocative dreams the presence of symbols which have wide currency in myth and art. Fire often means anger. Light often means insight and help from the divine, as does movement upward. A child often means helpful beginnings, needing further aid from the dreamer. A horse and rider often mean a message from higher realms of consciousness. Pointed objects inserted in openings may be sex symbols, although a key in a lock is more typically unlocking something in the dreamer. One aspect of Cayce's dream interpretation was harder for dreamers to duplicate. The times he predicted their dreams, even the night and the time of night, in the strange, wandering world of dreams, this bit of his skill seemed incredible, even allowing for the power of his suggestion upon the dreamer's unconscious. But he said he could do it because he could see factors in the dreamer's psyche which made the dreams inevitable, much as one on a high building could predict the collision of careening cars on separate streets below him. He added that dreamers would also learn to recognize when given dreams were signals of a new theme or series, and to predict for themselves how more would follow, as his dreamers did in lesser degree. In Cayce's view, determining the purpose of a dream is a major step in interpreting it. He explained that the psyche or total being tries to supply whatever the dreamer needs most. If the dreamer needs insight and understanding, it gives him lessons and even discourses. If he needs shaking up, it gives him experiences, beautiful or horrendous. If he needs information, it retrieves the facts for him. Dreams are part of self-regulating, self-enhancing, self-training programs over which the dreamer's own soul ever presides. An important step in interpreting a dream, then, is specifying what it came to accomplish, which the dreamer, according to Cayce, can learn to recognize for himself. A stock discussed by an acquaintance in a dream was a nudge to note and study the stock. But a stock seen in action in actual figures or described with instructions by a special kind of voice in his dream was a signal for the dreamer to act, no longer to study. Part of Cayce training led dreamers to wake up after a vivid dream, review it in their mind so as to recall it later, and then to return to sleep with the intention of having the dream interpreted for them, as it not infrequently was, whether by more episodes or by essay-like passages, or by the voice of an interpreter or interviewer, as one dreamer called it. Kevin Tedeschi, in his book Dream Images and Symbols, offers this advice on developing the skill of dream interpretation. First, write down your dream immediately upon awakening. Even if you only have the feeling of a good night's sleep, write it down. Let the subconscious mind know that you are serious. Second, realize that the feeling you had about the dream is every bit as important as any one possible interpretation. What is the emotional response you have to the dream, to other characters in the dream, or to the action taking place in the dream? Note the actions, feelings, emotions, and conversations of each of the characters in your dream as well. 3. Remember that every character in a dream usually represents a part of yourself. Other people may reflect aspects of your own personality, desires, and fears. Even if the character in the dream is a real person who you know, generally the dream character represents an aspect of yourself in relationship to that person. 4. Watch for recurring symbols, characters, and emotions in your dreams, and begin a personal dream dictionary. Write down these symbols and what their importance is to you. As you observe what is going on in your life and then look at a particular dream, you'll begin to have an idea of what individual symbols may mean to you, especially if the symbol appears in later dreams. If the symbol had a voice, what would it be telling you? The symbol won't necessarily mean the same thing to other people because personal symbols are as individual as the dreamer. For example, dreaming of your teeth falling out may be symbolic of gossip to some people, but an individual who has just been fitted with new dentures may have an entirely different interpretation. 5. Practice, practice, practice. After your dreams have been recorded, make a habit of exploring them a few weeks later. Look for themes, situations, emotions, and symbols that are repetitive. One individual found that her cat, which she dearly loved, frequently appeared in dreams that dealt with personal relationships. Another discovered that a watch or a clock was a recurring symbol in precognitive dreams about his personal future. These types of personal insights are only possible with ongoing practice. Above all, hold to your ideal. In Cayce's understanding of dreams, says Bro, a comparison of the dreamer's life with his ideal was occurring in dreams almost every night. However, symbolically portrayed or however small the action examined, In Cayce's view, the individual's actions of the previous day and of the current period of his life are compared for him each night in sleep with his own deepest ideals. Accordingly, one who awakens grumpy and unrested ought to look into his life as well as his dreams, and one who awakens in a clear and peaceful frame of mind may be sure that when he recalls his dreams, they will not show him in serious inner conflict. Further, the remembered dream needs to be used if possible. The subconscious is like a woodland spring to be dipped out and kept flowing. If it is best used, the dreamer may focus on some portion of the dream that strongly appeals to him, provided it is in keeping with his inmost ideal. For dreams, said Cayce, are visions that can be crystallized. In dreams, the real hopes and desires of the person, not idle wishes alone, are given body and force in the individual. Study self, was Cayce's first counsel on training to interpret dreams. He told people to search out memories, to list their working ideals in columns, to decide what they honored in others, and to compare this with themselves, to check with their self-perception against what others perceived in them. For every person who seeks to grow, whether in dreams or awake, must find and assess his own working ideals. Once one clarifies his own deepest ideal, however, hard to word and to picture, he must begin lining up his psyche in harmony with it, or his dreams will show him in constant conflict with himself. Part of lining up the psyche with its ideal, and ultimately with its maker, is laying aside fear of past mistakes. Cayce was firm about this, resisting self-condemnation whenever he saw it, and insisting that guilt be replaced with present action. In one of his more startling sayings, he told a dreamer with unpleasant memories of sexual indulgence at the expense of the woman in his life that no condition is ever lost. Whatever the failing, even the cruelty, if the dreamer puts his life squarely in the hands of the best he knows, he will find his bitter fruits being turned over the years to the wine of understanding for others. What has been one stumbling block, he often said, can be made his very stepping stone towards love and aid to others, because of deep, sensitizing action, provided that the psyche is oriented to allow this transmutation to occur. Seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. Bro leaves us with this final thought. One does not need to invent his existence. He has only to use what is in hand, and the next will be supplied, for there are two helping forces always at work to guide the unfolding and spending of a human life. One force is a person's own original spark of creative energy, a force placed in him at creation and bearing a potential for love and creativity as great as that of the Creator itself. The other is a spirit, abroad in the universe, of helpfulness, of unending creativity, kindness, and wisdom. This other force will seek its own within the individual when allowed to do so, and magnify whatever is good within the person. In Cayce's view, dreams are of prime importance for the meeting of the ultimate creative force of a person with that other force, whichever seeks to help him. Now, as I've stated before, it's very difficult to actually read Cayce's channelings or readings because he uses a different sort of English, a King James version, and can be complicated. But here are some readings about sleep and dreams. This reading is 3744. The question asked is, what is a dream? Cayce says there are many various kinds of manifestations that come to an animate object or being that is in the physical plane of man, which the human family term a dream. Some are produced by suggestions as reach the consciousness of the physical through the various forms and manners as these. When the physical has laid aside the conscious in that region called sleep or slumber, when those forces through which the spirit and soul has manifested itself come and are reenacted before or through or by this soul and spirit force, when such an action is of such a nature as to make or bring back impressions to the conscious mind in the earth or material plane, it is termed a dream. This may be enacted by those forces that are taken into the system, and in the action of digestion that takes place under the guidance of subconscious forces become a part of the force through which the spirit and soul of that entity passed at such time. Such manifestations are termed or called nightmares, or the abnormal manifestations on the physical plane of these forces. In the normal force of dreams are enacted those forces that may be the foreshadow of condition, with the comparison by soul and spirit forces of the condition in various spheres through which the soul and spirit of the given entity has passed in its evolution to the present sphere. In this age, at present 1923, there is not sufficient credence given dreams for the best development of the human family is to give the greater increase in knowledge of the subconscious soul or spirit world. This is a dream. Question: how should dreams be interpreted? Cayce says, depending upon the physical condition of the entity and that which produces or brings the dream to that body's forces, the better definition of how the interpretation may be best is this: correlate those truths that are enacted in each and every dream that become a part of this or the entity of the individual, and use such to the better developing, ever remembering develop means going toward the higher forces or the creator. Question from reading 533: do I actually leave my body at times, as has been indicated, and go to different places? Cayce says you do. Question: for what purpose and how can I develop and use this power constructively? Cayce says, just as been given as to how to enter into meditation, each and every soul leaves the body as it rests in sleep. As to how this may be used constructively, this would be like answering how could one use one's voice for constructive purposes. It is of a same or similar import, you see, that it is a faculty, it is an experience, it is a development of the self as related to spiritual things, material things, mental things. Then as to the application of self in those directions for a development of same, it depends upon what is the purpose, what is the desire. Is it purely material? Is it in that attitude, if or when I am in such and such a position, I can perform this or that? If so, then such expressions are only excuses within self in any phase of an experience. For as he has given, it is here a little, there a little, use that you have in hand today, now, and when your abilities and activities are such that you may be entrusted with other faculties, other developments, other experiences, they are a part of the self. As to how it may be used, study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman not ashamed of what you think, of that you do, or of your acts, keeping self unspotted from your own unconsciousness and consciousness of your ideal, having the courage to dare to do that you know is in keeping with God's will. From reading 294:15, as we see, all visions and dreams are given for the benefit of the individual, would they but interpret them correctly, for we find that visions or dreams, in whatever character they may come, are the reflection either of the physical condition with apparitions with same, or of the subconscious with the conditions relating to the physical body and its actions, either through mental or through the elements of that spiritual entity, or a projection from the spiritual forces to the subconscious of the individual. And happy may be he that is able to say that they have been spoken to through the dream or vision. From reading 903, dreams as come to a body are of a different nature and character, dependent upon through what channel these are brought to the physical consciousness of the body. All are not brought entirely to this sensuous consciousness, yet often, even though of experience of subconscious mind may influence an individual as to the trend or bend of the mental action of the mind for quite a period, or until something else may fill the consciousness. Consciousness, in this sense, not wholly that known in physical as sensuous consciousness, rather an innate consciousness than a sensuous consciousness, rather than attribute than under such conditions of the subconscious than of the conscious mind. In the dream, some may be as dreams of a conscious or the subconscious mind, or a correlation of each, or these may be visions of projection of subconsciousness of other minds acting with the subconscious forces of an individual. These, or this character, are always visions. Will that one differentiate between a vision and a dream, or a purely physical reaction? There's many other readings on dreams from Edgar Cayce, but this is a good summary of what he was talking about in his readings and his teachings on the power of dreams. Some significant things to note here. I get a lot of people that will contact me because they see specific people in their dreams. Maybe it's an ex, maybe it's a family member, and take his advice to heart Everybody in the dream is you. They reflect some aspect of you, even if it's somebody that you know. And just remember that when you're interpreting the dream. In most cases, that's what is going on in your dream. If you had a dream about someone else, don't think, oh, I need to marry this person, or I need to break up with my boyfriend because I am dreaming about this other person. Be sure to interpret the dream knowing that that character is you. And even as Neville Goddard and Joseph Murphy will state in their discussion of dreams, and we have had discussions from both of them, it's always individualized. So there's not a master book that has the master meaning of every symbol that's in that dream. It's always specific to you. So let me know if you've been able to use your dreams. And the powerful portion of this teaching is that the dreams are not just for interpretation, they're for action, that you can gain information that can help your health, that can help you in the future, that help you to serve. Chapter 3, Neville Goddard. All dreams proceed from God, delivered on November 24th, 1969. The Bible recognizes one source of dreams. All dreams proceed from God. In the 33rd chapter of the book of Job, we are told that God speaks to man in two ways, but man does not perceive it. Then it states the two ways, in a dream and a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls upon men, while they slumber on their beds. Then he opens the ears of men and seals their instruction. 33:14. Now you tell that to a psychiatrist. He will think you are insane. He will tell you that all dreams are from the individual dreamer, because he separates the dreamer from God. He does not understand what you are talking about. God's eternal name is I am, so who is dreaming? Well, I am. Well, that's God. That's his name forever and forever, so I'm not separating the dreamer from God. All dreams proceed from God. Some are simple and you need no interpreter. Others are revealed in a symbolic language, which is not understood, and then you need the interpreter, as told us in the story of Joseph, who could take the story of the butler and the baker and even Pharaoh himself and interpret their dreams for them, and it came to pass just as he interpreted it. Genesis 48. The cue is given as to who he really is when they said, "We have had a dream, that's why we are disturbed," because he looked upon their faces and they seemed so disturbed. Then he said to them, "Only God can interpret the dream. Tell it to me, I pray you." If only God could interpret the dream, then why tell it to him? But you see, he is a personification of God. His name was changed from Joseph, which really is Hosea, which means salvation, to Joshua. And Joshua is the Hebraic form of the anglicized Jesus, which means Jehovah is salvation. So he's telling you, tell it to me. I will interpret it for you. So he tells you who he is. Now here, the year is 1954. The month is November. November the 28th. And waking from a dream, I heard the words, "You do not move in waking any more than you move on your bed in sleep." It is all a movement of mind. And the intensity is determined by the strength of the vortex you create. This is just like a whirlwind with a center of perfect stillness. You only believe that you are moving when you are awake as you think you believe in sleep. Well, I'm a rational being as you are, and so reason could not accept that. But I wrote it down and placed it where I place all these visions in my Bible, waiting for a future revelation that would in some way illuminate it, explain it. But I wrote it down. It came from God. Yes, psychiatrists will say it came from yourself, and I'm not denying that. It came from a level, a depth of my own being that my rational mind could not reach. But I wrote it down just as it came, waiting for some future revelation that would explain it. How on earth could that be explained to the reasonable mind? Today our three boys returned from the moon, a trip of 500,000 miles. We have the record. You and I came here tonight in our cars. A friend of mine brought me here. I can't deny that. I travel all over the world. I travel so much on Earth. I have traveled in my dreams. Like Blake said, I have traveled through a land of men and women too, and heard and seen such dreadful things as could earth wanderers never knew, the mental traveler. And then he describes this travel. Well, I travel. You travel. And here I can't go back on what I heard. I wrote it down. You mean that I've never really traveled save in a dream? That this is no more than a dream? For when I woke in the morning, I must confess, I was still on the bed on which I fell asleep. I know I did not physically leave my room. I did not physically leave my bed, yet I heard these words. And night after night I sleep on a bed. I do not leave the bed till I wake in the morning. And yet I travel. You mean this waking state is no more than a dream, and there is a dreamer dreaming in the depths of my being that looks upon this as a dream. Just as I at night, on a little lower level of the dream, wake to find I didn't really leave the bed. Well, then I was born from above, which came after my resurrection from the dead. For as we are told, we are born anew through the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, to discover that the Jesus Christ is the Jesus Christ in us, who is God himself. There was no one else who woke, but I woke. I felt myself waking from a dream, waking from a deep, deep sleep, and a waking that I've never experienced before. Suddenly I began to feel myself waking. It was a vibration. It was a storm. A terrific wind all centered in my head, and all still coming seemingly from without. I found myself waking within the sepulchre, and the sepulchre was my own skull, where it was in my own skull that I fell asleep. And here, I awoke within my own skull, and then out of my skull, I came to find the symbolism of the Christian mysteries surrounding me. Like the infant wrapped in swaddling clothes and the witnesses to the event, and I unseen by the witnesses, for I was spirit, and they could not see me. They spoke of me as the father of the child, which was only a sign. For this shall be a sign unto you. You shall find a babe wrapped in swaddling clothes and lying on the floor on the manger. Luke 2:12. They found it as told in Scripture, but calling me the father of it, it is Neville's baby. Now I woke from a dream. It seemed to me that I had traveled, but I know that when I woke in the same little room in the same little hotel in San Francisco in which I slept. And I hadn't really gone anywhere, but I woke this night from a far deeper level of my being to find the symbolism of my waking from the dream of life. As night after night, I wake from the dream of the day. Could it really be that revelation is literally true? Reason denies it, reason questions it, and reason doubts it, and reason rejects it. Well, if it is true, then reason is rejecting Jesus Christ, for Jesus Christ defines himself as the truth. He said, I am the truth, John 14:6. Well, if the revelation is true and reason rejects it, then is not reason the doubting one? The devil, Satan, who denies the revelation of truth? But how can you logically prove that this is true? And yet I have written down, I had completely forgotten it, but I put it in the Interpreter's Bible. There are 12 volumes and 4 of the dictionary. Picking up a dictionary today, I took up one of the 4 volumes, and there was my record back in November 28th of 1954. That you do not move in waking any more than you do on your bed in sleep. It is all a movement of mind, and the intensity is determined by the strength of the vortex you create. It is just like a whirlwind with a center of perfect stillness. You only believe that you are moving when you are awake as you do, and think that you move in sleep. I had completely forgotten that, and there it was written on the 28th of November 1954. July 1959. In the city of San Francisco, I had the experience of waking from a profound sleep all within my skull. That sleep was not 24 hours. That was an aeon, an age. There are 2 ages. This age where men appear in this world not knowing that they are dreaming. They have no idea that God within them is dreaming the dream of life. And they are actually experiencing motion and all these things in the world. Violence, everything. They are totally unaware that the dreamer in them is sound asleep, and the dreamer is God, as told in the 44th Psalm. Rouse thyself. Why sleepest thou, O Lord? Awake, do not cast us off forever. 44:23. He is dreaming, and he is occupying his dream. And in this dream, he has the sensation of travel and motion and all the violence in the world. He will continue until he awakens from the dream of life. When he awakes from the dream of life, he really hasn't gone anywhere. He simply deliberately fell asleep in the sepulchre, and the sepulchre is the skull of man. That is where Jesus Christ is buried, and it is there that he was crucified on man. No other place in the world was he crucified. He became man that man may become God. So he's buried in man, sound asleep and dreaming this dream of life. Now I want to clarify a few points tonight. We are told in the book of John, you do not, and you have not, heard his voice, and you have not seen his form, neither does his word abide in you. 5:37. Then he gives us reasons why, because you do not believe him whom he has sent. Now, many of you have had this experience, those who have completely accepted the fact that I have been sent. I have been sent as vividly and as clearly and as definitely as any apostle in the world that has ever been sent. Call him by any name. I stood in the presence of the risen Lord and was embraced by him. I became one with the risen Lord, union with God, one body, one spirit, and then I was sent. That body was infinite love that embraced me. When he sent me, he wore a different form. In the twinkle of an eye, he wore the form of power. Almighty God sent me. It was not love. Love embraced me, but God is a protean being and plays all the parts. You can see him as wisdom and power, but his true being is love. That was the being that embraced me, but he wore the garment of power when he sent me to tell the story, to tell my experience. And so I have come to tell the experience. You, who have actually accepted what I've told you, who believe it implicitly, 100%, you have had an experience, and you interpreted it on this level as a physical sexual experience. Many of you have. This is a shadow world. It is a creative act, no question about it. But complete acceptance of what I've told you concerning the birth of God in man will result in such a union on this level. Yet I, the speaker, am totally unaware of such an act. I am totally unaware of such a creative sexual act on this level with any of you. But your complete acceptance of the story will reveal itself to you on this level in such an ecstatic creative act, far greater than any sexual act on the physical plane. As you know from your own experience, it transcends anything that you've ever experienced on this level. You, who have had such experiences sexually on this level, but I, the individual with whom you had it, am totally unaware of it. It only means that you have completely accepted the word. Having accepted the word that I bring to you, the story of Christ, then it abides in you. And now that it abides in you, it will erupt within you. And everything that I have experienced and you are going to experience. The males who have completely accepted it will find union with me, not in a sexual act, but in an embrace where I'm wearing the body with which I am now one. I am one with the body of the risen Lord, and he's all love, infinite love. You too will be asked the same question because I wear that body and I wear that face. You'll be asked to name the greatest thing in the world. You'll name it as though you were divinely inspired, and you'll name it quoting the words of Paul from the 13th chapter of 1 Corinthians, faith, hope, and love, these three. But the greatest of these is love, 13:13. And I will embrace you, and you will fuse with me, for I am one with the body of the risen Lord. He who is united with the Lord becomes one spirit with him, 1 Corinthians 6:17. So I am one body with him, one spirit with him, and that will be our union. The female garment will see it in a different manner. They will see it as a creative sexual act. But let me tell you, I have no knowledge whatsoever of the event, which is only a symbol. Everything in this world contains within itself the capacity for symbolic significance. So union with the risen Lord in the female takes that form, which means that you have completely accepted what I have told you as the messenger who was sent from the risen Lord. It's a break with the past, a complete break with the past, as told us in the terms of the very first words uttered in the book of Mark. Repent and believe in the gospel. 1:14. The gospel is the good news of redemption, that man is not lost. Repent and believe in the gospel. So I brought you the true gospel. It's not secular history, it's divine history. It's a story that was before that the world was. The whole thing was plotted and planned before that the world was. And then God entered his own creative play, and God is playing all the parts. It is God and man who awakes. We are the sons of God, all of us, as told us in the 82nd Psalm. I say that you are gods, sons of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, you will die like men and fall as one man, O princes. 82:1-6. I have quoted the Revised Standard Version in the marginal setup, which is the true translation of the Hebrew. You will fall as one man containing all. And then you became diversified, fragmented. These are the sons of God. It takes all the sons of God to make God. So we're all gathered together one by one into the same body that fell, and that one body fell into humanity. Humanity is the Son of God, but buried in humanity is God, and he extracts himself from humanity individually, one by one, because we are unique. You cannot be duplicated, neither can you be lost. Not one in eternity can be lost, or God would cease to be what he is. He would have to leave the 90 and 9 and go in search of the one. So everyone is to be redeemed, but everyone, because in everyone God is buried. The story of Jesus Christ is the truest story ever told to man. All of these things that are happening, they happen. Certainly they happen. Today I watched the splashdown. It was exciting. Watched every little bit of it, and it was most exciting. A trip of 500,000 miles. And then I had to go back and reread what I wrote back in 1954, November the 28th, that you do not move in waking any more than you do on your bed in sleep. Now, reason can't accept that. I saw them come back, and we have a record of the journey. It was a 500,000 mile round trip, and yet we do not move. Well, I must confess that I do have experiences in my dreams where I travel as you do, and we travel and travel. Yet, we have to admit, when we awake on our bed in the morning, we have to confess we never left the bed, did we? We didn't leave the bed. Well, could there now be a dreamer far deeper than that dreamer, who is dreaming this seeming waking state? And when he awakes from the dream of life, would he not look upon the dream of life as you look upon the dream of the night, and know you didn't leave the bed? Well, I'll tell you from my own experience. When I woke within my skull to realize I had been there for unnumbered centuries, that I was buried in my skull, dreaming the dream of life, dreaming violence, dreaming love, dreaming all kinds of things, and thinking everything to be real as I do any dream. Then to awaken from it, to discover I must have been in that skull all through the centuries, that I had been dreaming that I am a man walking this earth, dying as told in Scripture, being restored to life to die again, and keep on being restored and dying until that moment in time when I awake in the sepulcher, where in the beginning I was buried. I was buried in the beginning in a skull, Golgotha. That's my Calvary and yours. There we are buried, dreaming this dream. I see myself here. I get up and shave in the morning, bathe, eat, make an effort to make $1 to pay the rent, and all these things, and it's all a dream. There's a purpose behind it all. God limited himself to this little thing called man. He became man, the limit of contraction, the limit of opacity, so that he may expand, for there is no limit to expansion or to translucence. There was only a limit to contraction, to opacity. He took upon himself the limit of opacity and contraction and began to dream, and he dreamed the dream of life. This whole vast world is a dream. Dream noble dreams, because all dreams can come to pass. If you know that you are the dreamer, you can make it come to pass. It is a dream. If you believe it to be a dream, you can change anything tonight. The minute you know it's a dream, you can change anything. Of course, the chances are you'll awaken. If you find yourself dreaming, you usually wake. But do you know there are ways to prolong the dream and change it? Well, you can change it in the waking dream, really change it and make it conform to what you want in this world. But look upon it as a dream, as a very fluid state. Now, how would I change it? I bring before my mind's eye those who know me, my inner circle of friends, and I let them see as they would have to see me were I the man that I want to be. I let them see me. And when I am self-persuaded that this is a fact, they do see me. It hasn't yet appeared in the world so that they see that, because it hasn't yet become a fact. But I believe in gestation. There's an interval of time between impregnation and birth. And so I allow them to see me as they would have to see me in that day when I become the man that I'm assuming that I am. So I dare to assume that I am. I let them now reflect by the expressions on their faces and the sound of their voices and what they say, that they see in me what I want the whole vast world to see. When I am convinced that they do see me, I break the spell. Having assumed the feeling of the wish fulfilled, then I abide and wait for that impregnation to take place in the world of dream. For while I live in the world of Caesar, I must abide by the laws of Caesar, whose inscription is this: Caesar's. Well, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. Give to him, he has to have them. Rent must be paid, food bought, raiment bought, all these things, taxes paid. So render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and this is the way that you render it, waiting for that moment in time when you awake from the dream of life. And so I'll tell you, you have had this experience with the speaker. Don't be ashamed of it. You are married and blissfully happy, and you love your husbands, and you would not be unfaithful to your pledge to your husband. You are not. You simply believed implicitly in the story that I've told. I've told you my own personal experience. I'm not speculating. I'm not theorizing. I have told you that the whole story of Jesus Christ has unfolded itself within me, but every little part of it. But I told you tonight, which is not recorded in Scripture, is in this way the very last verse of the 21st chapter of John. And many other things that Jesus did which are not recorded in this book, but these are recorded that you may believe. For if all were recorded, perhaps the world itself would not be big enough to hold all revealed to me. It so does fit in with the statement of the very last verse of the epilogue of the books 21-25, and so that is not recorded. No need for it to be recorded, but it was John. Well, John ends on the 20th, and the 21st is the epilogue. And all these things happen, and many more, but only these are recorded that you may believe. And so, what has happened to you is the most marvelous thing, for it simply means to me, when you told me the stories as you've written them, that you have completely accepted the story as I've told it. Therefore, union with me is only confirmation of the complete acceptance of that story, the true story of Jesus Christ. For over the years, barnacles have gathered around the ship. Men, in the interest of their own doctrines, have added to the script in the Bible. They are redactors, and in spite of the warning in Scripture not to add or take from the words of the prophecy of this book, they have added to in order to support their own traditions and their own conventions. I could go through the Bible and show you where these things have been added. It was not in the original text, and it was not the intention of the author who had the vision and recorded the vision. He could not understand it, but he recorded it, waited for that time when a greater revelation would come, and he would then understand it. For in 54, I could not understand what I heard, but in 59, I knew that I awoke from a profound dream, and here I'm awaking not on my bed, I'm awaking in my skull. I am alone. I come out of my skull to find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, and the witnesses to the event are seeing a babe wrapped in swaddling clothes. They know it is my child, but they can't see me because I am born of the Spirit. They are of the flesh. They are not yet born of the Spirit. What is born of the flesh is flesh. What is born of the Spirit is spirit. And so I was born of the Spirit. So how could they see me? But they knew the sign of my birth, for this shall be a sign unto you. No, I didn't bring forth a little baby. The child is but a sign. And this shall be a sign unto you. You shall find a babe wrapped in swaddling clothes. Luke 2:11. What was the sign? That God is born. God is begetting himself, bringing forth himself that he buried in humanity. He is redeeming himself, and there's only God in the universe, nothing but God. It's not a moral book, hasn't anything to do with morals as you hear from all the pulpits of the world. They get up and tell you all kinds of things about how to change the world. There is no attempt to change the world in Scripture. The world is a schoolhouse, and you don't turn a schoolroom into a home. It is nothing more than a school of educative darkness, and we're moving from darkness to light. There's no attempt in Scripture to change it. Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. And we are going all out today to make this world a nice, sweet little place in which all will be happy, have enough to eat, enough to drink, enough to do this. That hasn't a thing to do with the mystery of Jesus Christ. There would be no struggle, and there would be no effort in the world to awaken from the dream of life. You'd go into a deeper, deeper sleep, so let them be. They're all going to march along and then tell the world how to become good people and how to become kind and all this nonsense. You aren't going to be, may I tell you, not while you wear these garments of the animal. He took from himself the heart of God, the mind of God, and then took upon himself the body, the heart, the mind of an animal. Read the 4th chapter of Daniel. The whole thing is an animal world, and while in this world of violence, God awakes from the depth of his own being to discover he hadn't gone anyplace. He only dreamed the dream of life. Then he awakes, and he is the Lord Jesus Christ, and there is nothing but the Lord Jesus Christ. Were it not that Jesus Christ is in you, you couldn't breathe. Your breath, your very breath, is his life. For the word breath or wind and the word spirit are one and the same in both Greek and Hebrew. Your very breathing is the Lord Jesus Christ. The day will come, and you will awake. And when you awake, you are the Lord Jesus Christ. And David, the sum total of all humanity, all of the experiences you've had in your dream as man, will stand before you completely solidified as one being, a youth. And he's David, not a David, the David, only the one David. And he calls you Father. He calls you my Lord. And then you fulfill Scripture, the 89th Psalm. I have found David, and he's cried unto me, Thou art my Father, my God, and the rock of my salvation, 89:26. Then you find him, and you find who the Son really is. The Son is humanity fused into a single youth, personified before you. For you've played all the parts of man, and that is your Son, who did all your will. I have found in David the son of Jesse, and Jesse means I am. It is any form of the verb to be or I am, the son of Jesse, who will do all my will, Acts 13:22. And so, you find him. He did all your will, for you dreamed it, and you played all the parts. And when you awake in your skull, which is Golgotha, you come out of that skull, and you are born from above. We are born from above. As told in Peter, we are born anew through the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead. 1 Peter 1:3. Well, you see no one in the skull but yourself, and you know that you are awaking from a dream, a profound dream. You are waking in a tomb, your skull, and you come out of the skull to find the symbolism of your birth surrounding you. And then you know who Jesus Christ is. While the world worships him as something coming from without, you found him within, not as another but as yourself. There is only God in this world. There is nothing but Jesus Christ. So you come out of yourself, and here you are, the dreamer of life. So the great poet saw it so clearly when Shelley said, He has awakened from the dream of life. 'Tis we who lost in stormy visions keep the phantoms and unprofitable strife. That's what the whole vast world is doing, fighting phantoms that are self-created. The whole vast world is himself pushed out, and he's in conflict with himself. Until that day when suddenly, in the most dramatic manner, an unearthly wind possesses him, which is the Spirit, the Holy Spirit. And then he wakes. He finds himself waking, and he wakes as he's never been awake before in his skull. He has one consuming desire to get out. He has an innate knowledge, and he knows that if he pushes the base of his skull, there will be an opening. He does, and something moves and it opens. He comes out just like a child would come out from the womb of woman, but from above, from the skull of himself. The word is anothen, from above. Everything that is taking place here in the world is from above. When brought before Pilate, and Pilate said, "Do you not know I have the power to crucify you or the power to set you free?" He said, "You have no power over me unless it were given to you from above." John 19:10. The same word anothen. The whole thing is from within a man. He's in a profound sleep, and he is the Lord Jesus Christ dreaming the dream of life. And when he wakes, he is the Lord Jesus Christ. So because there's only one being, one Jesus, all will awake, and they are Jesus. Everything vanishes, and Jesus only. No one can say that Jesus is Lord except by the Holy Spirit, by the holy wind. When the wind possesses you and you wake within yourself, only then do you really know you are the Lord Jesus Christ. Chapter 4. Seth. Seth was an amazing teacher of reality creation, but I really like Seth's perspective on dreams, and it adds to what we know about dreams. But Seth comes at dreams from another angle, discussing the creative power of dreams and the history of the human being as a dreamer, with a wonderful chapter on the ancient dreamer. Seth challenged the firm distinction we make between waking and sleeping, conscious and unconscious, saying that it arose as Homo sapiens separated itself from the fountainhead of your own psychological reality. He suggested that many of our misconceptions about the nature of reality are directly related to this sharp distinction. The unconscious, the color black, and death all have strong negative connotations in which the inner self is feared. The dream state is mistrusted, he would say. The body, he said, is denied the frequent rest it requires, and conscious stimuli are over-applied. In a natural body-mind relationship, the sleep state operates as a great connector, allowing the free flow of conscious and unconscious material. So there is a spontaneous blending of the two. Seth suggested that an abbreviated sleep program of 4 to 6 hours at night, plus a daytime nap, would bring about greater intuition and a transformation in which it is obvious that dreams contain great wisdom and creativity. The conception of the dream world that Seth offers is astonishing in its breadth and depth, and corresponds to experiences I have had about dreaming as an entry point or portal to non-ordinary realities. In Seth Speaks, he says, "When I speak of the dream world, I'm not referring to some imaginary realm, but to the kind of world of ideas, of thoughts, of mental actions, out of which all form, as you think of it, emerges. In actuality, this is an inner universe rather than an inner world. This universe is like a laboratory in which possible scenarios for life are considered." In another text, Seth says the dream world operates as a creative situation in which probable acts are laid out in actual or symbolic form. From these, you then choose the most appropriate for physical expression. So this idea corresponds to the contemporary theory about dreams being rehearsals for life. To illustrate this fundamental process, Seth describes how children crawl and walk in dreams long before they can perform these tasks physically. Language, too, is practiced by infants in the dream state, where they are secure and can develop faster than via physical experience. Children's dreams activate psychological mechanisms, and at a time when their age makes extensive physical knowledge of their world impossible. In dreams, they are given information regarding the environment. Without dreaming, there would be no learning, nor would there be memory. Seth says, recent research in neurology and evolutionary psychology corroborates this function of REM dreaming. Seth refers to a method similar to what we call dream incubation. It is quite possible, Seth says, to take your waking eye into the dream state, where it will provide you with a preliminary stage in which working hypotheses can be creatively formed and tried out. It is in the dream state that we have greater freedom, trying out certain ideas and beliefs in this more plastic framework. In the tone of eloquence and expansiveness found in Seth's proclamation, he said, often in the dream state, you become truly awake and grab hold of your spirithood and creaturehood with both hands, so to speak, understanding that each has a far greater reality than you have been led to suppose. This metaphysics is resonant with that found in various spiritual traditions, namely that our individual personal reality rises out of the immense productivity that occurs in the dreaming condition. Seth emphasized that although modern sciences often do not acknowledge an inner reality, it is not only as valid as the exterior one, it is the origin of it. In The Unknown Reality, which is another book, Seth characterized dream exploration as a science and an art, and he considered art as much a science as biology is, only employing a different methodology. In art, one identifies with the subject, whereas in modern science, one distances oneself from the subject. Individuals who are embarked on a study of dreams are working in a dream laboratory, like explorers searching for virgin territory in the physical world. The pursuit of this art science trains the mind in a new kind of consciousness, one that is equally at home in either existence. Though anyone can become a satisfied amateur, according to Seth, the fulfillment of this art scientist vocation takes years of training and dedication as one becomes familiar with the symbolism in one's own dreams and finds the signposts of inner meeting places or points of inner commerce and communication. Seth noted, just as on any given day, the events in our personal lives fit within the larger patterns of world events. Check out the episode on Seth and pandemics, when he talks about how large world events like pandemics can be a part of our own personal choices. Likewise, on any given night, the intimate events of our dreams also exist in the greater context of the world's dreams. In a line with Jung's notion of the collective unconscious, Seth emphasized that we each have a dream memory as a species with certain natural symbols, and even when shared dreams are not recalled, they nevertheless circulate through our psychological system and are responsible, Seth says, for the inventiveness and creativity of the species. Just as in dreams, as we try out possible individual futures, the same dynamic takes place on a collective basis. Seth gives this example in The Unknown Reality. The idea of nuclear power was first a dream, an act of imagination on the part of private individuals, and then through fiction and the arts, a dream on the part of many people. In an important clarification, Seth stated that there are many kinds of mass or shared dreams, and although some appear to be precognitive because events in them do later occur, they are not actually precognitive because it is the dream universe that brings about the subsequent events. I was just reading The Red Book by Jung, and he describes his dialogues with Philemon, who taught him about the objective reality of the inner world. Seth performed this function for Jane Roberts. She once commented that there was more than enough material from Seth on dreams to fill a book. At the start of their encounters, Seth explained the basic dynamics of dreams, how to recall them, how emotions and beliefs form themselves into symbolic images, how illnesses might be signaled prior to their manifestation, and how dreams can be re-entered. Seth can be understood as a wisdom figure from a shamanic perspective, a spirit guide from the upper world. But whatever face or name it presents itself, an archetypal wisdom figure stands in complementary relationship to the waking personality or ego consciousness. The challenge in psycho-spiritual development is to establish a dialogue between these two aspects. Messages from the wisdom figure may at first startle, confuse, or frighten the waking self. Over time, the input from the wisdom figure tends to become less startling, more easily accessible, and contact may no longer require drumming, induced trance, or other seemingly altered states. The waking personality broadens to accommodate and incorporate the perspectives provided by the wisdom figure, a process sometimes symbolized in dreams as discovered new rooms or enlarging one's house. The encounters become more natural, and the wisdom figure may even seem to fade somewhat as the waking personality has more direct access to the archetypal source behind the wisdom figure. The waking personality, however, may resist the messages from the wisdom figure. If this persists, the expansion process may come to a halt. This happened with Jane Roberts. Even though Seth conveyed specific information about her rheumatoid arthritis and encouraged her to take better care of herself, she turned from this advice. Writing about this in the final volume published, her husband, Butch, said that Jane had kept her body down for years. Seth explicitly stated that her condition was not life-threatening, yet Jane's lifelong fears and self-blame increased. Panic attacks ensued, and she became a bedridden invalid. After receiving another life-supporting exhortation from Seth while hospitalized, Jane told Butts, "I don't want to hear about it," and turned up the TV. A few days before her death at age 55, Roberts admitted, "I may have chosen death." Now, I wanted to read a wonderful passage from the book that is called Dreams, Evolution, Value, and Fulfillment by Jane Roberts. In the 4th chapter, in the 893rd session, Seth talks about the ancient dreamers. Seth begins by saying, "For what would seem to you to be eons, according to your time scale, men were in the dreaming state far more than they were in the waking one. They slept long hours, as did the animals, awakening, so to speak, to exercise their bodies, obtain sustenance, and later to mate. It was indeed a dreamlike world, but a highly charming and vital one, in which dreaming imaginations played rambunctiously with all the probabilities entailed in this new venture, imagining the various forms of language and communication possible, spinning great dream tales of future civilizations replete with their own built-in histories, building, because they were now allied with time, mental edifices that automatically created pasts as well as futures. These ancient dreams were shared to some extent by each consciousness that was embarked upon the earthly venture, so that creatures and environment together formed great environmental realities, valleys and mountains, and their inhabitants together dreamed themselves into being and coexistence. The species, from your viewpoint, lived at a much slower pace in those terms. The blood, for example, did not need to course so quickly through the veins and arteries. The heart did not need to beat as fast, and in an important fashion, the coordination of the creature in its environment did not need to be as precise, since there was an elastic give and take of consciousness between the two. In ways almost impossible to describe, the ground rules were not as yet firmly established. Gravity itself did not carry its all-pervasive sway, so that the air was more buoyant. Man was aware of its support in a luxurious, intimate fashion. He was aware of himself in a different way, so that, for example, his identification with the self did not stop where his skin stopped. He could follow it outward into the space about his form and feel it merge with the atmosphere with a primal sense experience that you have forgotten. During this period, incidentally, mental activity of the highest, most original variety was the strongest dream characteristic, and the knowledge gained was imprinted upon the physical brain. What is now completely unconscious activity involving the functions of the body, its relationship with the environment, its balance and temperature, its constant inner alterations. All of these highly intricate activities were learned and practiced in the dream state as the CUs translated their inner knowledge through the state of dreaming into the physical form. Then, in your terms, man began with the other species to awaken more fully into the physical world, to develop the exterior senses to intersect delicately and precisely with space and time. Yet man still sleeps and dreams, and that state is still a confirmed connective with his own origins, and with the origins of the universe as he knows it as well. Man dreamed his languages. He dreamed how to use his tongue to form the words. In his dreams, he practiced stringing the words together to form their meanings, so that finally he could consciously begin a sentence without actually knowing how it was begun, yet in the faith that he could and would complete it. All languages have as their basis the language that was spoken in dreams. The need for language arose, however, as man became less a dreamer and more immersed in the specifics of space and time. For in the dream state, his communications with his fellows and other species was instantaneous. Language arose to take the place of that inner communication. Then, there is a great underlying unity in all of man's so-called early cultures, cave drawings and religions, because they were all fed by that common source, as man tried to transpose inner knowledge into physical actuality. The body learned to maintain its stability, its strength, and agility, to achieve a state of balance in complementary response to the weather and elements, to dream computations that the conscious mind alone could not hold. The body learned to heal itself in sleep in its dreams. And at certain levels in that state, even now, each portion of consciousness contributes to the health and stability of all other portions. Far from the claw and dagger universe, you have one whose very foundation is based upon the loving cooperation of all of its parts. That is given. The gift of life belongs along with it, the actualization of that cooperation, for the body's parts exist as a unit because of inner relationships of a cooperative nature, and those exist at your birth when you are innocent of any cultural beliefs that may be to the contrary. If it were not for this most basic initial loving cooperation that is a given quality in life itself, life would not have continued. Each individual of each species takes that initial zest and joy of life as its own yardstick. Each individual of whatever species and each consciousness, whatever its degree, automatically seeks to enhance the quality of life itself, not only for itself, but for all of reality as well. This is a given characteristic of life, regardless of the beliefs that may lead you to misinterpret the actions of nature, casting some of its creatures in a reprehensible light. In a fashion, those ancient dreamers, through their immense creativity, dreamed all of life's creatures in all of their pasts, presents, and futures. That is, their dreams opened up the doors of space and time to entities that otherwise would not have been released into actualization, even as, for example, the units of consciousness were once released from the mind of all that is. All possible entities that can ever be actualized always exist. They have always existed, and they always will exist. All that is must, by its characteristics, be all that it can ever be, and so there can be no end to existence, and in those terms no beginning. But in terms of your world, the units of consciousness acting both as forces and as psychological entities of massive power planted the seeds of your world in a dimension of imaginative power that gave birth to physical form. In your terms, those entities are your ancestors, and yet they are not yours alone, but the ancestors of all the consciousness that make up your world. During this period that we have labeled as belonging to the dreamers, certain subjective actions took place as the structure of earthly tuned consciousness formed the phenomena of the self. What was needed was a highly focused, precisely tuned physical self that could operate efficiently in a space and time scheme that was being formed along with physical creatures. A self, however, that in one way or another must be supported by realms of information and knowledge of a kind that was basically independent of time and space. A knowledge indispensable, and yet a knowledge that could not be allowed to distract the physical focus. In one way or another, that inner information had to connect each consciousness on the face of the planet. Earthly creatures must be able to react in a moment, yet the inner mechanisms that made such reactions possible were based upon calculations that could not be consciously kept in mind. In your time scheme, for example, you could never move as quickly as you do if you had to consciously work all the muscles involved in motion, or in speech, or in any such bodily performance. You certainly could not communicate on such a level if you had to be aware of all the speech's mechanisms, working them consciously before a word was uttered. Yet you had to have that kind of knowledge, and you had to have it in a way that did not intrude upon your conscious thoughts. Basically, there are no real divisions to the self, but for the sake of explanation, we must speak of them in those terms. First of all, you had the inner self, the creative dreaming self, composed again of units of consciousness, aware energy that forms your identity, and that formed the identities of the earliest Earth inhabitants. These inner selves formed their own dream bodies about them, but the dream bodies did not have to have physical reactions. They were free of gravity and space and of time. As the body became physical, however, the inner self formed the body consciousness so that the physical body became more aware of itself, of the environment, and of its relationship within the environment. Before this could happen, though, the body consciousness was taught to become aware of its own inner environment. The body was lovingly formed from EE units through all the stages to atoms, cells, organs, and so forth. The body's pattern came from the inner self, as all of the units of consciousness involved in this venture together formed this fabric of environment and creatures, each suited to the other. So far in our discussion, then, we have an inner self dwelling primarily in a mental or psychic dimension, dreaming itself into physical form, and finally forming a body consciousness. To that body consciousness, the inner self gives its own body of physical knowledge, the vast reservoir of physical achievement that it has triumphantly produced. The body consciousness is not unconscious, but for working purposes in your terms, the body processes its own system of consciousness that to some extent now is separated from what you think of as your own normal consciousness. The body's consciousness is hardly to be considered less than your own, or as inferior to that of your inner self, since it represents knowledge from the inner self and is part of the inner self's own consciousness, that part delegated to the body. Each cell, then, operates so well in time because it is, in those terms, precognitive. It is aware of the position, health, vitality of all other cells on the face of the planet. It is aware of the position of each grain of sand on the shores of each ocean. And in those terms, it forms a portion of the Earth's consciousness. At that level, environment, creatures, and the elements of the natural world are all united, a point we will return to quite often. Your intellect, as you think of it, operates so clearly and precisely, so logically, and sometimes so arrogantly, because the intellect rides that great thrust of codified ancient unconscious power, the power of instant knowing that is a characteristic of the body consciousness. Thus far in our discussion, we still have only an inner self and a body consciousness. As the body consciousness developed itself, perfected its organization, the inner self and the body consciousness together performed a kind of psychological double entendre. Give us a moment. The best analogy I can think of is that up to that time, the self was like a psychological rubber band, snapping inward and outward with great force and vitality, but without any kind of rigid enough psychological framework to maintain a physical stance. The inner self still related to the dream reality, while the body's orientation and the body's consciousness attained, as was intended, a great sense of physical adventure, curiosity, speculation, wonder. And so once again, the inner self put a portion of its consciousness in a different parcel, so to speak. As once it had formed the body consciousness, now it formed a physically attuned consciousness, a self whose desires and intents would be oriented in a way that alone the inner self could not be. The inner self was too aware of its own multidimensionality. So in your terms, it gave psychological birth to itself through the body in space and time. I knew itself as a physical creature. That portion of the self is the portion you recognize as your usual conscious self, alive within the scheme of seasons, aware within the designs of time, caught transfixed in moments of brilliant awareness with civilizations that seem to come and go. That is the self that is alert in the dear preciseness of the moments, whose physical senses are bound to light and darkness, sound and touch. That is the self that lives the life of the body. It is the self that looks outward. It is the self that you call egotistically aware. The inner self became what I refer to as the inner ego. It looks into that inner reality, that psychic dimension of awareness from which both your own consciousness and your body consciousness emerged. You are one self then, but for operating purposes, we will say that you have three parts: the inner self or inner ego, the body consciousness, and the consciousness that you know. These portions, however, are intimately connected. They are like three different systems of consciousness operating together to form the whole. The divisions, the seeming divisions, are not stationary but change constantly. Give us a moment. To one extent or another, these three systems of consciousness operate in one way or another in all of the species and in all the particles in the physical universe. In your terms, this means that the proportions of the three systems might vary, but they are always in operation, whether we are speaking of a man or a woman, a rock or a fly, a star or an atom. The inner self represents your prime identity, the self you really are. Earth is a nice place, but I wouldn't want to live there. A twist on an old quote, I believe. But the fact is, you are physical creatures because you do like to live on Earth. You do like the conditions. You do enjoy the particular kind of challenge and the particular kind of perception, knowledge, and understanding that the earthly environment provides. That environment, in your terms, certainly includes suffering. If joy has always been one of the characteristics of the earth experience, so has suffering. Here, however, I only want to mention one facet, and that is the importance of physical sensation of whatever kind for the life of the body provides you among all things, with a life of sensation, a feeling, a spectrum that must include the experience of all possible sensations within its overall range. Now, as you will see, all creatures, regardless of their degree, can and do choose within their spheres of reality those sensations that they will experience. But to one extent or another, all sensations are felt. We will later discuss the part of the mind and its interpretation, for example, of painful stimuli. But I want to make the point that those attracted to physical life are first and foremost tasters of sensation. Outside of that, basically there are all kinds of mental distinctions among stimuli. The body is made to react. It is made to feel life and vitality by reacting to an environment that is not itself. By encountering what you might call natural stress, the body maintains its equilibrium. By reacting against gravity, by coming in contact with other bodies, by changing its own sensations, by glorifying in the balance between balance and off balance. The body consciousness is therefore given a superb sense of its own reality, a sureness of identity, a sense of innate safety and security that allows it to not only function but to grow in the physical world. It is endowed with a sense of boldness, daring, a sense of natural power. It is perfectly formed to fit into its environment, and the environment is perfectly formed to have such creatures. The entities or units of consciousness, those ancient fragments that burst into objectivity from the vast and infinite psychological realms of all that is, dared all for the joyfully abandoned themselves in space and time. They created new psychological entities, opened up an area of divine creativity that until then had been closed, and therefore to the degree extended the experience, an immense existence of all that is. For in so abandoning themselves, they were not, of course, abandoned, since they contained within themselves their inherent relationship with all that is. In those terms, all that is became physical also, aroused at its divine depth by the thrusting of each grass blade through the soil into the air, aroused by each bird and by each moment of each creature's existence. All that is, therefore, is immersed within your world, present in each hypothetical point, and forms the very fabric from which each portion of matter is created. In The Nature of Personal Reality, another book, Seth goes on to say, Because you are physical creatures, even your dreams must be translated through reality of your flesh, en masse, and through the methods I've described. You help form a physical reality in which every experience is unique, period. In the same way, each of you form an overall dream world in which there is some general agreement, but in which each experience is original. The dream world has its reaches as the physical one does. In waking reality, beliefs take time before their materialization is apparent. From infinite probable acts, only one can be physically experienced as a rule, period. The dream world operates as a creative situation in which probable acts are instantly materialized, laid out in an actual or symbolic form. From these, you then choose the most appropriate for physical expression. There are other important reasons for dreaming, but here we will confine ourselves to this particular issue and to the dream landscape itself, period. It is only because you seem to expect dream experience to be like daily life that you find so many dreams chaotic. Normally, a tree does not change into a peacock, for example. If you remember such a dream event, it seems meaningless in the morning. Your moods and emotions have greater mobility in the dream state. You may feel rooted like a tree at one moment, and in the next experience yourself as a beautiful peacock in which you will perceive the tree change into the bird. Disconnected from their usual daily attraction to physical events, your emotions will often form their own landscapes, utilizing dreams as their creative medium. I have explained the great correlation that exists between your feelings and beliefs and physical conditions such as weather. In somewhat the same way, you have a part to play individually in the creation of the dream landscape. It is also the result of your feelings and beliefs on a different level, and while it is not perceivable in physical terms, laid out with its mountains and continents as your planet, to be examined by your instruments, it exists in terms quite as valid. This does not mean that dreams can be deciphered by the use of any given symbols. As you create an experience, your daily life through your personal feelings and beliefs, so the same applies to the dream reality. There, however, your thoughts and feelings become instantly alive, springing up one upon another, coming full-blown as it were. The dream world exists in terms of energy, but simply at ranges that are not physically obvious. Much of your inner creative work and planning is done at this level. There must be some differentiation between dream and waking experiences just so that you can manipulate in the more narrowly focused daily life. However, there is no great reason for the vast separation that now exists between your waking and sleeping lives. The division is largely a result of your mass and private beliefs in the nature of reality, and in the habits the race has acquired of separating objective data from the subjective. When you are determined to manipulate your environment, then you separate yourself from it. Since you are part of it, this also leads you to try to place yourself apart from your own subjective reality. It is quite possible to take your normally conscious I into the dream state to your advantage. When you do this, you will see that dreaming I and the waking I are one, but operating in different environments. Therefore, you become familiar with the depths of experience and knowledge unknown to you before. You acquire a true flexibility and expanded awareness of your own being, and open channels of communication between your waking and dream realities. This means that you are far better able to utilize unconscious knowledge and also to acquaint the unconscious with your present physical situation. Such a procedure can bring you in contact with wisdom you have been denying yourself, help unify your entire life situation, and release your energy for practical, everyday purposes. Even the decision to try such a venture is beneficial, since it automatically presupposes a flexibility of attitude on the part of the conscious self. If you are afraid of your dreams, you are afraid of yourself. As your present situation with all of its challenges and joys and problems is contained in condensed form from each of your days, so the same applies to your life. Each night's dreams then provide you with a rich bed of creativity. Spread out before you in great profusion, you will find not only any problems but their solutions. Now, in physical terms, it may take some time before your conscious mind accepts or recognizes a diagnosis given in a dream. It may come to you later in altered form as a hunch or sudden intuition, or an urge for action. If you do not trust yourself, you may ignore such impetuses and not take advantage of the answers. The enlightened, conscious mind is always alert for such messages. You can also go steps beyond this into the dream condition itself, requesting certain dreams, certain solutions, and therefore shortening the time, so to speak, that may be involved otherwise. Generally speaking, if you do not believe that you can become conscious in the dream state, then the feat will be relatively impossible. It will go against your idea of reality, thereby preventing the opening and acceptance that is necessary. While your beliefs do structure much of your dream activity, other issues are also involved simply because the focus of your awareness is not acutely directed toward physical reality, but is only opaquely concerned with it. Once again, thoughts and ideas have their own electromagnetic validity. Also, in waking life, you test your ideas in the world of facts. Facts are only accepted fiction, of course, but the ideas must make sense and fit into the accepted story. In the dream state, you allow yourself greater freedom, trying out certain ideas and beliefs in this more plastic framework. You may therefore accept new beliefs initially in the dream state, and the intellectual or emotional realization may only come later. In dreaming, the unconscious mind itself is far more lenient and playful. It can afford this greater permissiveness because it well knows that it need not immediately test out theory in the daily context. It very willingly looks inward toward those areas of the inner self's experience to see where it can find for its own use, quite like an explorer searching for resources in virgin territory. The earth-tuned consciousness must deal within the space-time context, for only inside this framework can it clearly perceive events. In the dream state, consciousness ignores space-time relationships to a large degree, and yet it is still firmly based upon the body's corporeal mechanism. Dreams then are physically experienced. You perceive yourself running, talking, eating in quite physical activities, except that you are not performed by the body that lies on the bed. The orientation is that of sense data, lived most vividly and yet again in an opaque angle. In other words, in most dreams, data is still being received and interpreted in the light of corporeal life. These are the dreams most remembered also. Beyond this, there are experiences, but seldom recalled, in which the usual identification of your consciousness with physical life orientation is gone. Images as you think of them are based upon your own neurological structure and your interpretation of these. When you consider survival after death, for instance, you imagine all the senses fully operating, though perhaps in a non-physical body. Perception without images seems impossible in that context. Yet, in some dream situations, you enter a state of awareness quite divorced from that kind of sense data. Images as such are not involved, though later they may be manufactured unconsciously for the sake of translation. In those conditions, you come close to an understanding of what your consciousness is when it is not physically oriented at all. In your daily life, you may suddenly know something without knowing how you know, without being part or aware of any particular image or sense impression. The knowledge is simply there. This kind of activity approaches the kind of knowing of your own consciousness when it is uninvolved with any kind of ordinary sense stimuli. It simply knows in those certain dream states. Then you know in the same fashion. You experience your being unallied with flesh. That kind of dream awareness can literally regenerate your life. Though the original impact will be forgotten and the entire event will usually be translated into images before awakening. Such dream events may be called experiences of basic being. During them, the self or consciousness literally travels to the source of its own energy. On another level, atoms possess this same kind of knowing. It may seem that such comprehensions have little to do with your daily life, particularly since they are so seldom recalled, and then only in translation. Yet they provide you with additional energy, and when you need it most, in periods of stress, the physically attuned consciousness will often momentarily forsake its usual orientation and let itself fall back, as it were, into the source of its own being, where it knows it will be regenerated and indeed reborn. While you are physically connected, you must interpret experience in sense terms, even that in dreams. At times, your consciousness can range into other areas, but then the events must be physically translated in some way. In waking life, you perceive only certain portions of events that fall within your space-time continuum. In dreams, you may have a greater glimpse. You may, for example, see in the past, present, and future objects that in your time will take up any given space. Often such a dream will be considered meaningless because at your fact level, past, present, and future objects cannot appear at once in the same space. The space is not the same or identical in any case. It only appears to be so to you. Space itself accelerates in ways that you do not understand. You are not tuned into those frequencies. Any point in space is also a point in what you think of as time, a doorway that you have not learned to open. In somewhat the same manner, your physical brain is a doorway that triggers activity in your mind. Your beliefs then are largely responsible for the areas of the brain that you activate and for resulting non-physical action of the mind. Physical focus provides you with a magnificent reality, intent and specialized. Were it not for dream activity, however, you would be, relatively speaking, enclosed within it, afraid to try out new concepts and intuitive realizations in the face of what seems to be such rock-bed reality. The dream state provides you with a preliminary stage in which working hypotheses can be creatively formed and tried out in a context of playfulness. Still, the dreams that you have and recall and the resulting solution of many problems represent only the surface layer of dream activity. To follow yourself into your own dreams is a fascinating endeavor, and there in the dream context you can become aware of your working of your own consciousness. To do so, you must believe in the integrity of your own being. If you do not trust your waking self, you will not trust your dreaming self, and the landscape of your dreams will appear threatening. Your belief that dreams are unpleasant can make them so, or at best you will only remember frightening dream events. If you believe that you do not dream, however, you will inhibit memory of them, but you will still dream. Those rich experiences will not form a part of your conscious life because of your belief. Your dreams are private, as your waking life is, and yet there is a mass waking experience and a mass dreaming experience in which each individual finds his or her own place and accepts or rejects events. In your terms, the race at any given time simultaneously works out problems in the dream state, and those solutions are then physically materialized because there is more freedom from time and space in the dream state. There is greater overall perspective. Many solutions that may appear poor in the short range, as they are physically activated, will in the longer range be seen as highly creative. Both privately and en masse, then, mankind utilizes the dream world as a preliminary working ground. From these fantasized realities and probable dream events come all the physically accepted facts in your world of true and false. Probable events, experienced dream-wise and quite valid in other areas of reality, become, say, false in your world, while the same kind of event, physically actualized, becomes true. Your wars are fought, lost, or won in the dream world, first of all, and your physical rendition of history follows the thin line of only one series of probabilities. To you, a given war was either lost or won by a particular side. In your skimpy comprehension of events, there can be only one definite outcome of a battle, for instance. There will be certain hard facts to fight with so many people involved occurring on a particular day at a given place, culminating in a definite victory. Historically, there will be treaties signed, yet in far greater terms, you are perceiving but one small dimension or one corner of a much larger happening that quite transcends your ideas of the times or places involved. The initial battle, so to speak, took place on a dream level. Then privately and en masse, the race decided which portions of the event to actualize in physical terms. Even in those recognized terms, however, it is quite apparent that the victor is often the loser. The entire event transcends any true or false judgments. An entire event with all of its probabilities included, obviously, cannot fit within your current frame of reference. Again, in your dreams, you work with probabilities and decide which ones will become your physical true facts. Here, you have greater freedom both individually and as a race. Here, each man works out his own destiny, and with the use of this dream information, quite consciously chooses which episodes he will physically materialize and experience. You will accept from your dreams that information that largely agrees with your waking conscious beliefs. There is interaction, as mentioned previously, in which new beliefs are tried out. In that regard, you are not at the mercy of your dreams in any meaning of the word. You have not understood the great give and take that exists between waking and dream experience. You have been taught to believe in the existence of an artificial barrier between the two that does not, in fact, exist. By suggesting before sleep that solutions to problems be given you, you automatically begin to utilize your dream knowledge to a greater extent, and to open doors to your own greater creativity. Currently, mankind has little knowledge of the interior dream world, his place in it, or its effects upon his daily conscious life. Many of the most powerful aspects of consciousness are at work precisely when it seems to you that you are relatively unconscious and asleep to physical reality. It would be impossible for you to handle the vast amount of material available in the context of time as you presently experience it. To operate adequately in your highly specific field, an almost infinite amount of information must be instantly assimilated, probabilities calculated, and certain balances maintained of which you are not even aware. Latently, your consciousness is capable of performing these feats, but the work cannot be done with the part of your consciousness that is strongly attached to the space-time relationship. What you think of as your conscious mind is given the task of assessing the facts of daily living. It then forms beliefs about reality, and these are used in the dream state as one of the main yardsticks, so to speak, that activate the emergence of certain probable events rather than others. You use your beliefs like searchlights in the dream state, looking for other events that fit in with your ideas about reality. Your convictions help you sift out probable actions appearing as dreams, of course, and from others that do not concern you. Since you are not only physically focused creature, however, other issues also operate. You have within yourself the condensed knowledge of your entire being. This knowledge cannot appear in any complete fashion within a consciousness connected with a physical brain. The multidimensional reality simply cannot be expressed. In the dreaming state, when consciousness relates opaquely to physical concerns, glimpses of the multidimensional self can appear in dream imagery and fantasies that will symbolically express your greater existence. If your conscious beliefs are causing you great distress, countering beneficial beliefs may be received from the source. Your being, the greater consciousness that is yourself, intersects with space and time. It is born in flesh simultaneously at many points. You would call each of these immersions into three-dimensional existence a life within its own self, and you are one of these. Each self must experience itself in temporal terms, but every self is also a part of its own greater being, a part of the energy from which it continually comes. In dreams, your energy pulsates back toward the being that you are. In a manner of speaking, you travel back and forth each night through atmospheres and entry points of which you are not aware. In your sleep, you do indeed travel, again, those vast distances between birth and death. Your consciousness, as you think of it, transcends these leaps and holds its own sense of continuity. All of this has to do with pulsations of energy and consciousness. And in one way, what you think of as your life is the apparent length of a light ray seen from another perspective. Beneath the dreams that you recall are experiences of consciousness that appear only now and then and in distorted form. These express in non-physical terms your relationship with your own being. Here you are regenerated, and you are quite free of any conscious beliefs. From this level, individual and mass ideals are formed. This activity often goes on beneath ordinary dreaming. To a far lesser extent, it goes on all the time, for it represents the basis upon which your present consciousness rides. The physical reality into which you are born is not nearly as solid or predetermined or definite as it appears to be. Instead, there's a field of rich interaction. Your consciousness must be focused at one particular range of frequencies before it can even perceive matter, much less solidity. In sleep, your consciousness fluctuates between ranges of intensities, literally flowing into and out of the physical matter grouping and forming from more plastic pre-matter stages, the final shape that matter will take in your world. The same applies to events, where some will be crystallized in physical terms and others will not. The deep portions of your own being are aware of those purposes and intents that are uniquely yours. Unconsciously, then, you have within you what you might think of as a set of blueprints for the particular kind of physical reality you want to materialize. You are the architect. A system of checks and balances, however, so that in certain dreams you are made aware of these blueprints. They may appear throughout your lifetime as recurring dreams of a certain nature, dreams of illumination. And even if you do not remember them, you will awaken with your purposes strengthened or suddenly clear. When you are working with your beliefs, find out what you really think about the dream condition, for if you trust it, can become an even more important ally because of your conscious cooperation. If you want to clear up an argument, tell yourself that you will do so in the dream state. There you can speak freely to those who may avoid you. Otherwise, many reconciliations take place at that level. Request the answer to any problem and it will be given, but you must trust yourself and learn to interpret your own dreams. There is no other way to do this except by beginning yourself and working with your own dreams, for this will awaken your intuitive abilities and give you knowledge that you need. Your belief in the value of dreams can, therefore, increase their practical effectiveness. So this is a very profound teaching about dreams from Seth. He covers a lot of material, really discussing the beginnings of humanity and the way that we were dreaming all the time, and that dreams become a way for us to learn how to live, how to move our hands, how to eat, how to walk when we're kids. That material is very interesting, and it really changes the way I think about dreams. It kind of emphasizes the importance of becoming lucid in your dreams. I go in and out of being able to lucidly dream, but it does become very powerful. And this last part is very interesting. The implication of this multidimensional universe that we can never perceive, that we can explore within our dream state is, of course, absolutely fascinating. And the idea of the dream state and how we can use the dream state as our ally, to me, is a very exciting thing. I use my dream state all the time. When I am writing a story or painting something, what I love to do is, hey, I don't know what to do with this next part or write this next thing. And I ask myself what to do, and I will get the most profound answers. If you've been following my channel on a regular basis, and you've done some of the meditations, then you know that we've awakened the social memory complex, and that it's a living thing. And if that's the case, it can start talking to you in your dreams. So there's certainly a lot of things to pull from this. I'd love to know what your favorite part of this teaching is. Seth is a profound educator of reality creation. And dreams are a big part of creating your reality. What is it you're dreaming right now? Tell me more about it. Maybe sometimes I can interpret your dreams. Maybe sometimes I can't. But it's pretty cool to put them in your comments and talk about what you think of dreams and how they create the world around us. Dreams are not telling us about our future, they're creating it. And so remember, everything is being created all the time. You're not seeing anything in the future. There is no future. There's only the now, and we're constantly creating. So once you get that idea, then you understand your dreams are creative. And that is the most important point in this, is that your dreams can be creative. Now, in the transurfing model, they say that it's not necessarily going to create reality, but it is a way of redefining your ability to intend, because you use intention differently in the dream. Chapter 5. Quote. Today we're going to read some amazing quote channelings that are dedicated to understanding dreams and lucid dreams. Dreams are a fascinating subject I've discussed many times on the podcast, but it's always interesting to get Quo's perspective. If you've never heard of Quo, check out my previous episodes. Quo is a conglomeration of different social memory complexes from several densities in our universe, helping to assist a group called the Confederation of Planets, raising the consciousness of our planet as we transition to a new Earth. We begin with a question asked in April of 1989. The question this evening has to do with dreaming, the use that we can make of dreams in our lives, and the various kinds of dreams that we might experience, and how each might have something to offer us. Carla Channeling says, I am Quo, and I greet you in the love and the light of the one infinite Creator, in whose service we answer your call for information this evening. We thank you for calling us to you and give us the opportunity to share our thoughts with yours. It is most kind of you and most helpful to us, and we hope that we may in some humble way offer you a thought or two that you may use. However, we do warn you that we are not infallible, and as always, we ask for you to use careful discrimination in absorbing any information, using your discernment and your own inner remembrance and recognition of what is true for you. There are several types of dreams for all entities, and for some, there are more specialized types of dreams. We shall go over what this instrument would call the garden variety of dreams first. and that is the typically half-remembered, somewhat chaotic dream, which has elements within it which are recognizable from the recent past. That which occurred within the recent past was not the appropriate solution for your mind, or your emotions, or your physical vehicle, or your spirit, and thusly, a proportion of your mind is working out different ways of experiencing the situation which was not satisfactory to you, or which held a meaning to you that was subconsciously recognized at the time. Thus, in the non-dramatic dream where the images are scattered and do not seem clear, it is important simply to recognize you are more than casually troubled by something within the experiences which are being rehearsed within the dream experience in whatever distorted form. These are new items of distress and have not yet descended to the level of deep dreaming. These are the easiest dreams to work with. Therefore, for although they may not seem as clear or as important, that small change which is dealt with in a daily manner when balanced becomes a very, very large amount over the long run. It is important to remember the absolute necessity of the dreaming process. Therefore, even if you cannot remember the dreams at all, at least at first, never fear that you are lacking in the dream experience, but assume that there is some other reason for the dreams to be removed from the ability to recall. In some cases, perhaps it is not well that the conscious mind deal with that which the subconscious mind finds conflicting and difficult. This will, however, cause the one who does not remember the dreams finally to experience a clearer dreaming process. Perhaps in a more dramatic manner, say, than one who remembers dreams in a regular fashion and works with the images and their impact upon waking reality, and what your own spirit has undergone in order to withstand or bear the catalyst that you experience in the dream. The other, shall we say, garden variety type of dream is the so-called clear dreaming, where one feels one is conscious within the dream. It is unusual for an entity to be able to cause the dream body to move and accept the living consciousness of the living self. Therefore, it is difficult, for instance, to cause the self in the dream to move limbs, eyes, or mouth. However, it is perfectly possible to observe the self, and these dreams are normally easier to remember. These dreams of clarity come to you after a certain amount of suffering. It is not always relationships that cause one to suffer. One's progress through life may be a course which has caused suffering. One's lack of excellent equipment may be holding one back from what one feels to be one's true career. There are many, many things, beginning with those experiences within your younger times, that are linked in a chain throughout the years, where you as an entity have continually avoided balancing some certain disappointment, difficulty, or challenge. These dreams often recur. Common themes are loss of control, lack of preparation for a test, basically those feeling times which indicate some sort of fear or negative emotion which the self is attempting to deal with while maintaining the integrity of the conscious mind. Dreaming is to be welcomed, as it is an absolute spiritual necessity, an absolute physical necessity, an emotional and mental necessity. Therefore, not only the sleeping but the dreaming is to be valued for these two simple things alone. If there are other types of dreams, there is the prophetic dream. This is caused by a sensitive instrument's picking up the simultaneous time in the future, which is actually simultaneous with right now, when something usually disastrous may happen. If it is a very clear dream, do not be surprised if it comes true. This is not a particularly common occurrence, but it is common enough to be mentioned. Also to be mentioned in this regard, with more interest, is that sort of clear dream which prophesizes in a parable or extended metaphor concerning choices to be made in the near future. These are dreams greatly to be valued and carefully to be studied. There are two very esoteric types of dreams, which some have at some point within their lives and some do not. It simply depends upon where that particular spirit is in its evolution. If one has come to this plane of existence from another in which memories are retained at some level, it is not surprising that some who call themselves wanderers would dream of adventures and heroics of one kind or another in the service of those who are desperate for help. This is an experience which those who choose the path of service to others will inevitably go through. Thus, you are remembering that which has happened to you in another illusion, and you need not expect it to make sense except as a fantasy. Let it be a fantasy to you. This is not an important type of dream, for you see you are now an earth person. You have incarnated and are just as much under the planetary natural law as any third density earth native. The real work of living a life in faith is living it within this illusion. At this time, with no evidence of glory or perfection outstanding, the challenge is to feel the glory and the majesty of creation, to feel the life that is lived now, to feel oneself opening as a flower to the Creator. These memories of aid do not truly help the emigrate to Earth, for it is here that each spirit has chosen to make once again that great choice of service to others or service to self. And we have all come with balanced karma. But we will not leave unless that karma remains balanced. Consequently, we urge each in this sort of dream experience to acknowledge that you perhaps had unusual adventures, but remember always that you are here to love and to accept love, to be wise and accept wisdom, to feel the time, to feel the space that is the appropriate time for each thing. There's one more type of dream that some do have, who are very intensely working up the indigo ray center, that is, who are doing work in consciousness. Such will remember being a teacher, but will not remember what is taught. This is, of course, as it should be for those things which are of true help in taming the unruly spirit of mankind, are far below the conscious level of control. The aggressive impulse that has come to you through the type of body which each chose to inhabit, the variousness of free will, all of these things cause you to experience a normal human experience. However, within the dream state, it is possible to receive instruction that may, over a period of time, aid in the instinctive reactions to challenging situations, in order that your spirit may be calm and untroubled while the concern is put aside and the problem at hand approached as an enjoyable challenge. With this type of dream as well, it is very unlikely that you shall be able to remember that which you have been taught. On some occasions, there will be one thought or one sentence which you are left with. It is well to write that down, for these are your teachers. These are those who are with you always. These are the comforter which vibrates in that vibration which comforts you. So bless and welcome your teachers. They have much to tell you. We have not touched upon the nightmare, for the nightmare is not a different kind of dream. A nightmare can be that which was caused by the happenings of the day, that which was caused by repeated trauma in childhood. The classic, shall we say, nightmare is simply that type of dream which is very, very useful to examine. For what is feared, how it is feared, and what the situation that is feared is actually like, this sort of working with the dream is most helpful. We are aware that it is felt sometimes that there is some help in offering difficult images in the dreaming process. However, we may suggest that you protect yourself by praying as you sleep, that is, as you enter the state of sleep, a simple prayer, the Lord's Prayer, or a simple childhood rhyme, thus surrounding yourself with the love and the light of the Creator which you remember instantaneously, and who instantaneously sheds grace abundant upon you. The psychic greeting dream does exist, but is so very specialized that it is extremely rare. Realize that your own lives have shown you abuse, terror, shame, humiliation, and many extremes you would much prefer not having experienced. All of this is catalyst and is dealt with largely on the subconscious level, So your nightmares are actually attempts to heal and are to be valued as much as the happiest dream, for they represent a valiant and courageous subconscious mind which is quite determined to see you through that which has made you fear something or someone. There is a waking dream, which is identical to a sleeping dream in terms of the brainwave pattern of an entity. This is called the daydreaming process and is closely linked to dreaming. It is recommended that this process be monitored, such as the dreaming process is monitored, that you may discover what it is that your mind is focused upon, what your true desires are. This is what you wish to know from within yourself. So as you approach your sleeping time, ask yourself inwardly to dream truthful dreams and to remember them well. And if you can write them down, we think you will find this most helpful. It is to be remembered in analyzing dreams that a principle this instrument has learned from psychology is true. That is, each character in your dream is an aspect of yourself. This is a very large key to the analysis of many dreams. That which you do not realize, do not remember, and will never know, that which makes sleeping and dreaming utterly necessary, is that heavenly food and drink which sleeping entity receives by the grace of the one infinite Creator. Much healing occurs in sleep. Much forgiveness is engendered in sleep. Sleep is rest not only for the body, it is food, nourishment absolutely necessary for the spirit within. For you starve that spirit, my children. You do not give that spirit its wings in the daytime hours. You do not become excited passionately about what you're doing often enough. You have not enough zest. We encourage you to learn from your dreams, to grow from your dreams, and taking one step at a time to allow reality to become that which you, by analyzing your dreams, have found to be the peaceful, appropriate way of joy and dance for you. In another question they ask, I have attached a significance before to people in dreams that are new to me. People that I don't know who appear in my dreams seem to be very significant. Would you please talk about that? I am Quo and am aware of your query, my brother. The significance in general for entities which appear in the dream are, we correct this instrument, is that the entity represents some aspect of the self. That this can be the case with a stranger underlines the quality of the self that has been seen, or as you might say, projected upon the entity that is the stranger. In this instance, we would suggest that the unconscious mind is able to perceive a quality within the stranger that is obvious enough in importance to the conscious mind, being a significant aspect of the self, to bring to the attention of the self this quality. The quality may be felt rather than defined by the unconscious mind. Therefore, the strange entity, one unknown to the conscious self, is chosen in order that this feeling tone might be easily made apparent, rather than finding this quality within a known entity and risking the coloration of the quality with what is already known in the familiar friend. Question: how in a few sentences could you tell someone that writing down dreams would help the spiritual life? I would like to interest some friends in doing it, but I don't know how to tell or explain how it could be useful to them. I am Quo, and we will do our best, my sister, to be brief with the description of the value of the dreaming process. The conscious mind, the conscious entity, moves through its life observing itself and its interaction with others. This many have called the observer, that which talks to the self, critiques, motivates, reacts. Just so, the unconscious mind has such an observer quality that has a far broader point of view and a greater wealth of resources to offer in its commentary upon the conscious life. Thus, through the dreaming process is the commentary made available to the conscious self, in order that both the conscious and unconscious portions of the mind, that male and that female quality, might be utilized in a fashion, when well done, is of a balanced nature. Therefore, to rely only upon the conscious mind and its analysis of the life pattern is to utilize only half of the resources which are available to each entity within your illusion. Question: I often have a dream where I see someone asking for help, and I wonder if that is me asking for help. I am Quo and am aware of your query, my sister. The possibilities begin, of course, as we have said, with the self. One may see various aspects of the self painted into the dream landscape, so that one may see each portion of the self as a piece in a larger puzzle or portrait. The utilization of other entities and situations may well make correlations between a portion of the self and the environment outside of the self, and how the self relates to that environment. It is well, in viewing any dream or portion of a dream, to ask the self, if it is not obviously apparent, what each portion of the dream represents. When there is uncertainty, it is well to begin a process of, shall we call it, what if? What if that is so and so? What if that is myself as I relate to this person? What if that is this portion of myself from childhood? What if that is a portion of myself that had a certain experience recently? Ask any question which you can think of, or the conscious and unconscious mind will at this point feed likely possibilities to your conscious mind as you consider the dream and its meaning. Imagine as you consider each possibility that this is true for the time that you consider it. As this is done with each possibility, each what if, examine the feeling within your heart, so that when there is a recognition below the conscious level, that you will be aware that the conscious and unconscious mind has resonated in harmony with that possibility. Thus you may utilize both the conscious and unconscious mind in the analysis of the dream episode. Question: if it wouldn't detune the instrument, I've often wondered why some people dream in black and white and some people dream in color. Please don't answer that if it would detune the instrument. I am Quo and am aware of your query, my sister, and appreciative of your concern as well. We shall do our best to speak to this query, though this instrument is somewhat dubious of our ability. The dreaming in the color, as is the life experience, is a quality or ability which is not as widely utilized as one would imagine. Since it seems logical, the dreaming process would faithfully reflect the day-to-day experience and the record made by the eyes. However, for many, the process of dreaming contains enough filters, shall we say, that may be utilized for a variety of purposes, that some dreams are remembered or rendered in more simple qualities, that of black and white, as you have called it. For some, this is the result of the distance one feels not only from the dreaming process, but more importantly and saliently, the distance one feels from the life experience. When there is little of the, we look into the correct words, élan vital, or gusto as you may call it, the zest that enlivens the daily round of activities, so that there is little of the numbness, little of the lack of feeling, but great feeling and motivation from within the self to partake in the life experience. Thus the filters that one has put in place will create this black and white perspective. From a question in January of 2009, they ask, I've been exploring dream and sleep yoga to accelerate my spiritual development. The idea of dream yoga is to be very lucid and aware within dreams. The idea of sleep yoga is the maintaining of conscious awareness throughout the night, never falling into a deep unconscious sleep. Although I've only just started and I'm not very good at it yet, it has yielded good progress primarily as a result of my regular middle-of-the-night meditations. What techniques can I apply to facilitate this process? Carla Channeling says, we are those known to you as the principle of Quo. Greetings in the love and the light of the one infinite creator, in whose service we come to you this evening. We are happy to speak to your question, my brother, but first, as always, we would pause to request a favor. We would ask that each of you hears or reads these words, place between these words and your thinking process the power of discrimination, for we cannot hit the mark each and every time. Therefore, please take those thoughts that seem good and true to you and work with them, laying all others aside without a second thought. In this way, we may speak without being concerned that because of overzealousness at following our words, you miss the direction of your own spiritual process. We thank you for this consideration. My brother, you have embarked upon a fascinating and fruitful journey in examining your dreams and working with them in a very present and attentive manner. It is, of course, most helpful to attend to the spiritually fertile time of the night at approximately 3:30 in the morning, when the energies of the night are focused at their best. To move into meditation at that time creates an energy that is excellent in terms of creating for you a resting place of the spirit from which you may venture forth. It also connects you with those entities of the inner planes who have observed the same time of meditation and prayer. as well as linking you with all of those in this present experience which are observing that time of meditation. That is an excellent beginning. One's dreams are communications from those places within your consciousness which have been impressed from above, that is to say, in the daylight mind, by those things that have occurred during your day, and from below, that is to say, in the archetypal mind, by those energies, some cyclical and some anti-periodic, but not random, so that they move into your preconscious state. This mixture is always an interesting one, and a great deal of work is done during the so-called dream state to become a part of that process in a conscious manner. It's a work requiring the setting of a firm intention and then the willingness to undergo a good bit of repetition as you attempt to become conscious within the dream state without waking yourself up. There are two fairly mechanical details which may aid you in your attempt to become conscious within dreaming, or as this instrument would say, to become a lucid dreamer. This first is to become aware that you are asleep and dreaming, and then, without disturbing your dream, to move your hand, your head, or your eye within the dream, so that the entity that you are within the dream is connected to your will. This is a delicate matter, for you do not wish to disturb the tenor of the story that is unfolding within your dream. You wish in no way to alter the dream, but only to become aware within the dream and to have control over your body as it appears within the dream. Needless to say, much rehearsal is usually required before this process goes smoothly. The second practice that shall aid you in your lucid dreaming is a matter of record keeping, assuming that you not only wish to be aware within your dream, but that you also wish to work with the material gathered within the dream at a later time. It is helpful to move with as little fuss and ado as possible to the writing instrument and the paper or to the computer. In either case, the idea is to record the experience that you have just had, not editing or choosing what to write, but writing all that you can remember. Once you become used to this discipline, you'll find this can be a time-consuming process. Nevertheless, it is a helpful one. In another session in September of 2009, they ask, what is the purpose of dreaming and the benefit of lucid dreaming? We are those of Quo and are aware of your querying, my brother. The energies of love and light that we have discussed previously that are so richly filled in silence are those energies of a very deep nature, communicating with the roots of consciousness within you, that consciousness that you share with all that is. Within this consciousness lie energies that are as rivers, lakes, and oceans. You tap into them with your emotions thusly. As you go through your day, if there is little emotion felt, then you do not impress or call these deep flowing waters upward into the conscious mind. However, my brother, it is rare there is a day in which there are not those emotional responses to catalysts that do reach an intensity that calls to those archetypal waters in the roots of the mind. The response to those emotions and events felt and seen in your day build up until, within your sleeping time, there is that response from deep within you, which is called a dream. Dreams are gifts of spirit. When one's emotions are muddled, the dreams may well also be muddled and shallow. However, when one is on a spiritual path and has developed practices such as you have developed, the events of each day have a tendency to become more lucid and to reach down with a refined emotional energy, so that the messages within dreams can bubble up in a clearer and more lucid fashion into your conscious mind. Oftentimes there is the attempt within the dreams of the self to come more into balance with that which is distorted, either for joy or for sorrow. Images seen within dreams often give one clues as to the true nature of perceived experience, or the deeper nature of that experience, which has many layers, some of which you may not have seen. The keeping of a dream journal, then, is a way of receiving intelligence concerning those issues which are grist for your mill as a spiritual seeker. Such a practice constitutes a genuine resource for the seeker. The virtue of lucid dreaming, where one becomes aware that one is dreaming, is the same virtue of one who becomes aware within the dream of waking life, that he is a true witness and that he has the capacity to form his own responses. When one is able to say, move an arm within the dream character that represents himself, or is in some way able to enter into the dream as though it were a waking vision that lucidity sharpens the ability to grasp and retain the infinite details of the concepts which are couched within the dream. There is a priestly responsibility that goes along with lucid dreaming. That which one is able to comprehend, one is then responsible for using. As this instrument would say, it is more important in lucid dreaming to walk the talk of the dream. In another session in March of 1989, Quo begins by saying, "Now each of you uses a kind of telepathy at all times. There's a strong connection which links the learning of the channeling and the living of the life. For one is a channel, in one sense, for specific discarnate entities which are carefully named and accepted by the instrument in those cases where the contact is stable. So it is in the daily life. The reason for the meditation is that it enables one to be a clearer channel. As this instrument would unfortunately put it, a kindler, gentler channel. This is one of the great goals of the incarnation for the gentle, peaceable, and harmless life experience, is that one which reflects inner peace, and this is the first step towards graduation from third density. This requires a type of channeling. We have never done anything but applaud this instrument's desire to teach the vocal channeling, but the reason for our wholehearted thanks was not only for the 1 in 1,000 which continues in this service, but that we realized that the process is one which one may use in the daily life. You are telepathic with the self within. You are in contact with the Creator. The essence of eternity is the realization that the present moment will last forever. If one is not present at the present moment in the present tense, as the new student of life, much of vital information and perception for the far-seeking thinker will be missed. This cannot be done by will or intelligence. This must be a subconscious bias. The work upon the subconscious is through waking and the sleeping states. In speaking of telepathy, we shall briefly speak of dream state of telepathy, which is the satisfactory and deeper equivalent, physiologically speaking, of the meditative state, as more than one of this instrument's group has demonstrated at some point during a meditation by offering a snore. We may take this moment to note that this instrument's original statements earlier this evening were those which we do agree with are our own, that the physiological part of the meditative process is not the significant part of the experience, unless, and we do repeat, that there is a significance if one desires to spend one's life in meditation or to go into retreat and think intensively of the Creator. We feel, with the instrument, the danger to the integrated personality of forcing the self to live with the intensity necessary to be with the Creator. It is, or could be, dangerous enough to the integrated self that the self moves apart and the mental balance is lost. The request we make to avoid excessive periods of meditation is simply that we do not wish the accelerated process of change involved in meditation to disturb the seeker past its limits of endurance. If the entity experiences the difficulties in personality, other types of meditation such as the working in the soup kitchen, and in short, any activity which brings forward a feeling of unity with the Creator, but is active, is recommended until the self can once again tolerate the degree of change brought on by meditation. It may be seen that we are aware that meditation is the key to service to others, to knowledge of self, and to the knowledge of the Creator. Let us move on in this discussion of the lived life, for you see, the reason for the meditation is not that it is an end in itself, but that it is a tool through which one may focus one's will and one's faith. It is, if we may speak in Christian terms, a communion, a thanksgiving, and offering a Eucharist. It is the time that is, if you are seeking the Creator, the center of the day, it is time that you call to remembrance that thought which created you. It is within the illusion you experience, as much a family matter as concern for your relatives, and upon the level of seeking replaces one's concerns for any loved ones. Sharpen the desire, sharpen the faith, and this shall be done through its use. Will and faith together, simple, dogged persistence, going on when you don't feel like it, getting up when you are tired, honoring the Creator to make that mysterious entity a part of your real everyday life. You shall experience change. The change is partially the dailiness of yourself, and so shall your true adventure begin as you learn what your true desire is as meditation changes your point of view. And again, truths leave, new truths come, and the imperishable truths glow and glorify the one infinite Creator. May you be daily. May you see that you were following metaphysically a path which cannot fail. May you be aware of your process of change, and so be tolerant of those who are not changing at your speed. Make the allowances reflect the presence within. We welcome each upon the path. We walk with you, and at your mental request, we are with you in silence to worship the one infinite Creator and to be with you in a deepening state of meditation. Question: would you speak about the state which is between waking and sleeping that Carla spoke about earlier, that she called the hypnagogic state? I am quote, "The conscious attention of the seeker begins as the meditation is entered, or as sleep is turned into wakefulness, to pass a point that is available from either direction. As the conscious mind relaxes, and as the sleeping self awakes, there is the point of awareness which partakes in some degree of both the conscious and the unconscious mind, and its abilities within each mode of being. At the state which you have called the hypnagogic state, the seeker is aware that it is aware, and yet what it is aware of and how it is experiencing this awareness is markedly different from the conscious awareness of the daily routine. The hypnagogic state may be seen to be that of pure listening, shall we say, being before action, in which there is the greater receptivity and the closer examination of that stimulus which is received. Most usually the source of the stimulus, however, is inward, rather than being a product of the external environment. The perception or awareness is one which allows the seeker to partake more fully with that which is perceived, that there is less distinction between the perception and the perceiver, yet enough that the seeker is indeed aware that it exists in what seems in some cases to be a dual reality. This experience is one which may allow the seeker to receive communication from deeper portions of the self and from other sources that may be external or more relatively unavailable to the conscious self. For the hypnagogic state may be seen to be somewhat similar to the carrier wave, shall we say, in your radio-electronic terms, as we believe they are used. This carrier wave allows for the placing upon of information, be it in images, in symbols, in feelings, in verbalizations that are inwardly heard. These communications may be the product of conscious querying over a fairly significant portion of the life experience. May be the focus of conscious concern that is intense in nature, perhaps shorter-lived in drawing the attention. The communication has the purpose of providing an insight into the point of concern, whether it be conscious or unconscious. The use of this state over a prolonged period of time is quite helpful as a means of communication to the subconscious mind and of retrieving information which has been recorded there and which may lend an insight or direction to the use of catalyst in the conscious mind and in the daily round of activities. Carla then asks, I have one more thing that I want to follow up as well. You're saying then basically that dreaming is a kind of telepathy or meditation. Telepathy between the subconscious and conscious, a way to retrieve information from the deeper and wiser parts of ourselves that are working with the same catalyst that we are consciously working on. Is that correct? I am quo, and this is primarily correct, my sister. The unconscious mind, however, works not so much upon the catalyst as does the conscious mind, as it provides the conscious mind information in various areas, which very likely are the areas of use of catalyst by the seeker. However, the unconscious mind may also provide information which lies somewhat outside the realm of the patterns or lessons. The use of the catalyst is by the consciously seeking entity. For example, the unconscious mind may be used in the manner of which we previously spoke to engage in the problem solving, as we believe you call it, where the information is requested that would allow a completion of thought and activity to occur, or another step upon this journey to be taken. Carla then says, just a conclusion, so keeping a dream notebook then and working with your dreams is a good part of the meditative process if you use it, right? I am quo, indeed. The working with the self within the dreaming state is one very helpful means by which an entity may come to know the self in a manner that provides a richness and variety of points of view. Carla then says, but can it reach to God, the Creator? I am quo, and we would suggest that as the seeker of truth attempts to know the self, by whatever means is chosen, the seeker is making itself aware of the face of God, in one aspect or another, as it is expressed in the incarnational pattern. Thus, to know the self, in the deepest sense, is to know all selves, is to know the creation, and is to know the Creator. Question: I had a dream several days ago that I described to my child, and my child explained it to me and seemed to explain it really sharp. My question is, does this mean the child has talent, or does it mean that some people have talent to explain dreams or talking about a dream? God would use a child to clarify. God would use an instrument to clarify dreams. So my question is really, do the talents some people have about reading dreams and maybe how you go and work on it, is that clear? I am quo, and I believe that we grasp the thrust of your query, my sister. There are indeed those which express a talent for the translation, shall we say, of the dream images. These entities may have previous experience within other life patterns working with the subconscious mind and the, we shall call it, language or archetypal nature of the subconscious mind of your peoples. For each race of entities, or in many cases each nationality, shares similar experiences in a general and most basic sense that is available to each entity within the population in a way that may be translated and understood by those familiar with the archetypal journey of each human entity, which is expressed within the mythology, shall we say, of each culture. There are many which study, as any field of inquiry may be studied, the nature of the subconscious mind, and more specifically the process of dreaming. Therefore, there is the progress that might be made through study that may enhance the natural inclination of those who find themselves drawn to working with the language of the subconscious mind as a means of being of service to those who find value in the endeavor. Question: is it possible, and if possible, useful to gain active control of the consciousness within dreams so that you might be an active participant in the dream and making decisions within the dream? I am quo, and am aware of your query, my brother. Though this is indeed quite possible for the student, which not only shows a talent for this particular field of study, but which also perseveres for a great period of your time, the ability to move consciously within one's subconscious mind is properly an activity which is possible only for those most adeptly trained in this area. The training is by experience and desire, working with a portion of the being which one feels holds great resources and which one honors and respects in a way which is reflected in the daily round of activities, and also through the insights gained within the dreaming state, utilized as living portions of the conscious awareness of the seeker. Question: there are more primitive cultures on Earth, or supposed more primitive cultures on Earth, who have within their culture a technique of going back into a dream and actively controlling their consciousness within the dream. As I understand, you say that this is extremely difficult for us to do, even though in the particular culture that I'm referring to, children can do it or learn to do it. Can you speak about that aspect? I am quo, and we shall attempt to clarify at this time. The ability to consciously move within the dreaming state is for most entities within your current culture an activity reserved only for those much practiced at the use of dreams. For there is less respect given to the use of dreams, in particular in the use of the subconscious mind in general within your culture, than there is within other cultures, some of which have described as being more technologically primitive in nature. Yet these cultures are much more aware through their own beliefs and teachings of the value of the unconscious mind and the dreams in particular. And therefore the ability to move within the dreaming state in a conscious manner is a more natural part of their culture than it is of yours, and because it is a foundation stone upon which their culture rests, is an avenue frequently traveled, and the doors therefore are more open to such travel for such entities. I have a question about dreams. When you are unable to remember certain details of your dreams, is that because you weren't meant to remember it? Is that something that is completely lost? Or is it still within your subconscious mind in some capacity? We are those of quo, and we are aware of the query, my sister, and we appreciate this specific question. The dream state is one that is pregnant with opportunity for self-discovery and universal discovery. And so we understand the desire to be able to interpret the dream state and these images, words, moments, feelings, and emotions that arise in this most peaceful and restful state. We would like to impart that these experiences, wherein these minute, fine details are seemingly forgotten or not quite fully clear, are very common among the people on your planet at this time. There is much which you allow to distract or weigh heavy upon your heart or your mind, and that distraction can make it difficult to retain that which you envision in this state. However, that which cannot be remembered or fully deciphered is not truly lost. It is part of your being. It is an extension of you, be it higher self speaking to you, be it some larger force within you or without you. And we caveat that by saying that everything without you is also within you. So these minor details that may seem to be important or seemingly lost are always there. The experience is valid and real, and it cannot be unwritten. It existed in that moment. Now, to say that those minor details were not meant to be remembered is a more challenging consideration. For you see, there is one school of thought that perhaps those missing pieces act as breadcrumbs for your own seeking, that they light that flame or self-reflection for further discovery, that the attempt to further understand without all these pieces is a road towards knowing the self and the Creator more fully. We feel as though the very fact that you are questioning the importance of these is powerful and ripe with opportunity, that you want to know more, that you have an intention to discover more deeply, to look more inward, to grasp more fully the illusory experience, so that they are not remembered is not inherently or in any way a bad thing. There is another school of thought that we subscribe to, that everything is in place just as it should be, just as it is meant to be, to guide you in this illusory experience, so that these puzzle pieces that are seemingly blurry or outside of your grasp is exactly as it should be in that moment, that you now have the space to meditate on those missing pieces or question your experience, make meaning of this dream state that you encounter. It is all perfectly poised to provide you that guiding light, that direction. We say that with the understanding that many times there are instances in which these dream states seem nonsensical or simply reflections of your daily experience, that they may seem, for lack of a better wording, shallow or unimportant. But we should only humbly suggest that there is fruit to be harvested from any such experience or moment in this state, even if it feels as though the movie you are watching is not magical, or not familiar, not extraordinary. In closing, if one is desiring to further uncover these pieces, we would only suggest that one do so with a gentle hand, for you are being presented by self with exactly what you need in that moment. There are, of course, ways to deepen that practice, to hone those memories more clearly through the use of methods such as journaling or intentional dream setting prior to the slumber, or requesting visits from higher self. But that we correct this instrument, but those are all within a realm of understanding that the messages you need are before you, that the information you seek surrounds you, dream state or not. But again, we understand this desire to more fully configure this space, this mental environment, this dream landscape, to make sense of how one dances within that space, what that means for soul or spirit or physical vehicle. So we appreciate your query, my sister, and again only reiterate that all is well, and that which you seek is shining brightly in those moments. Is there a follow-up to this query, my sister? No, Quo, thank you. I am Quo, and we seem to have exhausted the queries. We should like to thank each present for the queries. These are precious forms of thoughts from you to us that we fully appreciate. This gives us great inspiration, for we feel that we have been able to blend our energies with yours in a manner of which has created what you might call the small version of a social memory complex this afternoon. This is always our great desire, to blend love with light, light with light, the Creator with the Creator. At this time, we shall take our leave of this group and this instrument with praise and thanksgiving to each and to all. We are known to you as those of Quo, Adonai, Vasu, Boragas. Chapter 6. Using lucid dreams to explore your existence in multiple realities. If you got a chance to read my book, The Reality Revolution, I explored this topic of parallel realities, both in physics in a variety of different ways in personal experience. And we've explored it multiple times on this podcast through many different avenues, through Neville Goddard, through the Law of One, through many different ideas and meditations. And one of the more powerful parts that we've talked about was in reality transurfing and in reality creation, the idea of reality existing like a dreamlike state and being able to enter into lucid dreams while you sleep, and learning the process of lucidity in dreaming allows you to become lucid while waking. If you are constantly on the lookout for whether or not you're dreaming, that means you've reached a point where your lucid dreams are so vivid that you cannot differentiate them from real life. And there are people right now that are truly existing multiple different realities in both the lucid dreaming state and in the regular state. You exist in multiple realities at the same time. You exist in a variety of them. And oftentimes we've believed that there's some sort of wall between these other existences. It is my proposition that is not true. And while it is infinite in its range, it would be very much like looking at a very small sampling of a square foot from an entire planet. So it is not representative of the general norm of your parallel realities. But if you want to vividly experience these realities and not just know about them, but experience them, there is a way to do that, and that's through lucid dreaming. The problem is, it's difficult to lucidly dream. Even people that are introduced to this idea have a hard time doing it. They prefer a certain way of sleeping where it's all silent, or there's a running fan or something like that. And you have to find a way to go into a deep theta, but become aware in a deep theta, deep delta state, and just become aware that you are dreaming. And then becoming aware of your ability to shape the dream around you. I introduced this idea in the discussion of the transurfing literature, which is also very powerful, which indicates, how do we not know that some people that disappear don't just wake up in the lucid dream? And there's a certain sort of warning that it is very possible that you could wake up in another reality. And I would not be surprised of that. The thing is, we would not know it because we wake up in our memory. And imagine right now that you think you've been living your whole life in the same body, in the same reality, but you only know that. What if you just entered today? What if you instantly grafted on to all the memories of that reality and then assumed that this is your reality that you've been living on, because that's part of your memories. You believe it so deeply. So there's something that happens when you start to accept other realities. Now, I've had a few running dream sequences that I pick up on multiple occasions. Those are interesting. As I've explored this, I've realized it's important to get into a habit where you're asking yourself whether or not you're lucidly dreaming. And so I wanted to discuss this a little bit more in both the parallel reality parts of it and also how to dream lucidly. And really, what happens when after a long day you finally get the chance to hit the sack and drift off to sleep? And so when I ask that question, some of you might say, I fall asleep. It's probably the answer that most of you will give. Some would say they dream on occasion. Some would claim they never dream. But we know this to be inaccurate because all humans dream. It's been proven in sleep labs that, in fact, it has been discovered that dreaming is physiologically necessary to sustain life. We would be dead if we could not dream. Though just why is not entirely understood as of yet. It is true, however, that many people do not remember their dreams. I talk to people all the time that simply cannot remember their dreams. And there's something that you need to know once you start to explore lucid dreaming that you're not aware of, that you think you know. You do not sleep. you do not actually sleep. If you think of yourself as only a breathing physical body, then yes, it would be accurate to say that you sleep. Your body certainly sleeps. But if you think of yourself as well self and awareness, a self-reflecting consciousness, maybe even a soul, then you do not sleep. You know your subconscious doesn't sleep. It's always having to take care of your heart and your blood and your mind. And almost every minute your body is snoring away and fidgeting in bed, you are thinking. You are dreaming. Those thoughts are just as powerful as the thoughts that you have when you're awake. We talk about controlling our thoughts, but you must control your dreams on some level, or be allowed to follow the flow and control and change the things that you want while in your dream state. You are existing in a world that is every bit as real and palpable as is the waking world. And it's my contention that in many cases, not all of them, because sometimes dreams are prophetic, sometimes dreams have certain symbolism where your subconscious is trying to communicate with you. And sometimes, if you make it your intention, so it's a combination of lucid dreaming and then making it your intention that you want to explore the existence of your other selves in other multiple realities. It's very real. It is a concept that is entirely radical to many people. And this is especially true in the Western world, whereas in many other cultures, the idea of the persistence of awareness throughout the sleep period is widely accepted. Dreams, per se, are given much more respect in some cultures and religions, certainly when compared to the attitude of modern science. At least up until the mid-20th century. But things are changing in that respect. For example, in the medical community, serious research has been underway for several decades, delving into how dreams affect us both psychologically and physically. There have been many important discoveries in several fields, and the subject is more likely to be clinically studied than it was as recently as just a decade ago. Historically, medical science has paid more attention to the subject of sleep than to dreaming, while ever since the days of Freud, psychiatry has viewed dreams as a means to unlock the psyche. It was in 1830 when Robert McNish published his philosophy of sleep, in which he described sleep as temporary metaphysical death. We've come a long way in the subject of dreaming. For a very long time, neurophysiologists were adamant that conscious awareness within a dream is impossible, claiming that so-called lucid dreams are merely memories of dreams in which the subject dreams he is aware he is dreaming. So the subject had received far more respect in earlier times by intellectuals who operated outside the usual framework of legitimate science. A Frenchman with the title Marquis de Hervey de Saint-Denis wrote extensively on the subject in 1836, when he was but a boy of 14. His pursuit of the subject continued into his later years, and actually his focus was on the broad subject of dreams and what import they might represent. But within his writings, he clearly described being conscious and aware in many of his dreams. While he probably did not coin the term lucid dreaming, the honor apparently goes to Frederick Van Eden. He was one of the first in the sphere of Western culture to make the claim that it is possible. And as far back as 415 AD, lucid dreaming was described to a T in a work by St. Augustine. Your body is asleep, but in your brain your mind is bright and awake, and awareness is now in your brain's own created dream world. Kicking and screaming, the establishment that we now call modern medicine reluctantly took notice and eventually accepted the reality of lucid dreaming, just recently aided in large part by publication of studies undertaken by Stephen LaBerge in pursuit of his PhD in psychophysiology. He is considered the pioneer in the field and has devoted his life to advancing the subject both to lay people and the scientific community. Much of what we now know about the subject comes from this man's efforts. In fact, It is meticulously devised sleep lab research that is widely regarded as the long-awaited proof acceptable to the most skeptical of scientists. That lucidity within dreams is not only possible, it is commonplace. Naturally, those who rarely remember their dreams have no more chance of recalling lucid dreams than they do of remembering non-lucid dreams. But evidence is strong that all of us from time to time experience them. Dreams are by their very nature short of duration, which is verifiable with EEG testing. And they're also quite random, though it has been shown that we tend to dream in stages. The majority of longer and more easily recalled dreams happen during what is known as REM periods. To me, when I hear about REM periods, I always think of my own meditations and use of eye movements in neurolinguistic programming. What I think is happening with the REM periods, if you can, REM means random eye movements, where they can look at your eyes and see that they're moving while you're in the dream state. You're accessing different feelings and emotions with control. So once you reach that level of control where you can move your eye movements in a certain way, that is also indicative of the lucid state. As most people know, REM stands for rapid eye movement, which is physical manifesting accompanying virtually all dreaming periods. And even animals do this. Not all, but cats and dogs, to name just two, have been shown to experience REM, and it is assumed this indicates they experience dreams just like humans do. Long REM stages usually occur toward the later stages of sleep, usually an hour or two before waking, sometimes right up to it. This is why many people have the ability to linger in bed a few extra minutes just to go back and finish a dream. You are experiencing a separate and distinct reality, whether you remember it or not. And the things you encounter while there can have a real influence on you. These things can be positive or negative, and the effects are potentially powerful. And it is my contention that if you become very, very good at lucid dreaming, you become very, very good at creating your reality, which is essentially a lucid dream. A lucid dream means that you begin to shape your reality. You can change the table into another object. You are all-powerful in the dream. If you reach the all-powerful state, you can fly. You can travel faster than the speed of light. You completely move around the physics of that reality because you are the conscious creator of the dream. Even though you may not be, there may be realities out there where you are controlling the reality just by dipping your toe into that existence. And according to Vadim Zeland, the space of variations exists, and we are kind of diving in, and our souls may be just exploring different parallel realities in the information stream. So there's two levels of this. These could be physical, real realities, or they could be realities that exist in the information field, or the space of variations, or the source field, or the quantum field, that carry the infinite possibility of all reactions and possibilities within the space of reality. Because each particle by itself carries all of those unlimited possibilities until it makes that first choice, whether it's turned on or off. So you can see that there's ample evidence to suggest that you are carrying on a totally separate life, or lives with memories, while your body takes a time out. You are still you in every sense, but it is possible there are many yous, and that in dreams you inhabit many different characters, as real to you as you are to yourself in the waking world. If you are a person who has fairly good dream recall, then think back, and you may remember at least one dream in which you seem to have been two different characters interacting. Viewpoint switches back and forth, or you may recall a dream in which you witnessed some powerful event, and also recall that you were directly involved in the same event, seeing from two vantage points. This duality within dreams is common. I have been in one dream a queen ant. Part of the dream was I wanted to taste what it was like to be in pure God, and I was sent to be the queen ant, and I had control of all these sub-ants around me, and I could see through them, and they had their own existences. And it was this multiple awareness which was very disconcerting. but I knew that something real had happened. None of this makes much impact on you unless you awaken with some recollection of what you experienced while dreaming. So if you don't remember, that's the hard part. So a lot of the process of lucid dreaming is learning how to remember your dreams. You can do this at first by simply making an affirmation that you give before and after you wake up. Whether you remember it or not, just say, I'm going to remember my dream tomorrow. Give yourself a pad of paper, but what is easier is that you can record it on your phone. Just record a sound file of what happened in your dream, or do voice to text on your notes. A lot of times people don't really carry a pen around to start writing in a journal, but if you do, then do that. But record the information somewhere and make sure that you come back to it. Make sure you regularly put this information in over at least a 3-week period of time, and then go back and listen to it. You will not remember a lot of what you initially said on those recordings. So then you start to affiliate yourself with the universe. There is a certain level of memory that you are overcoming. And this memory differential is also part of the veil of forgetting from all of your other lives and reincarnations. And you will reach a point where you can know whether something is from the past, or whether it's a current existence, or whether it's information, or all of the different distinctions of dreams. Dreams are like food. There's several different flavors. And so it depends on which dream you're having. Once you're advanced on a level of lucid dreaming, you will know what kind of a dream you're in. If it's a real existence, if something's really happening, and then something will change. Once in a while, a very bizarre thing happens. You manage to float or bend steel or walk through a wall. And when this happens, you're absolutely taken by surprise because you discover that you are dreaming, even though a moment before you could have sworn on the grave of a loved one that you were awake and their surroundings were real. I hope you understand what I'm saying. In dreams, even those that you don't recall, when you wake up, everything before you is just as real as what you see in your present surroundings. Every time, not just in the exceptionally vivid dreams, we all have those sorts of dreams that upon recall seem vague and unreal. This is only due to having poor recall. In those cases, we are actually remembering bits and pieces of dreams that did not record well in physical memory. Blame your brain. It is not used to being used as a collector of dream events, and it is therefore not very good at it unless it is trained to do so. The brain is infinitely powerful if used properly, and you start to become aware of all of the compartments within the brain. It is amazing how it can remember this stuff. Dreams, while you are experiencing them, are every bit as convincing with respect to being your reality as is your waking life, and often they are even more intensely vivid and convincing than waking life for several wonderful reasons. In dreams, your eyesight is much more acute and vivid than in waking life, even though you're not even using your physical eyes. In dreams, events are unfiltered and unfettered. Your attention is not being divided and diluted by all the busy thinking that goes on while you're awake. Your focus is squarely on whatever event is taking place, and this heightens your sense of awareness. In dreams, you are completely free to physically move around in spite of whatever physical challenges you may have in waking life. This makes the experience much more vital, of higher fidelity. We are, to one degree or another, especially if we are older or less healthy, have physical handicaps. People who are wheelchair bound are able to walk and run in dreams. People who are blind, providing they at one time were sighted, are able to see clearly and in vivid color. People who have hearing issues do not in dreams. All this makes the experience within a dream much more convincing than a similar experience in waking reality. In dreams, you are clear-minded, and therefore you process events with better understanding and grasp concepts with unabashed clarity. This too makes dreams reality more convincing than waking reality. In dreams, time is pliable and inelastic. You might think this would seem unreal and therefore unconvincing as compared to waking reality, but not so. When was the last time you remember a dream in which you sat around for an extended period of time doing nothing? Dreams are intensely real, and times this by 10 when the dream is a lucid one, precisely due to the compression and the expansion of time within them. You are experienced more in a perceived moment because more is going on. Things happen one after another. Even if in the dream you are simply walking around looking at things, you are not bored. You're engaged 100%, and therefore you are experiencing reality at a heightened pitch. You are learning more, enjoying more, or perhaps being terrorized more, something easily turned around when you learn lucid dreaming. If you have had a bad dream, in any given moment you can change it when you become lucid. So when I have people come to me talking about nightmares, that I instantly say you should never have a nightmare if you become a lucid dreamer. Even if it's symbolic, you can choose to end the dream at any time. And once you have this awareness, you start to change given moments in your reality. If you tend not to remember your dreams, this may not resonate with you. But once you learn how to memorize your dreams and you make that your intention, you will learn how to do it. The biggest impediment for most of us is that dream recall is naturally poor. When I say naturally, I'm referring to the great majority of us, at least in the Western world. In other parts of the world, there is a greater emphasis on dream recall because in many cultures, dreaming is considered not only as important as waking life, but in many cases, more so. In the Western culture, we have been taught from childhood that dreaming is something to disregard, to forget about. There was no discussion of dreams when I was in school. Oh, it was just a dream. Just forget about it. Psychiatrists tend to treat dreams as masked, vague symptoms of some underlying mental disorder. This is thankfully changing, but it is still true to a large degree. Some people have a knack for remembering their dreams without really trying. These people will be more familiar with what I'm trying to describe here. The first step to learn to remember your dreams. No progress can be made in our quest to become aware of our multiple realities until this first step is accomplished. So a great way to increase dream recall is to increase recall generally. This is not a difficult thing to do. Practice remembering exactly where you place things during the day. And I'm saying exact. Remembering that you left your coffee in the kitchen is not good enough. Impress on your mind that you left coffee on the counter right in front of the toaster. Train yourself to be specific. As you go about your day, make a practice of noticing things you might otherwise pass right by. Notice the coworker in the desk across from you is wearing a particular color and impress this in memory. How much do you remember in your regular life? Intentionally recalling it and making note of that recollection mentally just before you go to sleep. Notice that it was cloudy right up until 2:30 p.m. Then it cleared up, and recall this at some future time with intent. As you can see, intent is part of recall. You cannot remember detail if the intent to do so is not present. This is doubly important in training oneself to recall dreams. When you first get up in the morning, make a deal with yourself and change the nature of this deal every day. As an example, as soon as you wake up, decide that you will notice and remember the first time someone actually speaks to you. You will likely miss this target because it is one of the things that happen to almost everyone, almost every day, and therefore it is by itself unremarkable. The trick is to make it remarkable and therefore memorable. And when you start to get into this attitude, you make every moment remarkable, and it makes every moment in the lucid dream remarkable because everyone can be a dream, and then it becomes memorable. If you succeed in this test, give yourself props and make sure you impress on your brain that recalling the intent to do this absolutely increases the likelihood of recalling whatever dreams may occur the next night and morning. Make a solid habit of this affirmation. It is vital. Another example, wake up and form the intent to notice the first musical sound you hear that day. And as before, make note of what it was and when it happened, and then pat yourself on the back for having remembered to do this. Again, affirm mentally that succeeding in this will absolutely trigger better dream recall for the dream to come that evening and next morning. Try not to miss any of these targets and be sure to mix them around. Don't get into the habit of making the target the same thing too often, because you'll simply form a habit that way. The habit we're trying to form is much more far-reaching. When you begin hitting these targets reliably, add one every day. Try to do 2 or 3 or 4, however many you are capable of doing without this exercise becoming too much to maintain. If it becomes annoying, you'll stop doing it. You have to find the right number of daily targets to maintain without it interfering with your daily life. Maybe 3 or 4 per day. The idea is to string these targets out, make them all different, and change them every morning. Choose memory targets that will last through the day. You make one of the targets noticing your coworker wears and then recalling it at night. Make another target something that you not have anything to do with work. Something random like noticing the first vehicle you encounter during the day that is red in color, and then recalling that before going to sleep. Another target might be to simply note the first instance during the day when someone says your name, whether to you or someone else or you overhear. These types of random targets require that you stay on your toes because you don't know for sure when or even if the event you are trying to target will occur. This is intensely difficult at first, but it gets easier, and to some people it becomes an obsession of sorts. Doing this sort of memory exercise every single day is amazingly potent at forming a heightened ability to recall dreams. While learning to recall targets is step 1, it is a practice that should be maintained. And the step 2 is reality checks. So I talked about this earlier when I talked about just asking yourself if you're lucid. And that's part of the reason that the reality transurfing is so powerful. They use the Platt technique and they say, I can see myself and I can see reality. Becoming aware of yourself outside of reality is one thing. The other is to blend the target exercise, and it further prepares your physical memory for becoming aware within your dreams. For most people, lucidity within a dream, other than for the rare random and spurious lucid moments, occur to many only a few times and is impossible without incorporating reality checks. And a reality check is just what it sounds like. Every so often, perhaps while doing your memory target exercise, simply ask yourself, is this a dream? The question has to be serious, and you have to honestly consider the possibility you may well be dreaming. The more you convince your brain that you are seriously considering this possibility, the better. For instance, I had been having dreams a lot where I had lost something. I was looking for a phone or a wallet or a key, always losing something, spending hours looking for something that I could not find. So when I had a moment where I lost a paintbrush and I was looking around for it, I stopped and said, am I dreaming? I was reminded of the dreamlike quality of the moment, and then found myself having lost something in the same fashion where I was really looking for it multiple times. So those are times when you're questioning, is this reality? You check your hands, you take a drink of water, you walk around, take a deep breath, you go into the moment to make sure that you know. Can you bend to solid objects? Try to fly. That's one way that you can do a reality check. Just from the ground, jump up and fully intend to keep going. Try to change your surroundings with willpower. Small changes are more likely to work because if you try early on to do huge changes, your brain will be so certain it cannot work, it simply won't. Create a whole person. It can be done in lucid dreams, so it is a good reality to tell yourself that someone you really would like to see is standing on the other side of a closed door, then walk over and open it, fully expecting to see that person standing there. Actually do this test. Don't just imagine it. You will do this test believing wholeheartedly that you are awake, and you will find the person you willed into existence standing there, and thus prove that you are dreaming in spite of your belief otherwise. Try to poke a hole through a solid wall. It sounds crazy. It's so much fun to push against a wall, believing you can penetrate with your finger, and then finding that the wall starts to feel rubbery and soft, and a few seconds later it goes right through. If you look at your hands, another thing that I have found for a reality check is to look in the mirror. I think that looking in the mirror is a reality check. If you look in the mirror and you see somebody that looks younger than you or older or somebody you don't recognize, then you might be in another reality. That's a good way to check. Check by looking in the mirror. If you're able to turn on the television Watch television. That's another thing to try. It'll give you an awareness of the time frame that you're in. Listen to radio shows or any sort of media that you can come in to recognize and acknowledge the location of where you are. If you have the ability to ask questions, you may not get answers, but you can ask questions of where you're at. Those are questions that you would ask if you're dreaming, if you're not. So how do you lucidly dream? And I would recommend that you take it easy at first. Keep doing the memory targets. Keep doing that. The more you do these things, the better you will prepare. You're paving the way for lucidity because you actually build neural networks in your brain that will be necessary to start capturing the memory of dream events. You're building new circuits. And you're building a certain energy that you start to get, an energy of intention, as it's called in reality transurfing, which allows you to change reality, because you change reality through intention in dream states. Then you start to just become so used to that you start changing your reality in intention in waking states, and you're doing it with belief that you can do it. And you will see rapid, week, day-long, very, very immense, huge reality changes, so much so that if I talked about it, you would think I was crazy. Whenever you succeed in catching a projected memory target, which means every time you remember something, add a strong mental statement, something like, I know that because I succeeded in remembering this target. I've improved my chance of being lucid in at least one dream tonight. Continue to say, because of that, I'm going to get better at lucid dreaming. Because of that, I'm going to get better at lucid dreaming. Reward yourself, and always add to the reward that you're affirming that this is going to give you an increased ability to lucidly dream. So start giving yourself reality checks at the same time that you do the memory checks. So you say, hey, the first time I hear somebody say my name, then do a reality check. Am I dreaming? So that will start to remind you to do reality checks. At first, I tried to do just lucid dreaming checks, and I would always forget to do it. So by creating something else that I had to do to remember something, I would do that, and then I would remember to do a reality check. So the more reality checks that you do, you want it to become such a habit, maybe almost obsessive at first, because then you do it so often, just like you may fidget or something like that. Make it something that you're doing, asking if you're dreaming. So, and every time you do that, every time you do a reality check, give yourself a little bit of time to do it. So, make a note when you succeed, amplify it. For many people, dream recall is poor at best and nil at worst. And I've heard a lot of people over the years declare they do not dream at all. And the truth is, we all dream, and we do it several times during the night. And it was long ago proven that we experience several cycles of sleep, each sleep period, and that during some of these we're displaying rapid eye movement, which occurs during dreaming. Even if you have pretty good dream recall, building it up to perfect pitch will go a long way to learning how to lucid dream, because after all, it is vivid recollections of the dream upon awakening that make us aware that the dream happened in the first place. That's what I say about reincarnation. If we lived a whole life and we can't remember it, did it happen? So maybe you can dream in the past and future if you get good at it. As Anthony Norvell suggests in his discussion of astral projection, check out that episode, is that you can explore your past and future when you program yourself before you go to sleep. You can say, I want to explore the 60s, I want to explore my last incarnation, whatever it is. Get good at this. Even if you have a pretty good dream recall, building it up to perfect pitch is what you need to do. The best way to improve dream recall is to write it down or record it somewhere on your phone. This means you do it before allowing those fleeting memories to evaporate. Oftentimes, the most vivid dreams will go away right away. If it's a peak, conscious, spiritual type of dream, then do it immediately. Oftentimes, you will only remember the super spiritual, high density, high energy dream in the very short time that you wake up, even when you're very good at lucid dreaming. Keep a notepad and your pen or whatever works for you, as I mentioned before, and I mention again, especially when you're starting out. And the second you open your eyes, lie still and search your memory for any sign of a dream or even a random thought that was not created intentionally. If you move, roll over, or start thinking of something else, those vague memories will disappear. This is especially true if you are starting from a position of having no dream recall whatsoever. There will be many mornings where you draw a blank. It's okay. Don't be hard on yourself when that happens. Don't get upset. Don't let it dissuade you. Don't stop doing it. Over time, even if the things you write down seem pitifully disjointed and make no sense, even though those notes may be terribly brief, consisting of only a word or two, this exercise will work to gradually improve your dream recall. My experience with lucid dreaming took me about a year. You go back to the episodes on lucid dreaming, I released a meditation. I did my own meditation for a long time. What happens with this meditation, the one that we have on the channel, is about 3 hours, and I will make an 8-hour after doing this episode. But the point of the 3.5 hour was I get you into a super relaxed state. You start to lucidly dream, and then every hour or so, I just do a gentle reminder and I say, are you dreaming? So some people have found some success with that. If I do the right kind of sleep and modulate the right kind of brain waves, states using delta and theta, deep theta at a certain pattern, then you can go into a lucid dream better. So I will try to extend that out to an 8-hour track, and we'll see how that works. So you want to have incorporated these exercises into your regimen and making sure you're journaling, you're doing the affirmations. The pre-sleep affirmations are super important. They're a powerful addition to your regimen. You can do those and add even more affirmations if it's really important. And that's best done prior to actually falling asleep. So you want to wait until you're at sleep's threshold before doing this. I might add these into the sleep meditation. You must be relaxed as possible with your mind free of thoughts and concerns. The trick is to time it just right, because sometimes you can do them too early or too late. Make several sharply focused affirmations, either mentally or audibly, to the effect that you will intend to recall at least one dream during the night, and that you know without a doubt your brain is fully capable of it. Word it in the best way for you so that you can remember it. Repeat this affirmation at least one more time and put the full force of your will behind it. Say it more than once. At a minimum, say it more than once. Say it 3 times if you can. Convince yourself, specifically your brain, that you expect it to happen. If you fail, do not get discouraged. You're working at creating a system that will eventually bring results. So patience is a virtue with lucid dreaming. And over a period of time, you will begin to remember short dream sequences or scenes. And over a longer period of time, you will become longer, and your dream recall will improve in quantity and quality. It's a little like programming a computer. In fact, it's exactly like that with an important difference. Your brain requires repeated attempts to make new programs stick. It's not automatic. It does not respond to streams of ones and zeros. It responds to thought and feedback and the heart. And if you speak from your heart to your mind and they communicate in a certain way, using the power of your emotions, joy, and feelings, you can better communicate with your mind and the program will stick. One variation of this technique that worked for me from the earliest attempts was to lie very still in the most comfortable position I could find and try to clear my mind of thoughts and images. Getting rid of everything first is no easy thing, because I want to instantly start doing stuff, and perfection will not likely be achieved without years of training, so you don't have to reach that, but you can try. Allow yourself to picture one thing: the loose end of a power cord dangling in midair, unplugged and unpowered. This translates to being unplugged from conscious thought. It suggests your brain that you are disconnected temporarily and you want to mentally be inactive so that you're open to incoming thought, not intentionally created by your consciousness, but you are disengaged with respect to creating thought. What happens to me when I do this, before long I begin to hear random voices or see fleeting images. And these are usually very vague, and the trick is to avoid trying to identify or analyze them. You end up falling asleep in a semi-conscious state, and any dreams you have will be likely to make an impression on your physical memory. The same technique is common in the field of sleep learning and also in self-hypnosis. The efficacy of these affirmations correlates directly to the sincerity behind them. If you really mean it, your brain will respond in a positive way. The strategy is to train your brain to do something it has always had the ability to do, so you're not exactly starting at zero, which works in your favor. Big complaint I get is, hey, I feel like I'm not getting enough sleep. I'm tired. Because when you get into lucid dreaming, you're going to have a period where you have these very lucid dreams, and it will feel like you've been awake because the dream was so lucid. It is okay. Your body still slept. You will wake up refreshed. And so you can add that as a pre-sleep affirmation. I will wake up refreshed and well slept while fully remembering my dream. You command your body in doing that in the same way. Put it in writing. If you don't effectively get what you want after repeating these affirmations for a while, then write down the affirmations. Write down that you want to remember your dreams. Write down all of the things that you can do. Now, one thing that I do in my sleep meditations that I have introduced that has helped a lot of people, it's good to go through the day from beginning to end. Don't judge it. Just go through the whole day to remember everything that happened in the day. And you don't bring that stuff into your dreams. If you don't want to be immediately thinking about what went on during the day, you can go through that and it kind of releases it. Another thing is to revise the day. If something really bothering you that you're going to go to sleep with, oftentimes we'll dream about it. If you revise it, that's imagining it happening differently. Revise it long enough that you are fine. Then when you dream later, you will not be affected as much by what had happened during the day. At least that's how I've found it. And you can start to keep a dream journal, and you can also start to ask for certain dreams. So you can program dreams. You can start saying, I want to have a dream where I do this, and start really writing out your dream before you go to bed. And then you'll wake up in that reality. Start to really write it down, define it, create the buildings, create the atmosphere, create the people, create everything that you want about it, how it feels to you, add all the details that you want about it, write it down, and expect to dream about it. You'll wake up in a virtual reality that is very, very much like you had described in your dream. Work on being absolutely aware at all times. When you're driving, don't just stare ahead. When you go into trances, wake up. This movement towards lucidity and dreaming is a movement towards mindfulness in awakening. Give yourself the advantage. This gives you a certain awareness that gives you an advantage. This recall will help you in your life no matter what. Now, people have asked me, is there a diet? Is there a specific diet for dreaming? So, I don't know. That's a good question. I would not say that I'm a nutritionist, and I would not ever try to give nutritional advice. But I've read that anything with heavy metals can affect your brain experience. Some people have asked me if there's anything that I can take, and I've tried 5-HTTP and of course melatonin. Melatonin has given me crazy vivid dreams, but I do like dreaming by myself without any aid. That's my own preference. If you're on prescription medication, there's no question that it in some way will influence the results. Narcotics such as some types of painkillers directly affect the brain, and this naturally will create unpredictable results when you're trying to harness your sleep cycles. These drugs will most likely affect your capacity to recall dreams. They might in some way enhance the actual dreams themselves, but unless you take the same dose every night and the cause effect is reliably the same every night, it will be difficult to make progress that is consistent with your efforts. If at all possible, then avoid consumption of medication at bedtime. For many, of course, this will not be possible. If you find yourself in this group, do not despair. I have several friends that are lucid dreamers that have been in this situation under medication. They were still able to overcome it. Try to get to bed at a reasonable hour. If you're a day sleeper, you'll have to figure out what is normal for you. But generally speaking, it is best to retire, you say midnight, which is hard for me. I'm a night person. So dream incubation is really what you want to do. You want to incubate your dreams. So once you've gotten good at this and you remember everything, start to incubate your dream. Make astounding events and adventures and epic life. Give yourself all the things that you want to experience. Be a creator and create your reality. Because I'm telling you that reality exists right now. It's going on right now, both in the information stream and very much in reality. And you can integrate your reality with this one. You can find realities in the future and you can move your time stream towards them when you learn how to lucid dream. When you're dreaming, if you ever think that you're dreaming, do a check. Try to fly. Try to change an object in the room. Look at your hands. Push your fingers together. Do something and start testing and go to the mirror. Talk about something in particular that you won't want to talk about. Bring up a certain subject. All of those things are possible. But beforehand, incubate your dream. Because you're incubating your life when you do this. You create the intention power, the intention energy that you need in real life. I've heard that galantamine can help. I'm not sure about that. There's some probably great apps out there. I love listening to Metaverse when I get a chance. If I don't want to have any actual speaking, that is always a great option. And I have several 8-hour, 3-hour sleep meditations available for the lucid dreamer. The black hole meditation is one where you're sort of in the void. Several affirmation ones. The quantum jumping one is very powerful in that respect, and you can quantum jump in a dream state. And I've used that one in a vivid sort of lucid dreaming sort of way, where you're quantum jumping. You're making it your intention to jump into one reality. And the best way to quantum jump is to quantum jump before sleep. I've experimented with all kinds of ways. Quantum jumping can be related to breath or a big surge or explosion of energy, but you can also find a way to do that within a sleep type setting. I've found a number of ways. I've found heavy, deep breathing, squeezing all my muscles and then releasing it into a relaxed state allowed me to change and quickly move to the void where I could quantum jump in the manner that is effective and then wake up in a new reality. How do you know that you can't do that? Because if you do wake up in a new reality, you won't remember that you did it. You'll be in the new memory. So you can do this. You can jump into realities. You can observe them. You can see them. You can predict your future. You can communicate with God. As Neville Goddard says, that is how God communicates with us, as said in the Bible. That is how God communicates with us through dream. As we are God. And God is learning about himself. And how better for God to learn about himself than to see all of his own realities? Is God not simply experiencing parallel realities in lucid dream form consciously? Is that what God would be doing? Of course. Maybe he can do it multiple times at the same time, like watching 2 TV shows at the same time. Maybe that's a secret sauce behind God, is that he can create the singular attention for multiple things at the same time, during the same time, which is hard to fathom. But that's what we would be able to do in a lucid dream as we've expand our consciousness. And isn't that the God state? Well, we're learning the God state when we learn how to lucid dream. So I recommend that you continue to do this, that you continue to try to lucidly dream, try the lucid dreaming meditation, and report back what you think. In the comments, share your techniques on how you fall asleep, how you lucid dream. What is your lucid dreaming technique? Do you listen to music? Do you go with silence? Do you have an affirmation? Share what your affirmation is. Anybody that's wanting to lucid dream, please put it in the comments, and I want to read what you have to say. This is an experiment. This is a laboratory. Everybody's going to be a little bit different in how they lucid dream. But I say you want to do this and continue to do this. If you get good at it and forget about it, you have to start all over again. So you can experience the most glorious, wonderful, powerful things. I have had a dream that was very vivid where I lived in Phoenix in this gigantic house. I believe it was probably like 50,000 square foot house, all windows. And had the best cars and the most amazing friends and had traveled the world and had the memories of it and was so vivid. There was no way that I had created that in my dream. As Vadim Zeland explains, if you think about it, a lot of times the whole story and script is in the dream. That's why the scripting is talked about so much in reality transurfing, because you're changing the script. You can upload a new script through your plat, which is part of the lucid awakening reality changing mechanism that we're talking about. You can do that. So if you get a chance, check out the full RealityCon and Aura training, which is available. The whole Aura program over an entire day. I gave an alternate universe reality activation program that allows you to activate and actualize your parallel reality. And lucid dreaming is a part of it. If you incorporate it into the process, you can change your reality. It's very possible. And I believe that this is at the very crux and core of reality creation and law of attraction. If our thoughts create reality, all of our thoughts create reality, meaning our dreams create reality. They create realities within this universe and multiple other universes. We are creating just as much as we are experiencing in these realities. As you become lucid, then you take control and become the creator, which is what you're already doing now. And this is a way to learn how to do that. This is a process that you're learning. You've made the choice to be of service to others. Now, here is your power. You become multidimensional, being able to explore multidimensional universes, and you take the power from that to enable others to do the same, to expand consciousness on a large scale. And that's when love can be not just in one universe, but in every universe. Inviting love into the multiverse is the key. We expand love, we magnify it. These rays that come in are magnifying it while we're dreaming, and it's happening now. And we're learning about this process of fourth density and new earth in the lucid dream. That's where it's happening. That's where we're learning about it. That's where we're learning about fourth density, is in the lucid dream. Because it is a dreamlike state to have that kind of level of control of reality. That's why we're creators in this reality. We're learning to create. And this is where we transfer from third to fourth density, in this beautiful place where our mind reaches into the lucid dream world of the quantum field. So I'd love to get your experiences with this. And another thing that I would definitely recommend is virtual reality. Virtual reality sleep meditations is something I would love to develop, but virtual reality, if done in the right ways, you can then experience other realities more vividly. Learning how to experience a reality vividly is important. Making it three-dimensional, virtual reality will allow you to do that, to see outside of your own perspective, and it adds certain elements of reality that you may make that are generic, which limit your ability to change your reality. You must become fully multidimensional, learning how to use all of your senses and becoming infinitely more aware of thoughts and things outside of your own presence, energy fields and beyond, being able to think in more than one body at the same time. You can do all of these things. It is a part of this process. You exist in multiple realities. So now is the time to learn how to explore that and to create them yourself. There's a bunch of really good books out there that I recommend that you can get. Journeys Out of the Body by Robert Monroe, Adventures Beyond the Body, How to Experience Out-of-Body Travel by William Bullman, Astral Dynamics, the complete book of out-of-body experience, which is amazing, by Robert Bruce. Anything by Robert Bruce, Parallel Universes, The Search for Other Worlds by Fred Alan Wolfe, The Hidden Reality, Parallel Universes and the Deep Laws of the Cosmos by Brian Greene, The Reality Revolution, The Mind-Blowing Movement to Hack Your Reality by Brian Scott. Chapter 7. Understanding Dreams. Welcome to the Reality Revolution. I'm your host, Brian Scott. Today, I want to explore the world of dreams and try to understand them in relation to reality creation. I have spoken of dreams, of course, many times on this podcast in relation to Neville Goddard, in almost every one of his lectures, he would describe his own dreams or the dreams of people that wrote him letters. Dreams are discussed by Dr. Joseph Murphy, and dreams are discussed by Vadim Zeland and a variety of authors in the field of reality creation. So I want to understand what they mean. When someone I know says, "Hey, I had this dream that my son died in a car accident," what am I supposed to tell them? Do you know how to interpret dreams yourself, and what do they mean? So let's talk about dreams and see if we can use dreams and the understanding of them to predict our future, to understand ourselves, and to communicate with God. Dreams have been an important part of the human race since the beginning of civilization. When our predecessors sat around the fire and talked about the dream world, there emerged another dimension of reality, one that was peopled with animals and ancestors, evidence of what was later to be understood as the collective unconscious, through which all humankind is connected. Even as science reveals more of the technical aspects of what happens in the brain during REM sleep, the sensation of the power of dreams to reveal more of the soul to the dreamer is unmistakable. Though we are more disconnected from the soulful realm than ever before, through the dream world, we find a profound connection to the self, and therefore to all of humanity. On a personal level, anyone who has gazed into the mystery of a dream with a bit of reverence knows the value of such exploration. By understanding your dreams better, I think you can gain a deeper understanding of yourself and the world around you. Dreams are stories told in a language of symbols, or they're visions of the future and the past, and unrealized realities. To understand this language of symbols, you must go to the heart of the image itself. The universal meaning of any symbol is held within its use. Its essence is purpose or its inherent qualities. Once you understand this relatively simple concept, every dream interpretation is simply a story about the story that the dream is telling. There is no wrong way to interpret a dream. The meaning of a dream is deeply personal, and much depends on the dreamer and the sensation of the dream. And over time, the insight that a dream has to offer can even change and evolve. Most important to remember is that the dream itself has a consciousness of its own. Like an excited child discovering a new activity, it just wants to be seen and acknowledged. Simply thinking about a dream is enough to stimulate the unconscious mind, to offer more information to help you understand yourself better. The true value behind interpreting a dream for yourself is not the final meaning you give it, but in the process of investigating it. You should really consider in how to approach the landscape of the dream world itself. And how are we going to do this to understand that? How do we understand what is actually happening when you have these dreams? Although dreams can mirror many aspects of your waking life, the most powerful way of working with them is to consider every element of the dream as a reflection of your own consciousness. You can consider that your own consciousness is made up of many facets, and a dream is a symbolic glimpse into your inner world. Noted psychologist Carl Jung, who is considered the father of modern dream work. It was Jung, a contemporary of Freud, who postulated the existence of the collective unconscious, a realm that connects all human beings to the same archetypal information, no matter what culture or geography might separate them, which to me sounds like the beginnings of a social memory complex discussed in The Law of One and the Raw Material. Check out my previous episodes on that discussion and idea. In Jung's travels, Jung discovered that his upper-class patients in Switzerland were having the same exact dreams as the natives in Africa he visited. Of course, the Swiss businessmen were more likely to be chased by bankers than tigers, but the themes were the same. According to Jungian philosophy, the people in your dreams represent various aspects of yourself. I refer to these as character aspects, where the waking life qualities exhibited by the people represent those qualities as they live in you, the dreamer. This is reflected in many of the terms that you will find when you read about what dreams are in different dream dictionaries. As complex human beings, we understand ourselves in a fractured way when we talk about dreams, because it's very difficult, if not impossible, to properly investigate. You might say it feels like this or feels like that. There is a shadow world to dreams, and dreams have nightmares. And for the average person, an endless variety of dark, socially unacceptable emotions remain tucked away in their unconscious minds and never see the light of day outside of their dreams, where their dreams play these shadow sides out. In order to grow and expand in wisdom and consciousness, we must continually explore these dark, hidden realms as well, in order to discover more of who we are. Dreams are perhaps the most important way in which this is done throughout life. Nightmares and disturbing dreams are most likely emanating from the shadow. Those that take place at night or in dark landscapes are also likely to be shadow dreams. Anything in a dream that runs contrary to your nature or being, such as skin and hair color as well as gender, is also an indication that the shadow is being expressed. If a section of a dream features a dangerous, frightening, or mysterious occurrence, this too is likely to be a moment of the shadow calling to you. Things that are within your conscious awareness have no difficulty being integrated into your sense of who you are. You discover something new and take it in, and your identity is expanded. When something is coming from the shadow, however, the process is confounded by fear and resistance. The material itself is made up of elements of your personality that you disown, and they are therefore more difficult to reconcile. Dreams are the best way to help release the grip of fear that can often hold you back in life. This happens by virtue of illuminating the places in your consciousness where that fear lives. The process is irrational and mysterious, but spending some quality time with your dreams can actually relieve some of the bondage that fear and inhibition can cause. All dreams are valuable, but those that are dark and scary offer a particular opportunity. Don't ignore them or try to forget about them. It is even possible that nightmares are scary so that they will be remembered more easily. The shadow in dreams points to the very place in the recesses of the unconscious that needs to be released in order for expansion and growth to occur. Once this has been identified, it is no longer in the shadow, and light fills the space that was once dark. But the most important aspect for me personally, that really made me change and look back and really start to analyze my dreams, was the discussion in Neville Goddard. Neville Goddard explains a belief that he was God and Christ and had lived the experiences of Christ through visions that he had. So how do we differentiate visions from dreams? I think that it's probably more clear. There is no doubt. But all these things seem to happen in dreams. Did Neville Goddard dream these things? Well, we see in the Bible where God is communicating to the prophets and everybody and anybody in the dream state every time. As it says in the Bible, for God speaketh once, yea, twice, yet man perceiveth it not. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when you deep sleep falleth upon men, in slumberings upon the bed, then he openeth the ears of men and sealeth their instruction. Lo, all these things worketh God oftentimes with man. Job 33:14 through 16 and 29. In this scripture, Elihu states that God gives us sealed instructions in the form of dreams. Because these messages are sealed within parables, we seldom recognize them as being from God. Treating dreams like junk mail, we often throw away the very answers we ask. When we pray for counsel and guidance, we say, God, give us wisdom, give me an information that I need, and then we have a dream and we ignore it. How often do we hear someone say, I had a weird dream this morning? Paul said that God chose the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. In Corinthians 1:27, although many dreams are foolish or senseless to the world, they are precious to those who understand the hidden wisdom from above. 1 Corinthians 2:7. Now, the way God communicated with people most frequently in the Bible was through dreams. The dreams recorded in the Bible often seem ridiculous, yet their interpretations are quite sensible. For example, Pharaoh dreamed of 7 cows that ate 7 other cows, and then he dreamed of 7 ears of corn that ate 7 other ears of corn. The interpretation of these 2 strange dreams saved Egypt from starvation. In Genesis 41:15 through 48. The Bible reveals that in the past God spoke through dreams to saints and sinners alike, warning them, directing them, helping them. He still does. By carefully studying the Bible to find out how God spoke to men in the past, we can learn his method of talking to us now. How often does God communicate with us in dreams? Job 33:29 reveals that God gives us instructions oftentimes. And Job even says that God visits us every morning. The postman arrives often and early. What is man, that thou shouldest magnify him, and that thou shouldest set thine heart upon him, and that thou shouldest visit him every morning and try him every moment. Job 7:17-18. Although night visions are easily recognizable as being from God, for instance, the Neville Goddard visions were probably no doubt recognizable. Dreams are not. The scriptures state that it is our old man that dreams dreams. Therefore, they are normally given in parable form. For this reason, they must be interpreted if we are to understand what God is saying. And it shall come to pass in the last days, saith God, I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. Acts 2:17. Neville Goddard says, but if he knows who he really is, the Spirit of God who creates all things dwells in him, and that he can detach that indwelling being from the body that he wears and actually enter his dream, the dream will take on reality. And if he persists in it, it will objectify itself in this world. In one lecture, Goddard stated that he was convinced that the thing you really are is dreaming what you believe yourself to be. And one day you will awaken, and you and the dreamer of you will be one. So that everything is a dream. Goddard also says everything that appears without was first an image, nothing more than a dream, which was created by the dreamer in you. And another, he says, we are told that God speaks to man in a dream and unveils himself in a vision. Now, vision is a waking dream like this room, while a dream occurs when you are not fully awake. In the 12th chapter of the book of Numbers, it is said that God speaks to man through the medium of dreams and makes himself known through vision, as we have just said. If God makes himself known to you through vision and speaks to you in a dream, what is more important than to remember your dreams and visions? You can't compare the morning's paper or any book you may read to your vision of the night, for that is an instruction from the depth of yourself. God in you speaks to you in a dream. So I journal my dreams, or at least have a dream journal next to my bed every single day. You never know when you're going to get some wisdom from a dream. And so that's what I try to do. A person spends a third of their lifetime asleep. Unfortunately, scientific research can only offer us a limited understanding of the human sleep state. And so what exactly happens to a person when they are asleep remains a mystery if you're the scientist listening to this. Philosophical interpretations of dreams are no more enlightening. We can trust our own instincts and do our best. And I will give you interpretations in this of different things and what they have been interpreted as, but there is no correct answer. They span from one extreme to another. And some people say that dreams are an illusion. And then other experts will claim that life itself is nothing more than a dream, as we hear Neville Goddard say repeatedly. So who should we believe? When adults remember their dreams, they tell themselves what they saw was not real. The mind is comforted by the interpretation that dreams are a product of the imagination, somehow generated in a state of rest. We know that children up to the age of 4 fail to distinguish between what they see in a dreaming and a waking state. They believe that the content of their dream is happening in the same space as the rest of their life. When a child wakes terrified from a nightmare, they are convinced that the monster is still somewhere in the bedroom and nothing their parents can say will comfort them. Gradually, the child's mind begins to accept the idea that dreams are not real. We discussed previously how the mind quickly and willingly organizes any new information that it receives according to abstract references, and yet it takes a whole 4 years to convince the mind that dreams are not real. This must be the only thing that the mind cannot willingly accept. Most people have no memory of their life before the age of 4, and so as adults they cannot bear witness to the confusion the mind must have experienced upon awakening from a dream when it was still believed to be real. Every night when the mind switches off, it falls innocently into a kind of trap. It does not occur to us to take a critical view of events whilst we are asleep. Even on waking, we are surprised by how real and very natural the virtual reality of our dreams appeared. The mind is accustomed to finding a rational explanation for everything, and so despite the fact that people see quite bizarre events in their dreams, for some reason, in the moment of dreaming, the mind responds as if they were quite normal. Whenever we notice or experience something unusual, the mind will instantly provide a rational explanation. And despite this, we do not question the reality of what is happening in the world around us when we are in a conscious waking state. And the same is true of dreaming. Despite the mind's incessant need to control, the simple question, is this real, slips through the prism of control, and the mind falls into the dream trap. So when the Bible says, I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him in a vision and will speak unto him in a dream in Numbers 12:6, how do we use this information? What does it mean? Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, check out my previous episodes. He would go into deep sleep states and accessed the Akashic records. He did several dream interpretations. He interpreted over 1,000 dreams in his sessions that you can read about for various individuals who requested it, using access to the Akashic records. And clearly from his research, they're an avenue of self-knowledge, but not every dream provides guidance about what we should do. Decisions are best made at the conscious level, so I don't know if we should be making decisions directly related to dreams, but that's a question I'm trying to answer with this podcast. So they can reveal that we need to make better decisions in analysis. Cayce also claims that dreams are a type of reasoning, not deductive reasoning, which is the familiar way the conscious mind works, starting with an overall assumption and figuring out specific ways that assumption plays out. And he encourages us to look for extrasensory perceptions in our dreams. Predictive dreams, he does say, can warn us. Sometimes they can be telepathic dreams meant to give us more information about another person. So there are numerous references in the Bible to dreams and visions and revelations and warnings given to men during sleep. Your subconscious mind is active 24 hours a day and never sleeps. The Bible points out that Joseph was amazingly accurate in his analyses of the dreams of Pharaoh, and that his mental acumen and sagacity in predicting the future through the interpretation of dreams brought him praise, honor, and recognition by the king. Dreams have captivated scientists and scholars and mystics and philosophers. Still, many answers to man's most acute problems have been given in dreams. Since biblical days, various interpreters and expositors in every country have been engaged in the analysis of the interpretation of dreams. We talked about Jung, but there's also Freud and Adler and other distinguished psychologists and psychiatrists studying the symbols portrayed, releasing hidden phobias and fixations and mental complexes. Your dreams are projections of the contents of your subconscious mind, Dr. Joseph Murphy says, explaining that in many instances they answer your problems and warn you regarding investments, journeys, and marriage, as well as pitfalls of daily living. Your dream is a dramatization of your subconscious mind and is not fatalistic. You mold, fashion, and shape your own future by your thoughts and feeling. Anything in your subconscious is subject to change, and when you know the laws of mind, you predict your own future. Remember, your future is your present thinking made manifest, because your subconscious mind faithfully reproduces your habitual thinking 24 hours a day. Dr. Murphy explains the meaning of the symbols in your dreams. The symbols which appear in your dreams are personal and apply to each individual only. The same symbol appearing in the dream of a friend or other member of your family may have a completely different meaning. The dream reveals a small fortune in dollar bills. Dr. Joseph Murphy, in a lecture on extrasensory perception revealed as answers in dreams, tells a story that he once had a telephone call from a woman in New York City stating that her husband had told her prior to his demise that he planned to take a large sum of money from his private safe and invest it in a foreign country for greater returns. A few days later, he passed on, and when the safe deposit box in the bank was opened, there was no cash, but there was a record at the bank that 2 days previously had visited the vault. There was no trace or record of any investment, and a minute inspection of his desk revealed no clues. I suggested to her that she turn her request over to her subconscious mind, which knew the answer, and that it would reveal the answer to her in its own way. She prayed as follows prior to sleep. My subconscious knows where my husband secreted that money, and I accept the answer and believe implicitly the solution will come clearly into my conscious mind. She quietly dwelled on the meaning of these words, knowing they would be impressed on her subconscious, thereby activating its response. She had a very vivid dream in which she saw a small black box hidden behind a picture of Lincoln on the wall in her husband's work den. She was shown in the dream how to press a secret button which could not be seen with the naked eye. When she awakened, the rush to the den took down the picture of Lincoln, and when she pressed the button revealed in the dream, an opening appeared containing the black box, which in turn contained $50,000 in currency. She discovered the treasures of her subconscious, which knows all, sees all, and has the know-how of accomplishment. You too can take a similar step in putting this power to work in locating a treasure of any type, Murphy says, that really belongs to you. In another story, Murphy says a young woman in San Francisco experienced a recurrent dream for 4 consecutive nights. In her dream, her fiancé, who was living in Los Angeles, appeared to her, and quite suddenly a very high mountain, which seemed impossible to scale, came between them. In the dream, she was deeply surprised, frustrated, and bewildered. She awoke wrestling with the problem and sensing something very wrong and shady. Murphy asked her what the mountain signified to her, as every dream, when interpreted properly, must coincide with the inner awareness and feeling of the dreamer. Moreover, a recurrent dream is very important, as it is the intuitive voice of your subconscious saying to you, stop, look, and listen. The word mountain to her meant an insuperable obstacle. I suggested to her that she speak to her fiancé about the dream and gain the assurance that there was nothing hidden that was not revealed to her, and nothing covered that was not made known to her. Accordingly, she flew down to Los Angeles to see her fiancé, who met her at the airport. After a heart-to-heart talk, he finally told her, I am a homosexual. I want to marry you so that my customers who are very religious would not suspect anything. Her dreams prevented her from experiencing what eventually would have been a traumatic shock. You too can exercise the same or greater foresight through analyzing the recurrent happenings in your dreams. This young lady had sensed something wrong for some months, but she could not put her finger on it. She prayed specifically, claiming that infinite intelligence of her subconscious mind would reveal the answer and that it would be clearly shown to her. The Bible says, in a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men in slumberings upon the bed, then he openeth the ears of men and sealeth their instruction. There are many types of dreams. There are variegated types of dreams, some due to sexual frustration and repression, Murphy explains. Others due to mental and emotional turmoil, bodily malfunctioning, fears, and religious taboos, reproduction and recast of past events or of the activities of the day. However, there are many dreams of a recurrent nature as well as of a precognitive significance, wherein you see events before they happen. Many times you are given detailed instructions in the dream state as to what action to take. In another dream that helped a woman reveal the man she married, Murphy explains a young businesswoman had a dream in which she saw a young man, tall, fair blue-eyed, and with blonde hair. In the dream, he proposed to her and she accepted. A few days later, she met him when he entered the office where she worked to interview one of the attorneys who employed her. He invited her out and they shortly became fast friends. 2 months later, they were married. Dreams similar to this one are quite frequent, as it is not at all uncommon for a man or woman to envisage ahead of time the person the dreamer will marry. It is possible to tap great intuitive powers by putting your mind and your dreams to work, as in this instance. This young woman had been praying and affirming every night for the ideal mate. This is the affirmation that Murphy said she was doing at the time that she had this dream. I know that I am one with God now. In Him I live, move, and have my being. God is life. This life is the life of all men and women. We are all sons and daughters of the one Father. I know and believe there is a man waiting to love and cherish me. I know I can contribute to his happiness and peace. He loves my ideals, and I love his ideals. He does not want to make me over, neither do I want to make him over. There are mutual love, freedom, and respect. There is one mind. I know him now. In this mind, I unite with the qualities and attributes that I admire and want expressed by my husband. I am one with them in my mind. We know and love each other already in divine mind. I see God in him. He sees God in me. Having met him within, I must meet him in the without, for this is the law of my own mind. These words go forth and accomplish whereunto they are sent. I know it is now done, finished, and accomplished in God. Thank you, Father. These truths which she affirmed found their way into her subconscious mind. And having identified herself with the qualities she admired in a man, her subconscious revealed to her the answer, and a man who was the embodiment of the ideal was automatically attracted to her. Murphy claimed that you could activate extrasensory perception while in your dreams. When thou goest, it shall lead thee. When thou sleepest, it shall keep thee. And when thou awakest, it shall talk with thee. Proverbs 6:22. In sleep, your conscious mind is creatively joined to your subconscious mind. Many people think that sleep is intended only for rest of the body, but nothing rests while you are asleep, as your subconscious and the vital processes of your body, though slowed down considerably, continue to function. A restorative process sets in during sleep, resulting in a feeling of well-being due to the fact that there is a restoration of physical energy. Another reason we go to sleep is to develop spiritually. Therefore, it is a paramount of importance that we would avoid all discomfort or discordant states prior to sleep. The divinity that shapes our ends is all wise and has so arranged it that man is compelled to withdraw from the world of noise, which is not conducive to spiritual unfoldment. Man is divinely guided in sleep. Answers to many problems are given him in the sleep state. Formulas, inventive devices, poems, contents for many volumes are also given in the dream state. The contents of many chapters in chemical textbooks and in the engineering laboratories of the world appeared in a dream, in answer to a request of the dreamer. So how can we invent and discover something new using our dreams? You may have a vague or general idea of what you want to invent or discover, and that is all. Murphy gives a technique is learn all you can about it, objectively, and then in a passive and relaxed state, dwell on a mental picture of that which you wish to invent. Then turn over your mental picture to your subconscious, asking it to complete all details, and go to sleep. When you awaken, be sure to follow the hunches you receive. It sometimes comes as an inner feeling that the solution lies in a certain direction or in a certain group of facts. You will find that many times the entire formula or solution may appear in a dream. In such cases, it is wise to have a pencil near you, so you sleep, so that when you awaken, you may jot down the impressions that come to you in your dreams. You may be greatly surprised as to what has been given to you in your sleeping state. Some say, I never dream. We all dream. If you don't remember your dreams, Suggest to your subconscious before you drop off to sleep, I remember my dreams. It knows what you want to remember and will faithfully follow your instructions. It's done unto you as you believe, Murphy says. Your dream state may be one of the most positive doorways to psychic perception. Another really fantastic book is by Anthony Norvell, a book called Psychic Dreamology, which has some terrific stuff on how to tap psychic power of your dreams and make them work for you. Claiming that your dreams can be psychic and clairvoyant and reveal something about your future and guide you to certain actions in order to fulfill your destiny. In the book, Norvell explains a technique to tap the psychic power, claiming that one, just before you go to bed each night, have a session with your unconscious, with your subconscious, and you can make out dream schedule on which you list some of the things you want your psychic centers to project through your dreams. And your dream schedule can include anything you desire, including I want to make money or I want to be healthy. One really good statement he has is, I wish to have clairvoyant and psychic visions of the following things that I desire in my life. I ask that psychic guidance come to me through my dreams, revealing the pattern of my future destiny. Secondly, he says, after you've written down a dream schedule, listing what you want your higher psychic mind to project in your dreams, read it over once or twice and be sure it reflects accurately the things you really want. And then you lie down and prepare your usual sleep, with this exception. Instead of forcing yourself to go to sleep, start mentally to review each event that you've listed on your dream schedule. Make yourself the main actor in each incident of the dream schedule, seeing yourself living it fully. As you progress down the list, you will find yourself becoming very drowsy, and soon you will fall asleep. This is similar to the technique that Neville Goddard is most popular for, and that is falling asleep to the feeling and dream of the wish fulfilled. And as you do that, you begin to see it in your waking life. Norvell explains that he knew somebody named Robert who learned how to use this technique from a lesson that he had dreamology on a lecture in Los Angeles, and he needed $50,000 to open a business that he had long planned. As he had exhausted all other sources for raising the money, he decided to give the problem to his higher psychic mind. When he went to bed each night, he kept programming the thought, I need $50,000 to open my own business. I ask my higher psychic mind to show me a way by which I can raise that money. Then he visualized the place of business he desired, pictured his name on the storefront, and mentally saw customers flocking into his store. He finally drifted off to sleep, and his psychic centers were programmed with one overwhelming thought: show me how to get the sum of $50,000. One night, he had a vivid dream in which he saw himself at the Santa Anita racetrack betting on the horses. This in itself was surprising, for he seldom gambled. He saw numbers 1 and 1 in the daily double, and he awoke with the vivid feeling that he must go to the racetrack. The next day, he took $100 and followed the psychic hunch, betting it all on number 1 to the first and second races. The 2 horses he selected were long shots at odds of 35 to 1. He felt they could never win against the favorites, but he went ahead and bought the tickets anyway. In the first race, the horse trailed the field until the stretch, when it suddenly began to surge ahead, winning by half a length. In the second race, His horse was second all the way around the track, and at the finish line, the favorite seemed to be ahead. The man's heart sank, and he was about to tear up his tickets when the photo finish flashed on the big board, and he realized he had a chance to win. After a tense few moments, number 1 flashed onto the board as the winner, and he knew that his clairvoyant and psychic dream had been accurate. This man won $35,000 from his tickets, and with this sum, he was able to go into business he had long dreamed of operating. And the third thing he recommends is, in order to prepare your subconscious to receive your dreams and project them to your conscious mind when you awake, just before you go to sleep, prepare your mental psychic screen on which you project various pictures of things you want to dream into existence. And then fourth, he recommends sensitizing your mental psychic screen. Project the particular gifts and talents you wish to develop each night when you go to sleep. See yourself, for example, composing songs or writing stories or inventing objects. And then the final thing is, he recommends a dream catharsis. Many people's psychic centers are clouded by disturbed and disorganized dreams that have a way of returning night after night to plague the dreamer. This is often due to mental programming we receive all our lives. Dream catharsis will help remove these negative mental images from your subconscious and return to you the wholesomeness of the free state, where you will no longer have nightmares and dreams. So just before drifting off to sleep, tell your subconscious something like this: tonight I want to give me only pleasant, safe, beautiful dreams in which I shall be a hero, playing out a romantic life in which all my dreams shall come true. When you've programmed your higher mind with that statement, go over some of the ugly, unhappy, and unfortunate experiences you have bad in your past life. Start with your earliest memories and mentally review them in brief flashes, just as though you were watching them flash onto the motion picture. Many times you will find that these unfortunate and tragic mental images have been buried in your subconscious. Review your frustrations, and when you've carried them all, what happens, there's a catharsis. When you think about things beforehand, that is what helps. This is a really good statement to read also, or to listen to before sleeping. He recommends saying, I now wish to program my subconscious with these new thought forms and mental images. I desire a clear mind which shall do its work in an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. I project the mental image of perfect health, mentally and physically. I wish to be a loving person, attracting love and giving love. I wish to function as an integrated human being, enjoying social reciprocity and working well with others. I desire financial security and all that implies in the way of leisure, culture, travel, and fulfillment of my desires. I wish to program a charming and magnetic personality so that I shall be attractive to others and will be well liked. I would like to remove from my higher psychic centers all feelings of guilt, inferiority, and self-consciousness. I want to function perfectly in love relations with my true soul mate so that I can find fulfillment in love and marriage, bringing up my own family in harmonious and joyful environment. I want to have a peace of mind and a peace of soul so that I can fulfill my cosmic destiny on the mental, physical, and spiritual planes of expression. The other thing that Neville does in this book that's pretty good is gives some symbology. And as we said before, none of it is completely accurate, but knowing some different symbology and what things may mean can be helpful. He, like myself, recommends do not think that everything has a sexual significance. Freud, in his earlier studies, believed that most dreams were sex-related. However, modern researchers in dreamology have found that the subconscious uses dreams to translate life experiences into messages. So it's not, when people start to say, oh, it's all sexually related, it's not. In a leading research study of 10,000 dreams, it was found that a person seldom dreams about his routine work or humdrum daily activities, but generally takes on a new identity, a new life, and an environment quite different from his everyday one. This proves that the subconscious does not want to dwell in the restricted activities of the job, the small income, and the shabby environment the dreamer lives in, but prefers to paint a picture of the life that could be if the dreamer would awaken to his potential for greatness. So, Norvell tries to give some explanations of different dreams and what they symbolized. For instance, have you ever dreamed of falling through the air? Norvell explains this dream could be interpreted in several ways and may be presenting a psychic picture of a future downfall that awaits the dreamer when he is flying high or being very successful. It often represents the subconscious belief that some catastrophe awaits the individual, and it is warning him to prepare for it. A man who had invested heavily in the stock market often had the dream that he was flying, and he experienced an exhilarating sensation while he soared like a bird high above the earth. The thing that he didn't like, however, was when he discovered that he did not really have wings, and in sudden fear he began to fall to earth. He would awake from these dreams and anxiety, wondering what they could possibly mean. A few months later, the stock market in which he had invested most of his savings suddenly collapsed, sending his stocks plummeting and losing him most of his fortune. Had this man been aware of the psychic content of his flying dreams, he might have taken steps to avert the disaster. The subconscious often takes stock of a situation in real life and apprehends the hidden dangers or threats that exist. They're representing its findings in the form of dreams. If you are clever enough to search your dreams for their objective content and then analyze them in reference to your own particular life situation, you may have an accurate group of events that are foreshadowed in your future and may be able to take steps to avoid them, according to Norvell. Dreams of flying above the earth. A dream that one is flying without sudden falling could symbolize the fact that your life lacks inspiration and has fallen into a pattern of dullness, mediocrity, and boredom. You long to escape your work, your home problems, your debts, and worries. Some dreams of flying that bring exhilaration and joy can be interpreted as your subconscious desire to free yourself of a job that bores you, or it could indicate the higher aspirations of your psychic mind, which is trying to tell you that you can rise above your limitations and soar into the boundless realms of success. Another popular dream is the one of the ferocious animal, which often represents fear or warns of an impending disaster. It's used by the subconscious oftentimes as a symbol to warn of illness or calamities that threaten the physical self, a business, or a marriage. Norvell gives several examples of a woman who figured out her husband's affair through dreams like this. Many people have dreams of going to a public event naked, which I've had several times, which for me personally was an interpretation that I felt was that people were seeing the real me. But it was also a battle with me and my own ego and self-confidence many times. There's so many different things that we could talk about in symbology of dreams that we'd probably have to dedicate an entire episode, but that's just a couple of examples. And I've always wanted to get better at interpreting dreams, as Neville Goddard shows that it can be very powerful in understanding the message that God has given. So part of the research for this was just to really understand that, but also I desire to understand more about lucid dreaming. I have a lucid dreaming meditation that is very popular and has helped me to become lucid several times. And by becoming lucid in your dreams, you can become lucid in your waking life, as described by Zealand in the Transurfing book. Sometimes, if we are lucky, something quite miraculous happens, and we wake up in a dream, Zealand says in Reality Transurfing, suddenly aware that we are dreaming. Usually this happens when we dream about something extraordinary or have a nightmare. The rational mind is shocked into part waking, and we understand what to do next in the dream. At this point, the unconscious dream state shifts into lucid dreaming. In lucid dreaming, a person can take part in their dream as if it were a virtual game. At the same time, understanding that it is just a dream. If you have never experienced lucid dreaming, or if this is the first time you've even heard of it, you can be certain that it is not a product of your imagination. Numerous books have been published on the topic, and there are many individuals who practice lucid dreaming consistently. It is not difficult to try lucid dreaming because it can be brought on by the power of intention. And the power of intention is the important thing you develop by becoming lucid in your dreams. To wake up in a dream, you have to train your mind to ask the question, is this real? It is not that difficult to do if you are motivated. The process of training the mind is quite straightforward, but it does require your focused attention. Over the course of a day, you need to ask yourself whether you are seeing it as real at least 10 times. Your inner guardian will assist you. Instruct your inner guardian to keep asking whether you are asleep. It is important that you answer each time as conscientiously as possible so that the rational mind retains a critical attitude rather than it becoming a routine procedure. Ask yourself if you're dreaming, and then seriously try to answer it on a regular basis. Shake yourself a little to increase the alertness. Look around. Assess the situation and ask yourself whether everything is as usual or whether something strange is happening. Have you awoken in something that seemed as if it was a real dream, like the movies, and it wasn't, like the movie Inception? If you are persistent enough, you will eventually wake up in your dream. For some, it takes a while. You will probably find that it is quite difficult to remember to ask yourself this question 10 times a day. And so you have to be really motivated if you want the technique to work. When I first started doing it, I do it 2 or 3 times, but the 10 times a day is the recommendation of Zealand in his book, Reality Transurfing. Depending on the strength of your intention, you may begin to experience lucid dreaming within a few days or perhaps a few months. It can be helpful to use a chiming clock. You can then program your inner guardian to ask you whether you are asleep or not every time the clock chimes. The sound of the clock will be like a bridge to consciousness. When you are asleep and the clock chimes, your inner guardian will become more alert out of habit, which should in turn waken your rational mind, causing you to wake up in the dream. You can use other bridges between waking and sleeping as long as you are using a sound that can be heard whilst you are asleep. Avoid linking your question to signals you can rely on, such as the sound of an incoming telephone call. Unless you receive a call in the middle of the night, you will not get the necessary trigger until you see a phone call in your dream. As you can see, the basic principle is to develop a habit of regularly asking yourself whether what is happening is real. Try to answer the question with awareness rather than mechanically. It is important to train yourself to assess the situation critically and respond to the question conscientiously. Because for many dreamers, the one thing that shifts them into lucid dreaming is recognizing an anomaly, a contradiction or a quirky element in their dream that normally they would pay no attention to. Why practice lucid dreaming? At the very least, it is fun to consciously play with your dream like in a virtual game, rather than just have it happen. No science fiction book or computer game can compare with lucid dreaming, when you can do anything your imagination can conjure up. When an unpleasant situation arises in a dream, you can will it to change. For example, in a dream where someone is chasing you, if you think what is happening to you is real, it would be very difficult to escape. If you are aware that you are dreaming, you will probably try to wake up from the dream, which does not always work. However, once you are aware that it is just a dream, that you can act much more effectively by simply looking back at your pursuer and thinking, go away, get lost, disappear, the pursuer will vanish immediately. You can even mentally lift them up and make them turn cartwheels in the air. Anything is possible in your dream, as long as two conditions are fulfilled. The dreamer can control everything that happens in their dream. First, they have to be aware they are dreaming. And second, there has to be a realization that here they can do anything. For example, if you are dreaming lucidly and want to fly, nothing could be simpler. All it requires is your intention. An important distinction should be made between desire and an intention. The desire alone to rise up into the air will lead to nothing. In dreaming as in waking, it is the same with raising your hand. You can say to yourself that you want to raise your hand, but you do not necessarily move it. Then you suddenly decide to act and you raise your hand, transforming desire into action by the power of intention. You do not think about how you are going to raise your hand. You just do it. And it is the same with flying in a dream. You simply decide to rise up in the air and you can fly wherever you want to. Returning to the example of the nightmare about being chased, the desire alone to be free of the pursuer is not enough. When fear takes hold, the rational mind loses the advantage at every turn of events. It is as if someone else decides the rules of the game. Even if you are aware that you are dreaming, you will remain powerless to act until you decide to take control, whilst you play the role of the passive victim. The game will have control over you. It makes no difference that the game is a product of your own imagination. You are still effectively a slave to your imagination as you tremble in fear and run. In lucid dreaming, you can choose the role you want to play. You can even stop and decide to swap roles with your pursuer, who will oblige you and turn on their heel. Imagine how comical that would be. To any question that starts, is it possible to do such and such in a dream? The answer is always yes. You can talk to people, the living and the deceased. You can do whatever you want with people and objects in your dreams. Fly around on other planets, solve problems, compose music, rehearse scenes, travel. In comparison to what you can experience in a lucid dream, serious drugs are merely a child's play and a lot more harmful. You can also bring information back from a dream. The only thing you cannot do is return with a material object, though I've heard stories that that's possible too. If you find that you do not remember your dreams, note what direction that you're sleeping in, Zealand says, claiming that it's considered best to sleep with your head to the north. Avoid sleeping with your head to the west, as this can have a negative impact on your health. Now, I don't know if that's true. I would love to know if, since I've discussed this on other episodes, if anybody has changed the direction that they sleep in. He claims it could be connected with the impact of the Earth's magnetic fields and the iron in your body. So try sleeping with your head to the north, and your dreams should be more vivid and diverse. Do not worry if you have no desire to practice lucid dreaming. So in lucid and non-lucid dreams, the pictures that we can see very, very vivid, depicting the tiniest details sometimes in our dreams are sharper in form and richer in color than in everyday life. There's a hypothesis that the brain synthesizes certain pictures and during sleep perceives them in the same manner as it would in a waking state, similar to hypnosis. As yet, no one has succeeded in proving this theory. The best reality creation model interprets the origin of the images we see in dreams slightly differently. Rather than independently creating these images, the subconscious directly connects to the alternative space or the space of variations or the void or the quantum field and the information it contains. If you look carefully at an object and then close your eyes and try to imagine it, you will not be able to see it as clearly, even if you have excellent powers of visualization. The image your brain commits to memory is like a low-resolution photograph. Even if the brain stores the photograph as a group of neurons, in a certain condition, no quantity of neurons would ever be enough to reproduce all the photographs of all your memories. If our memories and dreams are a product of the information recorded by neurons, imagine how many of these cells would have to be contained in our heads. So the really big epiphany that comes from the reality transurfing and the physics material indicates that we are not accessing the memories from inside our mind. We're accessing an address where the memories exist. Like when you type in a link on a web page, you're taken to the web page where that exists. You may have the memory of the link, if that makes sense. The brain does not store information itself. It stores the address to where the information is located in the quantum field. The brain is capable of retaining a certain volume of data. However, despite the fact that the brain represents a perfect biological system, it is not capable of holding everything that we are willing to commit to memory. Neither can the brain synthesize the perfect virtual reality that we see in our dreams. It is difficult, even in a waking state, to close your eyes and mentally imagine pictures as naturally as one would see them in a dream. And so it is pointless to indulge in flimsy arguments that claim that the mind suddenly requires the ability to perceive imagined images perfectly as soon as it switches off in the sleep state. The mind is not capable of creating anything fundamentally new. The mind is not the thing where the new ideas are coming from. All the Neville Goddard literature indicates it's the imagination which is beyond just our mind. It can only build a new version of a house from old bricks if we were just using our mind. The rational mind only contains primitive information about the building bricks and how to put them together. We store more detailed information on paper or other forms of memory. All other information is channeled to the mind via the heart from the quantum field. In the reality creation model that we're talking about, the brain represents a comparatively primitive system whose function can be replicated by technology. Scientists have tried to replicate the functioning of the brain and yet attempt to create artificial intelligence have not yet been successful. The mind may be capable of understanding itself to some degree, but it is still incapable of understanding the nature of the heart. The heart is where it knows all the addresses. The secret of the intellect in any living being lies in the harmonious connection between the heart and mind. So far, efforts in the spheres of cybernetics have been limited to modeling thought processes familiar to the mind. Maybe one day, someone will design a machine capable of retrieving information from the quantum field, as the heart does. Somehow the mind is capable of remembering the address of relevant sectors in the alternative space or the space of variations, and if it needs to remember something, the mind turns to the heart, which attunes to the corresponding sector in the information field of the quantum state. Perhaps the heart is not very good at attuning to sectors in the field. Perhaps the mind is not very efficient when it comes to retrieving addresses in the information field. Or maybe the mind and heart are just not very good at collaborating. You have to admit that the human memory is far from perfect. The heart is capable of randomly attuning to sectors of the quantum field that have not been transformed into physical reality. Of all the diverse possibilities, these are the pictures we see in our dreams, and this is why the dream space appears so real. Dreams are not illusions in the usual sense of the word. They are not simply imagined. The mind genuinely sees them. We know that people see pictures in their dreams that do not seem to be of this world. For example, one might see an architectural construction in minute detail that in principle could not exist anywhere on the planet. If a dream is simply the brain's memory of reality, where then are images sourced that we could never have observed with the waking eye? As we have said previously, sectors of the alternative space containing various versions of scripts and scenery. The scenery includes our surroundings as well as living beings. If you remember seeing someone you know in a dream, someone close to you or an acquaintance, you may have noted that they looked slightly different to how they are in a waking. They may have different hairstyle or unusual clothes, or display different personality traits, or behave in a different manner. In a dream, you can recognize your friends at the same time noticing something strange about them. My theory is that we explore parallel realities all the time in our dreams. When we say that we're exploring the alternative space, we may be exploring other realities from the past and future. In waking, we observe the alternative of possible realities that have been realized in the physical domain. And in dreams, we're able to see things that have not been realized in the physical. If you are lucky enough to see your reflection in a mirror when dreaming, what you see may shock you. I asked for people to do that in the lucid dreaming meditation. And oftentimes people saw themselves completely different, older or younger. And that is one way to find out what portion of the timeline that you're accessing, if you're accessing a portion of the timeline. So we know that dreams could be a message, they could be a vision, or they could be an experience where our soul is just freely exploring what's happening in the quantum field. And so we're trying to figure out a distinction of these three things. In dreams, a person's appearance corresponds to the sector. So when you look different, it's because that's what you would look like. It's amazing. God probably created so many incredible realities that you never ever took a part of. And he's like, oh man, there's that one where you were the millionaire, or you were the spy, but you can still explore it virtually a little bit when your soul is asleep. And that's why it's so hard. The soul just loves to jump around and explore. And many times, I think the soul fights back when you try to program it with things like my 8-hour affirmations. When people do that, sometimes they feel a resistance to it. It's because the subconscious wants to play. And so you can create your will over it in some ways. In dreams, we are able to see things that have not been realized in the physical, and that's the important thing. It does not mean it's real or will happen. It's not prophetic 100%. And so we have to remember that. In the interview with Julie Ryan, she also explained, looking into the future, that it's always never for sure. So if you're dreaming and accessing a prophetic dream, I believe that it's not set in stone, that it knows your heart in communication with your real God self knows all of the truths and what's going to happen, and is trying to communicate with you as subtly as it can without violating your free will. It doesn't want to make it easy for you. So depending on the difference between the virtual sector in the dream and the current reality, you will be different. And the surroundings you see in a dream may change depending on how far the virtual sector is from the sector that is manifest as your current reality. You might see your hometown in a dream, but it will appear slightly different. The same streets and houses will have a strange look to them, and you'll be confused, as if you were seeing an apparition. And if the energy body travels far from its current sector, you may end up in a completely unfamiliar environment, seeing places and people that live in their own virtual life that does not exist on the material plane. Whatever role you play in that setting, everything that happens there is happening on a non-physical level. Your role is also virtual, but according to Zealand, not quite an illusion. An alternative to your personality may or may not be present in that sector in real life. You may be exploring in a dream a sector that is real, physically, a parallel reality that did manifest into reality. And if it is, you might be able to meet your energy double, which is an interesting thought, that we are walking around in our manifest physical reality, but we may be meeting people that are dreaming themselves into this reality and that are walking around in a dream in another reality, that are waking up. Their soul has imported their consciousness into the body, and you may be talking to somebody that's actually dreaming, and then when they're about to wake up, and this was only a temporary existence for them. So it's a kind of an interesting thought when you think about it. Maybe our powers of perception are such that we can only perceive information from the field in the form of a moving film roll, or perhaps it is a quality of space that can only show itself to us in the form of moving alternatives. If the soul can fly around different sectors in the dream, in the alternative space, in the quantum field, it means that the soul observes movement. And if this is so, what time period is the soul accessing the dream state? The past, the future, or the present? Everything about the dream space generates more questions than answers. One thing, however, is certain: dreams are not an illusion. It might seem weird to say that every night we move into the quantum field and live a virtual life there. The quantum field may not have a tangible physical foundation, but it is real nonetheless. This field possibility exists. So the question is, using this model, now going back and looking at the symbologies that we've discussed in the earlier parts of this, how do we interpret dreams? This model will tell us that dreams demonstrate what could have happened in the past or what could happen in the future. We already know what actually happened in the past and the future in the alternative space, in the quantum field, and it's too diverse to guarantee what we see in our dreams as is an image of the sector that is about to become realized in the physical. Adjacent sectors contain very similar scripts and scenery, and so if the sector occurring in a dream lies close to the dreamer's current lifeline, it may well contain information relevant to impending events in that person's life. However, you can never be sure that the sector you see in a dream does in fact run close to your current lifeline. It may well contain information relevant to impending events in that person's life. However, you can never be sure that the sector you see in a dream state does in fact run close to your current lifeline. The heart is capable of sensing approaching events, and gut feeling is the most reliable sign a person can work with. In waking, the heart signals how comfortable it feels in response to what is happening both on the current lifeline and in relation to an imminent change in the flow. Other signs also relate to sectors currently manifest on the material level and those sectors immediately adjacent to them. In dreams, however, only God can know which sector the soul is exploring. No one can totally rely on the information perceived in dreams, precisely because the soul can fly into any sector at all within the quantum field. Another interesting question about it is the choice of the script of the dream. Who chooses the script for the events we witness if they are not simply the product of our own imagination? A script is an essential part of every sector in the alternative space or the quantum field, and I believe it's God. how events develop when the mind is sleeping so deeply that we do not remember our dreams, nobody can say, except for God. In everyday life, events are controlled by a person's mind and behavior, but in our dreams, the mind plays the role of passive observer, taking things for granted. Events are staged according to the script belonging to a given sector. As soon as the soul enters that sector, events develop in accordance with the same expectation, anxieties, and opinions that are part of that person in waking. In dreams, personal expectations and anxieties are realized instantly. For example, if a being comes onto the stage that the dreamer is afraid of, a threat script will materialize instantly. You only have to have the slightest whiff of the thought that you might be in danger of being pursued, and a monster will appear to start chasing you. The soul chooses a script that corresponds to the dreamer's thoughts and expectations and moves through the quantum field as their thoughts change. The film roll is turned by the driving force of the dreamer's thoughts and expectations. If you could completely stop your mind from functioning, the film would freeze instantly. Thoughts, however, do not stop. They continually chatter away in the mind. Events in dreams do not necessarily conform to our usual perception of things, because the mind's control is weakened. Things can appear all topsy-turvy, or inconceivable visions can appear in which laws of physics are defied. Incredible things can happen in lucid dreaming too, because the rational mind, understanding that it is just a fantasy, will accept all sorts of strange things. Now you can see why anything can happen in a dream. Dreaming is the soul's travel through the quantum field and the space of possibilities, where all scripts and roles and possibilities exist. In lucid dreaming, it is not so much that the script changes of its own accord, so much as it is selected via intention. So if you become lucid in a dream, when you become lucid while awake, that is what is amazing. As soon as the intention emerges in your thoughts to swap roles with your pursuer, for instance, or do something like that, it's lightning speed. The claim that our life is no more than a dream is unfounded, and yet in other contexts is not totally devoid of meaning. There's many levels when Neville Goddard says we are being dreamed. We may be. Is it all a dream? There are dream aspects. So, because of this, you always create the object of your mind's most dominating thoughts. In dreams, inert matter poses no obstacles, and so the process of shifting between sectors occurs pretty fast and instantaneously. There's not the bridge of incidents that you see in real life. There's no need to be particularly afraid of dreaming, but it should be taken seriously if you get a negative feeling in your gut when you read about lucid dreaming. Zealand gives stories of people possibly disappearing by going to some sector in their dream, but I've never heard of anything like that. A dream is like a snapshot which captures one brief moment out of a lifetime. It cannot be understood fully without knowing something about the life of the person it concerns. So, we can know the symbols, but it's not enough to know the meaning of the symbols alone. Without an understanding of symbols, we are greatly limited in our ability to navigate through the complex world of dreams. Even when we are familiar with the background of the person a dream concerns, we should use caution when we apply a symbol's meaning. Hasty dream interpretation should be avoided. Even Daniel mulled over Nebuchadnezzar's dream for an hour before he ventured in an interpretation, and he knew the king's lifestyle well. One of the best ways to keep from either simply forgetting about a dream or jumping to conclusions concerning its meaning is to start a dream journal, like we talked about at the beginning. Take the time to write down a dream. Usually causes you to remember more in greater detail. It provides a permanent record to come back to. By recording a dream and what it appears to be, we can check back later. And so that's often the big part, is the checking back later. Sometimes one dream by itself does not provide enough keys to know So by recording these dreams, we learn in conjunction, as Neville Goddard did, as recording multiple visions as described in the Bible for him personally. But remember, Job said, God speaketh once, yea, twice. God is faithful to speak to us again and again if we are really trying to hear what he has to say. Jesus said to be careful of both what you hear and how you hear it. By listening carefully to what God is saying morning after morning, we are assured of more to come, because he said, unto you that hear shall more be given. Of course, the flip side of that is, he that hath not, from him shall be taken, even if that which he hath. When recording your dreams, be sure to include each date too. As another thing that I've just make sure to do a date, try to remember the location, where you dreamed it. Those are things that will help when you go back and look at it. The feelings you experience dreaming, as well as anything important, is going on in your life at the time of your dream. By recording the background information, you'll get a little bit more information. A night vision requires little or no interpretation. That's usually when it's obvious. So I think that that's the difference. But if you think that you had a vision, write it down as well. What we know from the Bible, and a vision appeared to Paul in the night. There stood a man of Macedonia and prayed him, saying, come over into Macedonia and help us. And after seeing the vision, they immediately endeavored to go into Macedonia, gathering that the Lord had called for us to preach the gospel unto them. Acts 16, 9 and 10. In contrast, a dream seldom lends itself to self-interpretation. The most common type of dream contains more than one scene. A progressive message unfolds as the dreamer is carried along, either as an observer or as a participant. Other dreams may contain 2 or 3 scenes when God is speaking. But the thing is, if it feels like a story, then you start to become aware that it is more than just a dream, that it's a communication. So there's always the first scene in a dream with more than one scene. The first scene usually gives the setting, like the backdrop of a play. It sets the stage so that the sealed message it contains can be understood. For example, in the scripture, people walking on one another is mentioned before Christ's teaching is given. In the meantime, when we were gathered together an innumerable multitude of people, insomuch that they trod one upon another, he began to say unto his disciples, first of all, beware ye of the leaven of the Pharisees, which is hypocrisy, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Luke 12, 1-2. This stage setting gives us a parable of the Pharisees' hypocrisy. They trod on the people, oppressing them for their own purposes. They required others to conform to strict laws while they excused themselves from obeying them. Observing this setting makes us aware of emphasis and implications in the words that we would otherwise miss in the same way. I believe God usually reveals the subject of his message in the first scene, and then once the subject has been established, the subsequent scenes enlarge upon the plot and carry it forward. This progression can be seen in Daniel's interpretation of Nebuchadnezzar's dream, because dreams can cover several different subjects and ideas. It's important to correctly discern the subject matter to which the dream refers. If we don't do this, we may easily apply a dream to the wrong area of our lives. I don't think that happens very often. I think there's a part of us that always knows, and when we ask our heart, we get the interpretation. It's especially true when a dream contains people we can identify. Friends and family members are often used as symbols. Sometimes they represent ourselves, sometimes they represent another friend or family member, and sometimes they simply represent themselves. Only careful attention to all the scenes and symbols used in a dream will keep us from making this type of misapplication. So that is my best synthesis that I can give you of my understanding of what dreams are in relation to reality creation and how to understand them. I could talk further about different things and what they symbolize, but the ultimate message is that you will learn this by yourself, that the symbology is not going to be found in a book because it is within you. God's trying to communicate directly through you, not through this book. So write this stuff down and tell me about your dreams. I might not answer every comment, but if I have an idea of what your dream means, then I will let you know. Put them in the comments, and it would sure make a lot of fun to read the comments of this video if you would tell us about your dreams. I've had many crazy dreams, and I've had dreams with major time distortion, where I lived entire lives that I believe were visions, but I'll never know until maybe some future point. But clearly, becoming lucid in our dreams can help us understand our ability to use intention in waking life, and then understanding if our dreams are telling us of the future, and understanding the dynamics of what we're dreaming and whether or not it's a message or a vision. I've also given you some interesting ways to use dreams to create a catharsis, and some interesting affirmations that I gave earlier that you can use when you go to bed. I suggest that you create your own, but I sure hope this helps you to understand your dreams, what's happening, what they mean, and whether it's a vision, whether you're experiencing an alternate universe version of yourself, or whether it contains a message from God. And those are the things that we're learning. And the more that we learn, the better that we can understand, because I believe that God is giving us huge messages in our dreams about this future new earth that we're moving towards. And I can't wait to learn more. So share your visions and dreams in these comments, because God is talking to us in them. Conclusion. And this concludes this amazing discussion that we have had for the last 6.5 hours about dreams. As we draw the curtains on our exploratory journey into the enigmatic world of dreams, it's essential to reflect on the profound insights and spiritual wisdom that we have encountered. We've traversed the landscape of the subconscious with Joseph Murphy, guided by the illuminated teachings of Edgar Cayce and Neville Goddard, the collective consciousness of Quo, and the revolutionary perspective of Seth. We've also navigated the personal terrains of my own research, looking into lucid dreaming and discovering the multifaceted dimensions of the dream experience. But this journey is far from over. Instead, it marks the beginning of a personal and collective exploration into the vast, untapped potential that resides within you. Dreams are not merely nightly escapes, but are potent tools for spiritual awakening, self-discovery, reality creation, and personal growth. They're silent whispers from your subconscious, guiding you, teaching you, and often healing you. They bridge the gap between the known and the unknown, the seen and the unseen, the mundane and the divine. I encourage each one of you to embrace the mysteries of your dreams. Approach them with curiosity, respect, and an open heart. Journal your nocturnal narratives, ponder their symbols, and explore their meanings. Let the wisdom of Cayce, Goddard, Quo, Seth be your guides, but also trust your inner voice, your inner sage to illuminate your unique path. Remember, the secret power of dreams is not just in their interpretation, but in their transformation they can catalyze within us. They are the conduit for spiritual awakening, a canvas for your imagination, and a mirror reflecting your deepest self and the universal truths. I leave you with an invitation to embark on your own continual journey of discovery, to explore the boundless possibilities of your dreamscapes, and to unlock the spiritual wisdom they hold. For in understanding your dreams, we are not just uncovering hidden aspects of your psyche, we are unlocking the doors to a deeper understanding of reality, your purpose, and your profound connection with the divine. Thank you for joining me on this remarkable journey into the secret power of dreams. May your dreams be your guide, your teacher, and your inspiration. Dream boldly, explore fearlessly, and awaken to your fullest potential. You can find all episodes of The Reality Revolution at therealityrevolution.com. And welcome to The Reality Revolution.